Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
So when we signed off on Friday at 10 a.m., I want to take us all back to Friday at 10 a.m. because that's last time we had these mics on. And hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody. We all had a pretty good idea the Warriors were going to advance to the second round. That's right. We said we're going to do it. They're going to. We just didn't know how. Oh, my God. The twists, the turns, the Lombard Street twists and turns that led us down Buddy Hield Avenue. That's the road we had to take to get to the Western Conference semifinals. So as we left you on Friday morning and say good morning to you on Monday morning, yeah, the Warriors are in the second round. We just didn't know how. What a night, what a night, what a night, what a night, what a night. Good morning, Marcus. What an unexpected turn of events. Happy Monday.
Murph, what's up, my man? Happy Monday morning. What a weekend it was here in the Bay Area, and you're absolutely right. We called it Friday morning. Let the record show that the Murph and Marcus show said on Monday morning, we'll be talking about the Warriors matchup against Minnesota. We just didn't know it was going to go in that direction. Did not get the job done on Friday, but Sunday night, they close it out. Buddy put him to bed, and Steph put him to sleep.
Buddy, night Hield. Buddy, Alfred the Butler, you name it. Man, oh man. If you missed it, you sure missed a heck of a game. And I'll be honest, I was asked on Sunday in my another manic youth sports weekend, at all, people think that like because you work in this living, like you know what's going to happen. Like, hey, Marcus, you see your guy in the laundry room in your building, Hey, Marcus, tell me, are the Warriors going to win tonight? You're like, well, I know. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. So I got any number of youth sports parents. Hey, are the Warriors going to do this thing? And you know what I was saying on Sunday? I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't think so.
it wasn't going good, according to Murph's plan.
I was saying, listen, I'm going to show up. I'm turning on the TV. They're going to have Jimmy and they're going to have Steph. But I said, right now it's 51-49, and we're the 49. That's what I kept saying to people. So I went into that thing thinking they blew it on Friday. Mm-hmm. I thought that they had blown it on Friday. The double big zone had been just an unbelievable nightmare. They froze up. They gave Houston a chance to close it out at home. They hadn't solved the bigs. That scorer that they needed beyond Jimmy and Steph had not shown up. In fact, the guy who scored 33 on Sunday scored 0 on Friday. Yeah. Let me repeat, in the many, many stats we're going to throw at you guys today, Buddy Hield became the first person in the history of planet Earth to go scoreless in a playoff game and score 33 in the next game. Literally no humanoid has ever done that, Marcus. So this is why they say you never know. Any given Sunday, as long as Buddy Hield is playing.
Any given Buddy, because they don't make them like they make Buddy Hield. And we've been joking all season long about the Buddy Hield cycle. You saw that in this series. And going back to Friday night, man, I was walking out of Chase Center, heading over to Harmonic for a beer that I could go crying to after the Warriors did not close it out in 6. And I'm thinking, damn, tonight would have been a great night for Game 6 Clay, because nobody was stepping up in that fourth quarter. Nobody was hitting three-pointers. I'm like, this is where you need a Klay Thompson in your life. Little did I know that 2 days later, we would get Game 7 Buddy, reincarnated Klay Thompson, out here hitting shots left and right, Murph, because I thought there was no chance in hell that the Warriors would not only win this game, but would have a double-digit lead in the first half when Steph Curry didn't make his first bucket until 30 seconds left of the second quarter.
He had 3 at halftime, and the Warriors were up 12.
Yeah,
and that was part of it was Buddy Hield scoring 22 in the first half. But part of it was the brilliance of Steph beyond being Steph. Now, again, we make our rankings, right? Where are you all time? Where are you all time? Well, we have to keep forgetting the fact that Steph is still writing his ranking. And things like last night have to go into, like, whatever take you had on Steph Curry and where he ranked in the Pantheon was a month ago isn't the same as it is today, because he just went and did something last night. And no, he didn't lead the team in scoring. I'll tell you what he did, though. He led the team in freaking rebounds.
That's a little double-double for Steph.
A 20-10-point rate. He wound up leading. I heard this stat on the way, and I couldn't believe it. He wound up in the series leading the team in points, rebounds. That's right. I'll say it again. Steph led the team in rebounds and assists. and he becomes the oldest player in NBA history to ever lead a team in a playoff series in points, rebounds, and assists. So we keep adding freaking feathers to this cap. So when we say he only had 3 at halftime, well, it meant a couple of things. One, he was dishing like crazy. In fact, the Warriors were 5 for 5 from his passing in the first half, and he was waiting for 19 in the second half, 14 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, Murph, you know my math is not perfect, but if I do the breakdown, that's 3 in the first half, 19 in the second half, and then the fourth quarter, he just took over. What do you want him driving to the basket, cutting underneath, putting some behind the basket shots back up against Dillon Brooks? I mean, he was getting it done in a multiple of different ways. And also, to your point, as a facilitator, Jimmy Butler had a stretch where he scored 6 straight points. Buddy, of course, had the big shot that led to the Steph Curry night-night celebration. But this was Steph stepping up in the fourth quarter and truly taking over and showing what the guy can still do at 37 years old.
By the way, add to the storyline, in Houston. So, I mean, listen, I don't have much of a relationship with the city of Houston. We obviously, we have our rivals, the Seahawks in Seattle or the Dodgers in L.A. And listen, the Rockets are, and Young Tony asked this at the start of the series, what did Young Tony ask today? It was, are the Rockets truly a rival? And I was like, well, it's kind of, I said no, because everybody out there in the court last night was not around in the iteration in the teens when Steph was doing it to Houston. But we do need to take a moment to think about what that guy does to the city of Houston. Because here it is, it's 2025, and he's still slaying the Houston Rockets, this time in Houston, Game 7 on the road. So just want to pour one out for the city of H-Town and what they must think. And somebody asked him, too, I think Slater or somebody asked him after the game, what do you think your reputation is here in Houston? He said, I'm a winner. It's incredible. Yeah, so
he is, and Houston is a loser once again, 5 times in the last 10 years. Could you imagine being like a 12-year-old back in 2015, and you're like 22, 23, you're young Tony's age, and like, damn, this guy's eliminated me 5 times in my lifetime, Murph.
I can't think of it. Think of all the teams you root for. Your Raiders, your Yankees, think of my Giants, my Niners, my Warriors. I don't think I've ever been eliminated 5 times by one team in a 10-year span. In fact, I'm pretty darn sure I haven't. No. I mean, the New York Giants got the Niners a couple of times. I hate even saying that, by the way.
The only thing
Seahawks, maybe.
First thing that pops in my head is the 49ers doing it to Rodgers and the Packers. Similar, but not 5. Not 5 times, though.
5's a lot.
Yeah, Steph Curry's still stacking them up.
When I think of 5, I think of when your boy, the captain, held up the 5 when they were closing out. Yeah. And guess who my nephew, John, graduated from the University of Michigan this weekend?
Hey, congrats, John.
You know who his commencement speaker was?
Was it Jeter?
The captain.
The captain was out there.
Yeah, you probably said I know some of you graduated in 4, and some of you graduated in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So nice. Anyway, let's call it in, man, because, guys, if you missed it, guys and gals, you missed a hell of a show last night. In fact, some would say it was very entertaining.
Oh, it definitely was.
That was quite a show. You got Bruce Frazier calling Adam Silver, and Silver saying, wait. I thought this phone stopped working after Friday night. I thought this phone was defunct after Friday night. He said, you were wrong, skinny boy. Game 7, Houston Rockets in Houston. Golden State Warriors 103, Houston Rockets 89.
Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow, Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Oh, want to dance with Steph Curry.
There it is. Move. It's always like a shot. It's always like a aqua velva to the face. You go, whoo, every time you yell.
I got to say, on Friday night after the loss, as I'm sitting there chugging beers, I'm like, damn, am I ever going to dance with Steph Curry again?
The answer was yes.
Yes, we did. Here we are dancing on a Monday morning.
In the middle of that thread, you hear the young Piedmont rapper Lane Bentley say, Looney a dog.
Yes, he
and
is.
guess they dusted him off.
Yes, he did.
He only played 11 minutes, but he grabbed 4 rebounds.
And it felt like he grabbed way more than that. I was just double checking the box score. I was like, there's no way he only had 4. Like, Loon Dog makes an impact.
He helped calm the waters in the first half.
Absolutely.
He did. I was like, oh, I'm so happy to see him out there, man. So listen, we got so much to get into. The Warriors go on. Just to kind of catch you guys up, it's hard to even think about this, but they have a game tomorrow. They play at Minnesota tomorrow at 6:30. And listen, we'll just say what it is. The schedule is very unfavorable. There's only one day of rest between every game, and it's like just the way we like it, right? I mean, you got no choice. They're flying today, 12:15 in Houston, 10:15 our time. They'll be wheels up. Houston to Minneapolis, not that bad of a flight, a couple hours maybe. You touch down, they go to a hotel, they wake up tomorrow morning, they got to go beat Aunt Edwards.
Yeah.
Both of my kids were saying, Dad, this is going to be really hard. We love Aunt Edwards so much. It's going to be hard to root against him, but Warriors all the way.
Yeah, I mean, he is a cooler of content legend. I'm sure we're going to get some great content over the next week or so, but also the fact that Anthony Edwards is just sitting back with his feet crossed up, laid back, relaxing because they've had a few days of rest since eliminating the Lakers last week.
We talked about it. You talked about it a lot last week. Warriors got to end this thing, get some rest. Warriors got to end this thing. After even they lost Game 5, we were like, was this a good strategy? Because you're now taking us to Friday, and then Friday night was almost unspeakable what happened on Friday night. And then they got to fly to Houston, and I wasn't feeling it, man. I wasn't feeling it. But then in the end, are you surprised? Really, in the end, you're not because of Steph freaking Curry. And playoff Jimmy.
Yeah, and there was
Buddy
Draymond Green and Steph Curry walking around postgame, though, through the tunnels out in Houston. Surprise, surprise! Surprise, surprise!
Let's not even mention Draymond Green, absolute terror on Şengün. And you know what's hilarious? Here he is all these years later after the game talking about poise. Did you see him on the podium? He was on the podium for a long time. He's like, yeah, I'm all about poise. I'm like, Draymond, are you goofing right now, buddy? All of it. Now you got poise, buddy? No. Just give him one quarter in Minnesota. We'll see how that poise lasts.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see how these flagrants continue to stack up in the next series.
We're getting close.
That's an issue.
Yeah,
That's an issue, Draymond.
So you can have 7 playoff tees before they suspend you. He has 4. You can have 4 playoff flagrants. He has 2. So he's right up pushing on the edge. So it's going to be a really fun Monday, everybody. And of course, we'll get to this on the other side and hums and bums and all that good stuff. Oh, the Warriors live on. Just the way we said Friday morning when we signed off. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Today is Monday. It's a big Warriors day. Steph Curry and Buddy Hield lead the Warriors past the Rockets in Game 7, like Zaza told us.
Nothing easy. Game 7, baby. Game 7.
Game 7, they got the dub. Stay locked into KNBR all day for Warriors coverage. Today is about you guys. Bang the number 808 KNBR 808-5627 and give us your reaction.
Now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
4 seconds left in the quarter. Racing up the right sideline. Deep three right side. Hield buried it at the buzzer. 2 steps inside the half-court stripe. Buddy Hield beats the buzzer with a 3. Hield for 3, and he's red hot. Drops it in over Brooks from the left wing. He's got 16 to lead all scorers. Heat check. Buddy Hield off the right wing. Buries another 3. Hield left wing. 1 bounce. Shoots. Red hot. Buddy Hield. Hield for 3. Good. There's his first bucket of the second half. Hield for 3. Good on the left corner. This ball game is a final. Game 7 goes to the Golden State Warriors. 103-89.
ESPN Radio on the call. Sean Kelly is the voice you heard. The shots were being made by a gentleman named Buddy Hield, who is getting serenaded by the song that he brought us after Steph. Was it 4,000? Was it? You're wearing yours? I got my own shirt. We'll talk about our shirts. Talk about my shirt later on. But right now, and this was the song he sang. That was quite a show. Very entertaining.
But here's the thing, Murph. It's not over now. We're not taking a bow because the Warriors are moving on to the second round.
A little Caribbean love, too. Rihanna from the Barbados, Buddy from the Bahamas, right? So don't confuse your BA. I tried to confuse mine, but neighbors. They're neighbors down there, and they're shouting each other out there. What a performance by Buddy Hield. I mean, I know so much more went into it. Draymond's defense on Şengün, Looney's 4 rebounds, Steph's 14 in the fourth quarter, and the way Steph stayed so patient that whole game, and the way Steve Kerr, I was thinking actually before the game started, when everybody was asking me, hey, what's going to happen? I was like, I don't feel good. I really don't feel good. I said, I'm going to show up. We'll see. I'm not watching. I'm not giving up. But I'm being honest. And then they said, what do you think will happen? One of the guys said to me, he said, what do you think will happen if the Warriors lose? Like, what will happen to the franchise? I said, it's an interesting question. I said, one of the things that actually came to my mind was, how much heat would Steve Kerr be under? Like, had they lost this series, Steve only has 1 more year left on his deal. Now, they probably would have kept him, but I think there would have been a lot of how did you blow this? You got Jimmy Butler. You had your chance. You were up 3-1, all that. And then he, in that game, made the decision to stick with Buddy Hield in his starting lineup.
And a lot of people were not happy about it. Like, I saw a lot of people complaining on social media about Buddy being in the starting lineup. And Steve has explained himself about how when he put a guy like Moses Moody out there who wasn't hitting any shots yesterday and really has been pretty damn cold for the series, the Rockets were countering that with putting Şengün or Steve Adams on Moses Moody. Basically just putting their big man on the wing and just letting him chill at the three-point line and really not having any concerns about that guy actually hitting shots. And so that's why they came back with the Buddy Hield solution. Now, it was not a solution in Game 6, as we talked about earlier, where he put up a goose egg. But that just perfectly, exemplifies what Buddy Hield has been to this roster this year. And Murph, we talked about it all season long. When Buddy Hield scores more than 18 or 19 points, the Warriors win, and he had that in the first half yesterday.
Well, you mentioned the Buddy Hield cycle in the first segment, and this is maybe somebody needs to do a new Buddy Hield cycle.
It's
because
a playoff cycle.
This is an absolutely, there's, we're all smiling because, and this is the reason why all the Warriors talked about Buddy being their favorite teammate and everything, and then this Jimmy Butler, Buddy Hield dynamic that has played out over the last couple of months here, which played out again last night. It's just kind of amazing to me that this guy who was, believed to be, he's a bust. You'll like him for 10 games, then you'll want to trade him, and then you'll like him for 10 games, then you'll want to trade him, then you'll like him, that whole cycle, right? What the hell part of the cycle was that last night? I mean, we need a new arrow in the cycle to go to. Buddy scores 33 in Game 7 on the road.
We've reached a new stratosphere of the cycle, Murph.
It's incredible. And part of it is the Butler Hield, the byplay in that's part of all this story. It's like part of it. Like people, like my kid was saying to me, he goes, what are Jimmy and Buddy going to say now? Because they're like this little, it's like Lethal Weapon. Danny Glover, Mel Gibson, where they're all exasperated. Like, nice. Didn't Gibson drive Danny Glover crazy? I haven't seen Weapon in a while. But did you ever see it?
Yeah, I saw it, but I don't have the knowledge like that.
Okay, well, yeah, Danny Glover's like an old cop. I think he's near retirement, and Mel Gibson keeps wanting to do stupid things. And I think Danny Glover says, I'm too old for this. And I think that's the whole premise. I haven't seen it in a while. It was very, very popular. I think they made a 2 and a 3, too. But like Jimmy's like Danny Glover, and he's like rolling his eyes at this guy. But it's probably, no joke, a buddy movie, like no pun intended.
That's it.
Yeah.
It's a buddy cop movie starring Buddy Hield. But it's funny, we're talking about like this new element to the buddy cycle of life. Game 7 buddy. How about defensive buddy? Because that was never a part of the cycle either. Like we riffed for days and weeks and months throughout the entire season about how Buddy Hield just refuses to play defense. But all of a sudden, Jimmy Butler shows up to town, and next thing you know, he's actually giving you a defensive effort and giving you some valuable minutes for a guy who's never played defense in his life.
Oh, man. Dude, by the way, 831 sends have you seen this, the Buddy Hield apology form? Is this like something from sports that has been used elsewhere?
Yeah,
go look at the text line. It's a big picture of Buddy. It says Buddy Hield apology form. It says to Buddy Hield.
Yeah.
You've seen these before?
Yeah, it's a good meme template.
Yeah. The media convinced me he was done. I only looked at advanced analytics. I was jealous of Buddy Hield. It's very funny. But anyway, the point is that this whole dynamic that he wound up being the guy could play a role. Now, again, we're going to split today between, reviewing what happened last night and looking ahead to Minnesota. And the schedule is daunting with only one day off between every game. But you know what? Like we said, we were top of the best coach, just the way you like it. Whatever it is, go attack it. And Minnesota's going to be like, I don't know if we want that psycho from the Bay doing his thing. Let's make sure to get the guest list, though, right now from Tony and bring in Tony Farias, who you see in your little rectangle. A good time for me to say that if you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, how can I not figure out this? There we go.
There
I want
it
to make
is.
sure everybody sees my shirt today. You see that? That's a wave.
Ah.
That's a wave with a circle and a slash.
What is that trying to imply, Murph?
It's a circle and a slash. Do I need to turn around here and show the back here?
Yeah. Turn around. Do a 360 for us. Baby girl, let me see you twirl. Young Tony, let me get a drop.
Speaking of which, it was prom on Saturday night for the high school junior.
Prom.
When he returned, I said, did they play Nokia? He said, yes, they
Of
did.
course they
Yes,
did.
They did.
They had to, Murph. They had to.
Good morning, Young Tone. What's it?
Baby girl,
There it is.
let me see you do your dance, let me see you twirl.
Yeah, twirl for us, Murph. Twirl.
Twirl anytime you want. Yeah, so stop doing the freaking wave. Or let me put it this way. You want to do the wave, go to effing Dodger Stadium. All right? That's it. You can do the wave all you want. Have fun. Knock yourself out.
It happened all weekend.
Go
Murph.
do it. Go do the wave. Go do
Sunday.
it. People are like, oh, you're anti-wave. No. No, anti-wave. Go to Dodger Stadium. Be with your people. Be with your people. That's all. And then you know what I'd say? I'd say, God bless you. Have fun down there. That's what I would say.
Yeah, bring a beach ball.
Exactly. Good morning, Young Tone. How about that basketball, huh?
Unreal, dude. Never a doubt. Dude, game 6. I was having the same conversation with everybody asking me, what's going on with the Warriors? I'm like, I'm officially worried. I thought they were going to blow game 7.
Game 6, where you were like one of the 4 people in the crowd for the Giants-Rockies game on Friday night, right?
I was out there on Friday night. I didn't see the wave at all.
Ooh, now our digital team posted a clip of the wave. So you're just saying you did not partake, or the waves weren't that big, Tony?
I was out there for the entire game. I didn't see it at all. Maybe I was in and out getting beers when everyone was doing the wave.
Now
but
we
I
got
will say,
conspiracy theories
on my
about the wave.
supervision, I didn't see anyone doing the wave. I would not have that at Oracle
I
Park.
guess it was Saturday and Sunday, but we'll get to the bottom of that later.
Yeah, what do you give me for young Tony not seeing the wave on Friday night and me not seeing the giant naked lady statue on the Embarcadero?
That's pretty good.
Pretty
dude.
similar.
I like that. But anyway, yeah. So, dude, if we were doing a show Saturday morning, that's the key. Like, if we were doing a show Saturday morning, we would have destroyed the Warriors. That was a limp.
Absolutely.
That was a freaking limp, noodle, freaking spineless effort. Like, they gave it away. They gave it away. And they showed all the things that we feared about him. Old. How many times did you hear on Friday night, Saturday morning? Old and tired.
Yep.
Old and tired. Old and tired. That was the narrative. We're all of our little freaking narratives, don't we?
A lot of narratives.
And Saturday morning, the narrative was they're out of gas, they're old, they're tired. And I remember I put on Twitter, I'm like, everybody's saying they're old and tired. You do know this is the plan for the next 2 years, right? Jimmy, Steph, and Dre.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, man. So, I mean, go back and look at your tweets on Friday night or go look at your Twitter timeline from Friday night.
Nobody was happy.
Oh, my gosh.
Absolutely nobody was happy.
So, and then out of nowhere, they fly to Houston, they go to Mastro's Steakhouse, they have a dinner. And then they come back for the quote-unquote Saturday night speech. You hear about these through the history of sports, the Saturday night speech, you know. How much does it really matter? I mean, I don't know. Did the speech make Buddy score 33? But that's what they were all talking about. And I guess it was Draymond Green who took incredibly, Draymond felt bad about how he performed Friday, the flagrant he had on Jalen Green in the first quarter.
Yeah, where he grabbed him by the back of the neck and threw him down.
Yeah, and he was so upset with himself saying I didn't lead with poise. And I was kind of like, well, you never do, dude. What are you talking about? This is kind of funny. I mean, we do need to examine. Yeah, exactly, dude, exactly. Errol from Mendocino.
Yeah, I mean, we've had this drop forever.
Here it is.
Okay, we get serious. Hey, seriously, Draymond Green, he's a dirty player.
And so Draymond has this whole thing. He says he talked to his wife. He said he talked to his barber. How about that?
Oh, that's how you know it's getting deep.
I know.
That's like a therapy session.
What would Little Romo say? What would Ken Thunderhawk say? Yeah. He said he talked to another one of his oldest best friends. He said Tom Izzo entered the chat.
Called up Izzo.
Our buddy Izzo.
Nice.
And then he stood up in front of everybody. He's like, I didn't lead you guys. And then he said he and Kerr had this huge talk and shoot around about lead with poise, lead with poise. I mean, I'm all in. I love it. I just think it's hilarious. Because it's like, what do you mean poise? The entire point of view is you don't have poise, right?
Pride and poise, Murph. Pride and poise.
He said when he got that tee, which I thought was a little weak, I don't think he should have gotten a tee for that tangle with Van Vliet. Van Vliet fouled him and he shoved his arm out.
But you know, anytime there's an interaction with Draymond Green, they're going to tee him up.
But he, when he got it, he said instead of stomping around screaming at the ref, he just said, okay, and moved on.
Bit his tongue.
That was the big thing.
Had a kid, Draymond.
What, are we all of a sudden change this guy overnight? But either way, his defense on Şengün was insane. Mm-hmm. The Warriors ran a zone of their own. Houston played tight. I thought Houston played tight. Certainly they didn't shoot it. And there was no Van Vliet. I mean, Van Vliet went on a tear. Van Vliet went on the highest compliment I can play Van Vliet for his 3-game tears. He shot it like Buddy Hield. Yeah. I mean, my God.
Dude, game 4, 5, and 6, he was 17 for 25 from the 3-point line.
I think it was 18 for 27.
Oh, maybe. Add a couple.
Because I was like,
sorry to shortchange you, Fred.
Yeah. How about this number, though, last night? Van Vliet, 3 of 6. Yeah. Well, he didn't make 3. He only took 6.
Well, how about the fact that Buddy Hield made more 3-pointers than the entire Houston Rockets team combined?
Well, there's all sorts of stats. He the most 3-pointers by a Warrior in a postseason game other than Clay's 11. Tied for the most 3-pointers in a Game 7 ever. They kept saying that stat, and I was like, who's he tied with? Who's he? Dante DiVincenzo.
Dante.
9 threes in a Game 7.
You're going to see tomorrow.
We are going to see it.
Yeah.
All right, guest list, Tone, what do we got?
All right, a lot going on over the weekend. So we have hums and bums, your winners and losers from the weekend. We're going to do that at 6:50. Mike Krukow going to join the show. That Giants series win. They did win 3 straight, Murph, after Friday.
Hey, 3 of 4, Murph.
Thursday night, yeah.
510 says that the Giants passed they cruised history.
That's it.
So now you don't have to go near Mr. Hand's side of the building.
We're
all right,
cruising
good.
history.
Yeah.
I got that reference. The Big Hit 7:50, cooler content at 8:30, and then the best in the business, Gary St. Jean, who has worked in the NBA for Murph over 40 years. He's going to join the show at 8:50 this morning.
There it is. I like it. All right. Let's see what the Warriors had to say after this game. And also, it's time to listen, we've blabbed for a half hour. What do you guys want to say? 808 KNBR is the phone number. Do you have a description for Sunday night, how you felt? How did you feel after Friday? And what are you feeling now? 808 KNBR is the phone number. And are you going to fill out your Buddy Hield apology form on The Sports Leader?
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Warriors sniffing it down. Curry. Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield for three. Mike Dunleavy has seen his team go on a 12-0 run. A quick burst. 2:25 remaining, and the Warriors' lead is 20. Buddy Hield, why not? Buddy Hield's got 33. Buddy Hield with that three-pointer, his ninth, just ties an NBA record in a Game 7 in the playoffs for the most three-pointers in a game. Last time out, we come back. A victory lap for the Golden State Warriors.
That's Brian Anderson on the call. And you see what young Tony's doing here? Maybe with a little nudge. Raise your hand if you know the artist. Buddy Holly. There you go, buddy. So anybody rejoins are welcome today, and I'll lead with Buddy Holly, who is, of course, pretty much one of the most famous rock and roll artists in the history of America. And what did young Tony say to me during the break? Never heard of this guy.
Yeah.
So
well, put it on the notepad, Tony.
Buddy Holly, buddy. Buddy Holly. You're it's empty. You did nothing. You got nothing?
I have absolutely nothing.
Okay, well you got a lot.
All right.
You got a lot. He would be one of the forefathers, bro.
Yeah.
One of the guys.
Stay tuned. And I'm also curious how many different Buddy artists are or Buddy songs. Like,
well,
I know a lot of songs about Bud, but not exactly about Buddy.
Well, Buddy Guy, great blues musician we can hear from later on. I mean, there was a sort of a camp musician named Bud E. Love that you could play too. But there's also, I sent the kid a few. We'll get some. But yeah, Buddy, you got a lot of movies there, Buddy. The famous plane crash, American Pie. We'll move along. All right, guys. So there it is. Buddy Hield, 33 points, incredible performance. He goes on TNT after the game with Chuck and the boys. And Chuck, of course, took Houston.
Oh, what a surprise.
He's taking Minnesota in the next series.
Did he already drop a guarantee?
So here it is. Buddy Hield last night just kind of explaining somehow, some way how he scored 33 points, cut F Tony on TNT.
No, I already know what to do. I call it Steph all world. I already know I'm all world what I do, and just next shot mentality. Don't dwell on it. Just move on to the next shot. I've worked too hard. I came far from a far journey from where I came from Amaroq, Bahamas. And every time I come step on this basketball court, I try to represent me, my family, and thank God every day for this blessing me this opportunity.
Okay, he's playing it cool there because they said, how about when you miss a lot of shots? Because he didn't score anything on Friday night.
Yeah, but shoot or shoot, Murph.
Shoot or shoot.
That's it. Buddy Hield is on the court to shoot the basketball. He's not out there for his defense, even though this is the best defense that he's played in his career. Buddy is out there to do one thing. It's to get buckets. And he got 0 on Friday. And that was the most frustrating part, where the Houston Rockets Friday night started off, who was it, Fred VanVleet with that 4-point play that started the fourth quarter. Then the Warriors went on to miss like 16 of the first 18 shots. Nobody could buy a bucket, and they looked hesitant. They looked almost scared to shoot the ball against that Houston Rockets zone defense. So if Steph Curry's not scoring, if Jimmy's not scoring, nobody's scoring really, until Buddy started shooting the rock early on, having success. Again, it's mind-blowing to me that Buddy Hield had 20-plus points in the first half, and Steph Curry didn't hit his first shot of the game until 30 seconds left in the second quarter.
First player ever to score 0 points in one playoff game, followed by 33 in the next. Never been done in NBA history. More Buddy on TNT last night, just telling him, I had to come through.
Just first of all, like I said earlier, all glory to God, man. Without him, this would not be possible. I was spiritually locked in. Just keeping my mind right, and just talking to God, and just know I had to come through and help my team. And but shout out to Houston. They're a great team. They bring it to us all night. Every game. And they stick with it, and they're well coached. They'll be special in the future to come.
Man, whatever higher power was speaking to Buddy, it was working. And shout out Hoosiers in the timeout huddle, where I believe they're coming out of the huddle, and the guy wouldn't leave because he was still praying. Right? Remember that? Hey, whatever deity was whispering in Buddy's ear, keep whispering.
Yeah. Keep making that call.
More after the game, Jimmy Butler. So they had a little shenanigan on the stage. The media wasn't really playing along. They were creating jokes, and it was kind of quiet in the media room, but Buddy was going, Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Butler. And Jimmy was like, go away, buddy, go away. Again, the Lethal Weapon comp where Danny Glover just can't handle Mel Gibson anymore. So here's Jimmy sitting down on the podium last night. and Buddy's playing around next to him. Here it is. Mm-hmm.
Buddy gets paid a lot of money to play at a high level. Buddy was Buddy tonight. Good for you, Buddy. Buttered. Good for you. No, Buddy was huge. But we know the type of basketball player that he is. And he's a tough cover for sure whenever he's making shots. But he made so many right plays on the defensive side of the ball, getting the ball where it needed to go. Buddy was really, really, really big for us tonight.
It's been hard for him because remember the famous excluding Buddy post?
Yeah, we saw T-shirts and hoodies the next day.
Yeah, so now does he write one saying including Buddy?
Yeah, does he finally acknowledge him as Alfred the Butler? Because we got Batman, we got Robin, but to be honest with you, it feels like Buddy Hield went with someone else from the DC universe. Felt like he channeled his inner Superman last night to save the day.
Another Marvel comic movie over the weekend scored big at the box office. I saw, huh? What was the one?
Which one?
I don't know, whichever one it was.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it led the box office.
You got the wrong guy.
I lose track.
Yeah.
It was May the 4th. I don't know.
Too many superheroes.
Steph Curry mentions Buddy Hield here in Cut B. Tony, Steph on Hield. Yeah.
Just a lot of resilience. Everybody's stepping up. Everybody's been talking about our team the last, 2 games. In terms of our execution, energy, all that, we kind of blocked it all out and just understood we had 48 minutes to, dig deep. Everybody contribute. Our defense was holding them under 90 after how the last 2 games have gone. That was it. Buddy Hield, unbelievable. Jimmy, some big-time shots. Draymond playing way bigger than the size. Everybody stepped up. It was great to see.
Yeah, so he's kind of checked all the boxes in that one, yeah.
Yeah, and that's really the key here. Once again, the Houston Rockets only getting to 89 points. We talk all day about Steph Curry and his 4,000 three-pointers, or Buddy Hield having 9 three-pointers in Game 7. It all circles back to the defense that the Warriors are able to display. And once again, last night, held the Rockets to under 100 points. It's been a huge key for them winning games this series.
Green Mountain Boy at 808 KNBR is checking in. First caller of the morning. Good morning, Green Mountain Boy. The Warriors did it. What do you got, buddy?
What's up, Green Mountain Boy?
Man, oh man, did they do it. How much fun, how much better we feel this morning than we did on Saturday morning, huh?
That's what you're saying, yeah.
So my point is, or that I was talking to John Joe about was, I think that if you're an opponent of the Warriors and you are only ahead by a single digit, you might as well hang it up, because the key, in my opinion, is to keep the opponent within single digits. The Warriors are, you can't possibly think that you're safe with more. You have to have a 20-point lead on the Warriors. And the way that they exploded last night, of course, Buddy Hield, unbelievable. But as my girlfriend is, she's such a wonderful partner because she's a sports fan, but she's a worrier. And I told her at the end of the half, I said, we're within 3 points. We've got this thing, and don't worry about it. And son of a gun, they made me a profit.
Wait, within 3, Warriors were up 12 at half, Green Mountain Boy, right?
Oh, they were up at the half? They were up 12?
Warriors were up 12 at the half. Yeah.
How'd that make you feel?
Were you watching a different game, Green Mountain Boy?
No.
Are the Green Mountains that green?
Yeah. No. Yeah, I guess they are. But at any rate, so my point is still valid, though. Keep the opponent within striking distance. But Murph, I gotta tell you one thing.
Yes, sir.
You made a thing about the wave again.
Yeah.
My man, Bill King. He hated the wave.
Yeah.
And the A's actually had on the scoreboard a wave with a circle around it.
Oh,
and a
are you
line
serious? Because the A's did it all the time. They did it. I associate with the A's.
I am dead serious, and he hated the wave, and he's my hero.
Well, we have we're in good company, Grand Mountain. But if you're anytime you're in company with Bill King, you're in the most elite company possible. So,
and the wave is hideous, and you and I are.
I'm just trying to watch a ball game.
Page.
Just trying to watch a ball game, Green Mountain Boy. All right, buddy.
Exactly.
Good hearing from you, man. Yeah.
Have a good one.
What?
Yeah.
Green Mountain Boy. Was he watching? He said it was a 3-point game at halftime.
Yeah, I think he was enjoying the greenery up on that mountain.
Dude, so anyway.
Yeah, but his point does still stand, though. I get the point he's trying to make. Single digits for Steph Curry is within striking distance. Hell, with the way that Steph Curry has changed basketball, we see 20-point leads evaporate. So, yeah, anytime you're within 10, you can bet on Steph Curry to maybe get a comeback.
Well, somebody actually points out, Green Mountain Boy was talking about when the Rockets cut it to 3 in the third quarter.
Oh,
that's what he's talking about. Now, that Green Mountain Boy is correct. They did cut it to 3 in the third quarter. And we need to talk about that because that was the point. How were you guys feeling when they cut it to 3?
Not great.
Well, I know. I was like, here we go. Nothing easy, all that stuff. But you know what happened after that? But Jimmy hit a 3, which was insane. And then they got 2 stops, and Jimmy fed Draymond for a couple of floaters in the lane. So it went Jimmy 3, Jimmy assist, and all of a sudden they were up 8 again. So there you go.
And Draymond Green aggressive yesterday, getting some buckets early. 16 points, easily his highest scoring total of the series.
Yeah, and part of his whole, I beat myself up thing. So, all right, well, listen, hey, it's time for Hums and Bums. Come on, man. You know the deal. Every Monday morning, your weekend doesn't end until we get the Hums and Bums. Your work week doesn't begin. It happens next. I imagine the Warriors might show up next on the Sports Center.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
So we're talking Amici's Pizza, and we're talking Mother's Day. I was just talking to young Tony. He's like, I forgot it was Mother's Day. Thank you, Amici's, for reminding me about Mother's Day. Will Tony take his mom or grandma or whoever you have in your life that's special, the mother figure in your life, to Amici's? Because we got a fun deal on Sunday. Each table dining with mom or grandma at any Bay Area location gets a free dessert if you say that you heard me, Brian Murphy from KNBR, mention it, or a free split of Prosecco. Now, I got to admit, I didn't know what a Prosecco split is. I looked it up. It's a small bottle of sparkling wine. How about that? See, what did old Murph learn today? A free split of Prosecco, a small bottle of sparkling wine. So just tell them, hey, I heard Murph say it on KNBR, and there it is. Same offer is available for pickup orders over $35. Just order at amicis.com or use the mobile app. Enter the code MOM at checkout if you're doing it online, or just mention us at KNBR when you do it in person. Treat your mom to something special. The best pizza in town and a free dessert or a free split of Prosecco. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
You know, every Friday after the show, we do our Monday morning, promo. And I always say, Monday morning, Marcus, at 6:50, you know the deal. Well, guess what? It's Monday morning at 6:52, and you know the deal. Hum babies and bum babies, we are delivering on our promise. All right, buddy, line them up. I keep saying buddy. Am I previewing, perhaps, the hum babies and the bum? I'm not saying it for any particular reason. I like saying buddy. Hey, buddy, what's up? How you doing, buddy?
I'm not your buddy, pal.
Well, listen, you have the hum babies this week. You get to shine the light.
Oh, man.
What do you got,
boy,
buddy?
oh, boy, did I have a lot of choices here in the Bay Area as there was winning going on all over the Bay. And, of course, we're going to get to some of that winning out in Houston also. But I did want to give some love to the Tam High swim team.
Check with Candace. How sweet of you to do that.
Shout out to
buddy.
Candace and the Tam High swim team taking home the championship this weekend, Murph.
If you want to hear your boy broadcast 4 hours of a swim meet, it's on YouTube.
Wow.
You guys just make yourself a sandwich, carve out 4 hours, and listen to me call a swim meet.
And get comfortable.
All of a sudden I'm Rowdy Gaines, bro.
I had no idea that you were on the play-by-play. We got to get some of that content.
I got there at 12:45, and I finished at around 5, and it was prom night, and the prom pictures were supposed to be at 5:30. We had to tear out of there. Candace jumped in the pool. She was soaking wet. All the parents showed up dressed for the pictures. She showed up in wet hair and pajama pants out of the pool, holding the pennant because they won the championship.
Nice.
So, yeah, way to go. It was really, really fun. So, yeah, if you need it, if you need 4 hours, you just kill, there's me calling the 200 medley relay, bro. Dan Hicks and Rowdy Gaines, eat your heart out. But that's not the hum baby. What do you got?
I love it. Instead, we're going to start off with a Warrior hum baby. And man, oh man, do we have some options. Of course, did want to give an honorary mention to being a hum baby to the all-time hum baby leader, Steph Curry, who had a nice little double-double last night and took over down the stretch in the fourth quarter. But in the first half, the true hum baby was Buddy Hield. And Warriors fans know the lore, the legend of Game 6 Clay. Well, now we've got Game 7 Buddy. After going scoreless in Game 6, he became the first man in NBA history to go scoreless in Game 6 and then drop 30 points in Game 7. tied an NBA record with 9 3-pointers made in a Game 7 performance. This is Buddy Hield's world, and we're just living in it. Buddy Hield is hum baby number 1.
4 seconds left in the quarter. Racing up the right sideline. Deep three right side. Hield buried it at the buzzer. 2 steps inside the half-court stripe. Buddy Hield beats the buzzer with a 3. Hield for 3, and he's red hot. Drops it in over Brooks from the left wing. He's got 16 to lead all scorers. Heat check. Buddy Hield off the right wing. Buries another 3. Hield left wing. 1 bounce. Shoots. Red hot. Buddy Hield. Hield for 3. Good. There's his first bucket of the second half. Hield for 3. Good on the left corner. This ball game is a final. Game 7 goes to the Golden State Warriors. 103-89.
It was being in the zone is very spiritual. You know, just you and that rim and the net and the ball, and you just figuring it out. And sometimes you put anything up and it just goes in. But just being at peace with your game. Jimmy didn't say nothing to me yet. You know, I'm not gonna get on Jimmy yet. You know, I'm gonna keep it calm. But today I had to fill this role in for them in the first half. You know, he was slacking, but we all weathered the storm, and it was a great team win collectively. Everybody they did everything in spurts, and we finally get out the zone.
Buddy Hield after the game talking about picking up some of that slack for Jimmy and Steph Curry for Batman and Robin in that first half. It was Alfred the Butler there to save the day for you, Murph. I don't know what part of the Buddy Hield cycle we're in, but I'm loving it right now. Game 7, Buddy, with a little bit of defense on the side.
Well, number 1, you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. And yes, of course, he should maybe be all 3 hum babies. What stats do you want, guys? Ties a record for Game 7 threes held by Dante DiVincenzo.
Dante.
Kind of surprised me on that.
Dante can shoot the rock.
He finished going 12 of 15 from the field, 9 of 11 from 3. You know, you're the Houston Rockets. You're like, we planned for everything except for that. Becomes the first player ever to score 0 points in a playoff game and 33 in the next game. That's never happened in the history of the NBA. Of course it's never happened. How do you go from 0 to 33? There's 0 to 60 and there's 0 to 33. He had no turnovers. He shot no free throws in this game. It was a remarkable performance that if the Warriors somehow, some way, and I hope, of course I all hope, we have a parade. That would be incredible to have a parade. It would be unbelievable to have Steph Curry get his 5th championship and Draymond Green. But if they do, we will look back and say that the Buddy Hield Game 7 was literally the thing that did it. So absolutely incredible. The personality, the friendship with Jimmy Butler, the lethal weapon friendship with Jimmy Butler, the Batman, Robin, Alfred stuff. The Rockets must be walking. Houston must be walking it around the city right now going, what the hell happened? Stopping people on the street going, what happened? How did that happen to us? Buddy Hield.
Everybody's got a plan until Buddy Hield hits you in the mouth. Congrats to Buddy, our favorite buddy in the Bay right now. Yeah. Hum baby number 1. Murph, moving on to hum baby number 2, I mentioned it. We could have gone all Warriors all day. Could have gave Draymond Green some love for the defensive effort against Şengün. Steph Curry, the double-double. Jimmy Butler, 6 straight points in the fourth quarter. Even our guy, Kevon Looney, crashing the boards.
Can I jump in for one last note on Buddy?
Real quick, get in here.
It was Buddy's 3 that made Steph do the night-night.
Yes.
That was it.
Buddy puts him to bed, and Steph Curry tells him night-night.
Is that Steph's first ever non-Steph night-night?
You know, that's a great call. Yeah. I was thinking about it. It might be Steph Curry busting out the night-night celebration and putting Houston to bed in Game 7. Moving on to hum baby number 2, I got to show some love to the Giants because Friday morning, I was working with the grumpy Murph. After they lost Game 1 against the Colorado Rockies, we called for 3 out of 4 wins Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Well, we're showing up on Monday morning, and guess what? The Giants won on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So when I was trying to specify who my home baby was going to be, originally, I was going to give some love to Matt Chapman with that grand slam on Saturday. But then it was outdone by Willie Adames' performance on Sunday. Hello, Willie. Free Willie in the Bay. Willie Adames leaves the ballpark, I'm talking about Oracle Park, for the first time ever in a Giants uniform. Now, he has hit home runs at Oracle Park as a member of the Milwaukee Brewers, but for the first time this season, rocking Giants gear, Willie Adames didn't hit one. He hit 2 bombs into the left field bleachers, circles the bag twice, and was really just a couple inches away from having a third one off the center field wall. Also, Willie Adames is starting to heat up. The Giants won 3 out of 4 this weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That makes them hum babies. Welcome to the party, Willie Adames.
3-2 pitch. Swinging, he hits a high drive. Deep left center field. Way back there. Adios! Pelota! Willie Adames with his third home run.
To a pitch, he hits a high drive left field. Back on it, back. It is gone. Willie Adames.
Swinging. There's a drive out into deep right center field. Racing back Doyle. He's still going back, and it's off the top of the wall. Yastrzemski comes in to score, and into second base is Willie Adames. And there are quite a few ballparks where that would have been his third home run.
I feel like it was more for me just to get in that confidence back and just to try to, let the game come to me and not try to force anything. I feel like in the first few weeks for me, I feel like I was trying too much, trying to force the game, trying to force everything to happen instead of, just to let it come to me. And lately we're just getting, we've been working a lot, try to get that confidence, and it's getting there, slowly but surely. That's what they say.
That, of course, was the voice of Willie Adames, slowly but surely coming around. He has historically had a few slow starts, but Murph, we're only a few days into the month of May. He doubles up his home run total and is hitting 400 through the first 4 days of May so far.
Well, per Grant Brisbee of The Athletic, he raised his season OPS by 73 points on Sunday. On Sunday alone, he raised it by 73 points, which, as Grant points out, shows you how early we are in the season. A week ago, he was hitting 202. Now he's hitting 230. A week ago, his slugging was 263, and now it's 363. So quite a week, quite a hum baby. And stop doing the wave. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need any waves to break out in the middle of the hum baby selection. But for our third and final selection, go ahead.
We haven't called in that win.
Oh, we have not. We've talked all dubs all morning long.
All dubs all morning long. So Pat Pearl's got to grab the phone and call Rob Manfred. Manfred said, "Didn't you guys lose to the Rockies on Thursday?" He said, "We're trying to forget about that, you empty suit. Put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 9, Colorado Rockies 3.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning is fun.
Yeah.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Love it. And while we're here, Willie Adames, number 3. Once again, Willie Adames, number 3.
Big fly. Boom.
And keep it hot, Tony, because Willie Adames, number 4.
Big fly. Boom.
All right, now we can put that Giants one to bed.
All right, moving on. We've got our Warrior hum baby. We got our Giant hum baby. Now, you might be thinking, where in the world is Marcus going to go for his third hum baby? Cinco de Mayo weekend. Happy Cinco de Mayo to everybody out there. Maybe Canelo Alvarez pops up on the list. No. Because it's not just only Cinco de Mayo weekend. It's Kentucky Derby weekend. And Murph, it's been a tradition since I've been on the morning show. Every Monday morning, in honor of the late, great Sam Spear, we make the Kentucky Derby winner a hum baby. So Saturday, at the 151st Kentucky Derby, Sovereignty came down the stretch and won the Kentucky Derby. So real quick, here's the final call. Here's the final stretch. In honor of our guy, Sam Spear, Sovereignty is hum baby number 3.
Journalism is on the move as they turn for home, and Sovereignty is coming with him on the outside. The two of them go right by with a furlong to run. Journalism and Sovereignty, nose to nose, down to the last 16th of a mile. Sovereignty has taken the lead. Journalism is second toward the inside. Baez is third, but it will be Sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby. Journalism and Baez over next. Final Gambit was fourth. The final time was 2:02.31 seconds.
Sovereignty down the stretch. They are the winner of the 151st Kentucky Derby. And Murph, we should have known all along that in this day and age, you should have bet against journalism.
The media said what?
Nice. I was trying to come up with a line. You did it for me, buddy. They said journalism was going to win. It was fake news. And how funny is Sovereignty winds up winning it. In the name of the Kentucky Derby voice there, we got to give him credit.
Larry Colmus, the voice of the Derby.
Very good. Journalism loses. Of course it did.
Journalism is overrated.
It's dead. It's over. It was a thing for the 19th century. All right. Good job, buddy. I say buddy all the time now.
Yeah. I'll be your buddy.
The Buddy Hield, Willie Adames.
Sovereignty.
All right, there
the
you
Kentucky
go.
Derby.
All right, let's jump over to the bum babies then, buddy. And I got to say, come on, man. Here you go. I'm just going to award a big, fat bum baby sticker to the Houston Rockets franchise, which came that close to coming back from 3-1 down, had a Game 7 at home, had the Warriors on the ropes, had the tired, old, gas tank empty Warriors in their building, and a chance to end all this misery, a decade of misery. And they came out flat. They came out tight. They didn't guard Buddy Hield. The crowd turned into the Houston Public Library at times, and they just said, damn it, this Steph Curry guy has been doing it to us for a decade. And guess what? Even in 2025, the Rockets are still bum babies.
Some growth, some good, some bad. Obviously a poor ending. To play, one of our worst games in the playoffs in Game 7. We had a few bad ones early and kind of corrected ourselves from there in a lot of ways on both sides of the ball, and then to come out a little bit flat tonight. Obviously, that's going to leave a sour taste in our mouth for sure. But you look at big picture, the growth that we made. We just said no moral victories and whatever. We could be much more consistent, but getting to the 2 seed and 50 whatever wins and the growth that guys have showed, kind of have a blueprint for where we want to be and the standard on a year-to-year basis. But all that doesn't really matter when you go out with a chance to move on, obviously, and advance. And, like I said, kind of laying an egg in our last game. Going to sting for a minute.
Man, learned a lot, First time playoff for me. And one of the best players being in the league long time. Just learned a lot, man. Learn the aggressiveness, defense, play both way, Just try to win. Try to help my teammates, but, just got to learn and move on.
I'm extremely proud of these guys. I look at all these guys like my baby brothers, except for they're not babies anymore. They grew up a lot this year, and just a tough way to end the season. It's always tough, but it's only one team that can win the championship. So it's a heartbreaking loss. Game 7 can go either way. Wasn't our best performance, but we're not going to sum up the whole experience based on one night. Keys, one of my favorite seasons that I've been a part of, and I think that everybody should be excited, about the future and what's to come.
So that was Fred VanVleet trying to be proud of his little brothers there. The second voice you heard was Alperen Şengün, who was pointing out it was his first playoff, and he learned a lot. And in my jock blog where I picked the Warriors in 6, I was like, ultimately, you got to look at the Rockets as one of those classic teams that needs to get knocked down a couple times before they get where they need to go. In Houston, they're talking about what their move is. Yeah. Is it Kevin Durant? Is it Giannis?
Yeah.
So, we got to keep an eye on those guys in the future, but this was the classic case of young team up against the old Warriors, no pun intended, lowercase Warriors and capital Warriors, capital W Warriors. And they said, no, not your time just yet. Run along, little boys. Run along. Yeah,
not quite yet. Jalen Green, another single-digit performance. And this is why I tried to warn the Houston Rockets fan base. Careful what you wish for, because we did have Tari Eason bragging and kind of calling out the Warriors, young Tony.
Warriors, come out to play!
I said careful. We all know what happened to Luther at the end of the Warriors, and it was the same ending for Jalen Green and Tari Eason, who was seen with a towel over his head sitting on the bench, and then Draymond Green calling out that soundbite earlier this morning with a spoiled milk tweet on social media.
I didn't do the research. I should have done it, but I was trying to prep it in a different way. How many teams have eliminated a franchise 5 times in a 10-year span?
Well, great question.
With no wins by the other team. The Warriors have been eliminated now. The Rockets have been eliminated 5 times by the Warriors in the postseason. How many times has that happened where the same team eliminated the same team 5 times and the losing team never got them once? Because sometimes you're like, yeah, we got them once. No, you didn't. You got them 0 times.
Yeah, and that was the narrative going into the series. Oh, it's a different team. But Draymond Green said it's the same organization. Same old Rockets.
All that said, I'm going to make Bum Baby number 2 because we need to acknowledge this. The Warriors on Friday night are Bum Babies number 2. I have to shine a light on this. If we're being honest.
Why are you bringing up all this?
What the hell was that? Because to know where you're going, you got to know where you've been. What a limp effort. The role players flopped, and we all left Chase Center Friday night thinking it was over. So I just want to remind everybody how glorious today is because of how bad Friday night was. That's right, Bum Baby number 2.
It's anybody's guess the way this series has gone, but a lot of surprises. But right now, the Rockets feeling good and feeling confident as they're going to head home. And that'll do it. This opening round playoff series is tied at 3 games apiece. The veterans were the stars, but they had plenty of help.
People I trust them most had, we had some heart-to-hearts after last game. My wife, one of my closest friends, Travis, My barber is one of my closest friends, Coach Izzo, and I pouted way too much last game. So I spent the last 2 days embarrassed, just at what I gave to the game, what I gave to the world. I was embarrassed. And so I've been dying since the last game ended to get out on the floor and prove who I am. One thing about this league, you're never done proving who you are until you're done, completely finished. And so I wanted to come out and prove again just who I am, with poise, but with the same fire, same tenacity, but poise. And I think I delivered that and gave our guys something to follow. What I gave them last game to follow, they followed it. And that's why we got bullied. But I think I gave them something different to follow today. And that was the message. That was the goal. We got it done.
See, out of this bad bum baby comes the nice flower of Draymond Green. But I'm still laughing. Draymond's like, yeah, I got to lead with poise. I'm like, wait a minute, wait, now you're choosing to lead with poise? You've never led with poise, dude. But it's all good. Hey, listen, if it took his barber, it took his barber. He said on the way into the Friday's game, he was too hyped because he had been listening to Tupac.
Oh,
checkout time.
Yeah, that'll get you fired up, Murph.
So he said it led to him being too fired. We're going to blame Tupac now in memoriam. And he said he chilled into 90s R&B. And he went Jimmy Butler, Erykah Badu.
He went Golden Vibes on Sunday. I like it.
And he came in calm. I think I got to do that before a show. Or maybe I need to do that before I talk about Bum Baby number 3. Maybe I need to.
Woosah. Woosah.
Maybe I need to get to that 90s R&B vibe because Bum Baby number 3 is all of you who did the wave this last weekend and have been doing it all season at AT&T Park, or pardon me, Oracle Park. I have AT&T on my mind because I'm wearing a shirt that says no wave at AT&T Park because I've been on this for that long. Here it is, guys. I'm going to stand up and show you all here. Can you see this? This was made by the great Tim Coughlin. Shout out Timmy from T&B. It's a wave with a circle slash. On the back, it says no wave at AT&T Park.
Yeah, give us a nice little 360, Murph. No wave at Oracle Park, no wave at AT
Baby
Park.
Murph, let me see you twirl.
Let me see you twirl.
Let me see you do your dance. Let me see you
So
twirl.
here's my thing, and I'm just going to say this for the 1,000th time. What separates Giants fans and San Francisco baseball from the rest of baseball is that we don't do that. And it's always been a point of pride among true Giants fans. That's what Dodger fans do. Once again, that's what Dodger Stadium does. We are separate from Dodger Stadium. Every time you demean us and you drag us down by doing the wave, you're that much closer to Dodger Stadium. So I was just thinking on the way in, I'm not going to scream, I'm not going to yell, I'm not going to spittle into the mic. I'm just going to say I'm pleading from Giants fans who remember the true essence that we go to watch the game. We appreciate the subtleties of the game. When a game is going on, I want to see what the pitch selection is. I want to see where my defense is lined up. I want to see if my hitter is thinking about going to the other way. I want to see what kind of lead, what kind of secondaries we're getting off of second base. I want to think about who's on deck. Should we be pinch hitting? I'm thinking about all these things. Instead, I got somebody's ass in my face. Standing up doing the wave.
Going up and down.
Over and over and over again. Whee! No. I'm here to watch Giants baseball, bro. And it reminded me, I was just saying, you know what? You want to do the wave? Go to Dodger Stadium, brother. Let me say this again. You want to do the wave? Go to Dodger Stadium, brother. And then it hit me. I've been doing this show so long. We have this soundbite. Colorado football coach Dan, I forget his last name now. You got his name on there, buddy? Dan, the Colorado football coach years ago, back in the 00s, got a letter from a parent complaining about how much practice time they had to go. And it was a rant we played, and before what we had was the cooler of content. We played it all the time.
Dan Hawkins.
Dan Hawkins. Thank you so much, Tony. I appreciate you. Dan Hawkins went on this rant that we loved. It ends with this great line where he says, if you don't like the college football schedule, if you don't think it's too hard for you, he says, go play intramurals, brother. We used to play this all the time. So for all you wave doers, go to Dodger Stadium, brother.
Some guys might decide that it's a little too tough, or it's a little too hard, it's a little too demanding. I'll give you a little example. I got an anonymous letter from a parent. Said, we just kind of bummed out this year that the boys only get 2 weeks off before they start their summer conditioning program. Normally they get 3. But here's my point, okay? It's Division I football! It's the Big 12! It ain't intramurals! You got 2 weeks after finals, you got a week of July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month. That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks. Go play intramurals, brother. Go play intramurals.
Thank you for reviving that. One of my favorites. All you have to do is cut the end. Go to Dodger Stadium, brother. Go to Dodger Stadium.
Go play intramurals, brother. Go play intramurals.
There it is, guys. That's it. The perfect way to end
This is tough, Murph. This is tough. I now believe this is back-to-back weeks that we've made the wave a bum baby.
Yeah.
I originally blamed the Cal Marching Band. I don't know if we got to blame the Star Wars crowd for this weekend, but Murph, after seeing it 3 days in a row, it kind of feels like the tribe has spoken.
The tribe has spoken. You know, it's incredible. Again, I go through this. You don't like it. I don't like it. Tony doesn't like it. Curly doesn't like it. Nobody likes it. So who's doing it? 40,000 people not listening to the show. That's
Plants.
right.
They're Farhan plants, I'm telling you.
Go play intramurals, brother. 510 says, if you want to do the wave, go to an Oakland Roots game, brother. Go to an Oakland Roots game. All right, there you go. All right, Bum Baby's in the books. Rockets franchise reeling. Warriors on Friday night. What the hell was that? And, of course, the Wave Doers. And that is it. Hums and Bums in the books. Mike Krukow at 7:30. Back to the Warriors win. We haven't even called it in for the 7 o'clock crowd. What records did Buddy Hield set? And what do you guys have to say about it? How down were you on Friday night? How high are you on a Monday morning? 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Go play intramurals, brother.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, the sun is out. It's a Monday morning in May, and we got Steve Moskowitz here to help us. Some people actually can't pay their taxes, Steve, and they're like, Steve, I can't pay my taxes. What do I do?
You call it. You know, that's a situation that a lot of people are in, and they all think they're by themselves. Folks, you're not by yourself. Here it is. It's May. You don't know what to do. You're frustrated. You're scared. You're looking over your shoulder. Is today the day that IRS agent's going to be knocking on my door? Don't let some agent show up, ruin your life, your business, your marriage. There's so many good solutions. Like, can we get you qualified to just pay part of what you owe? Get right off the rest. Or get the penalties forgiven. You know, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or get you a monthly payment plan that you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. Or shift blame where it belongs to your former spouse, former business partner, or. There's a lot of good solutions. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you so you have nothing to do with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, fix this mess for me. Get me out of it.
Yeah, there he is. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call. 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Warriors sniffing it now. Curry. Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield for three. Mike Dunleavy has seen his team go on a 12-0 run. A quick burst. 2:25 remaining, and the Warriors' lead is 20.
Listen to that. Brian Anderson on that call, and you're hearing Blues legend Buddy Guy as we're making our Buddy rejoins today. We already had Buddy Holly. Now we got Buddy Guy. Look at young Tony. Dude, based on what I'm hearing, I need more Buddy Guy right now, buddy. What do we got here, bud? Track?
This is damn right. I've got the Blues, Buddy Guy.
This is for Ime Udoka and who's the biggest villain on the Rock? Dylan Brooks.
Dylan the villain Brooks himself, man.
This is Dylan Brooks just driving around Houston this morning. Damn right, I got the Blues. Buddy Hield or Buddy Guy, either way, he's got the Blues. Yes.
Tari Eason is crying out his feelings. Listen to these Blues right now.
What a performance. If you're just waking up, good morning, everybody. Wow, we've been kind of gushing over it for the last hour and 24 minutes. Buddy Hield's 33-point miracle becomes the first player ever in NBA history to go from 0 in one game to 33 in the next. Ties an NBA Game 7 record with 9 threes held by Dante DiVincenzo, of all people, who he will see tomorrow at 6:30. But before we get to that, we need to relive not only the Sunday glory, Sunday night, by the weird tip time, by the way, 5:30, 7:30 in Houston on a Sunday night. Weird. But if we were doing a show on Saturday morning, let me tell you what, dude. I was not feeling it.
Nobody
I thought that was a death knell on Friday night. Did you? I mean, you were there. You had a couple pops.
Everybody walking out of the building on Friday night all said the same thing. That's it. They blew it. They played with their food, and next thing you know, the Houston Rockets are looking like they're going to steal this series. Now, that's not saying waking up on Sunday morning, I didn't think that the Warriors didn't have a chance to win. I was like you. I showed up and said, look, they got Steph Curry, they got Jimmy Butler, they got Draymond Green. Anything can happen. They've got more experience. But it really felt like after kind of making that choice to really not give it your all Game 5 and then to not show up Game 6, it felt like that was a nail in the coffin. But there's always Game 7, and now apparently there's a legend of Game 7, Buddy.
I'll tell you this. So Sunday, you walk around and everybody's like, hey, there's a sports guy. Ask him. And I was at a swim meet all day Saturday. Shout out to Tam Girls. I was at a baseball doubleheader on Sunday. It was like, hey, dude, are the Warriors going to win tonight? I'm like, well, who am I? What am I? I got a crystal ball? I said, no. I don't think. I said, listen, I don't feel great. And if you put a gun to my head, and please don't put a gun to my head, I said, no. They're not. I said 51-49, and we're the 49. I said that to my neighbor Rick, who's a big Warrior fan. Guess what? The Warriors had other plans. And apparently, if you go back to the Sacramento series, the last time they had a Game 7 on the road, when Steph scored 50, did his best Buddy Hield impression, the Warriors had a big thing, and you've referenced this through the years of Steph had to say, don't get on that bus unless you want to win. And you were like, wait, is he talking to Jordan Poole? Or was it Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, some of the younger guys that were complaining about minutes.
So here's the deal. The Warriors did the same thing. This time they didn't say get on the bus. They just had a team meeting on Saturday night. Now, it's up to us as sports fans. How important are these team meetings? I mean, listen, if all the players talked about it, it must have been important. So here's Buddy Hield after the game. Saturday night, Warrior Team Hotel. They all stood up and had a little talk. Buddy Hield's discussion. It was led by three guys: Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler.
Draymond is just him. Just let us know that we did just how important this game was. How important this game was, and it was just us. The things that hurt us on the court was us bickering, and didn't feel like we were connected as we were. And that's what he is, man. He's a connector. Him and Jimmy and Steph, they led that meeting, and they helped us a lot.
Okay, so it's funny. I don't think people are talking enough about Draymond last night because obviously Buddy's the headliner, and then Steph continuing to be Steph is the galactic story that people are talking about all over the universe. But Draymond's defense on Şengün and Draymond's poise. So here's Buddy some more on Draymond, saying that Draymond showed leadership by standing up in front of the crowd, standing up in front of the team, and saying it was his fault.
It just shows true leadership. That's what it's meant. That's what leadership is about. He let us know that in Game 6 he wasn't being himself, and I'm sure y'all talked to him what he said, but just him just letting us know what we had to do to complete this mission tonight, and it was fun listening to him. And just like I say, I wanted to play right then because it gave me so much chills. It was very emotional, and guys was nodding their head, and when a guy like that speak who's won 4 championships, who's been in the finals 6 times, he know what it takes to win, and just having that confidence and phone his lead. He's just true professional, true leader, and true example.
I mean, they talked about it a lot. That Draymond stood up there and was like, I didn't show poise. I need to be a better leader. I need to connect you guys better. And I guess, Draymond has that kind of heft in the room.
I mean, we know that he is the tone setter for this team. Whether we're talking about defensively, even offensively, when he puts on the backpack and hits a corner 3 to start the game. But Friday night at Chase Center, when he got that flagrant early on Jalen Green, where he kind of gave him like a collar tie, grabbed him by the back of the neck and threw him down, I'm sitting there with a bunch of the boys from KNBR, and we're like, what the hell is Draymond doing? What are you doing racking up flagrants in a closeout game? You're supposed to be the more experienced team here. The Houston Rockets were supposed to be undisciplined. They were the one that were getting into fights with Pat Spencer and TJD in a blowout victory. They were the ones that had guys like Fred VanVleet pushing down Jimmy Butler yesterday on a Buddy Hield breakaway layup. That's the undisciplined mistakes you expect from the Houston Rockets. Not from a 4-time champion in Draymond Green. And that's why it was disappointing for him to set that tone on Friday, that they weren't really serious about closing out that series, and we saw a different Draymond Green that Sunday.
Last one is from Steve Kerr talking about Draymond. And think about this relationship they've had. After the punch of Jordan Poole, everybody said, get rid of Draymond, get rid of Draymond. Kerr stood by him. And here we are, 2025, on to the Western Conference semis. Kerr on Draymond.
Draymond set the tone last night at the team meeting. Basically, he owned up to losing his poise in Game 6, and I agreed with him. I thought the flagrant foul 4 minutes into the game was a tone setter, and he knew it, and so he talked to the group last night and said, I got to be poised and I have to be better, and we're going to come in here tomorrow and get it done. And I think his emotional stability tonight, just his poise from the start, I thought it set a great tone.
Man, it's a crazy night when you say Draymond's emotional stability and poise led the Warriors. All right. Listen, we'll get back to it, of course, but it is time for Mike Krukow, and it is definitely time on KNBR to devote a little bit of time to the Giants, who cruised history. They passed the class. They won 3 in a row against the Rockies. They are 22-13. Only 2 teams in baseball have a better record than them. Unfortunately, they're in their division. But we'll get into it with Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader.
Go play intramurals, brother.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, in the middle of all this Warriors mania, we got the Giants winning 3 in a row from Colorado. We talked to Mike on Friday after that loss. We were like, Mike, what do we do? He's like, well, try to win the next 3. Let's talk about it with Mike Krukow. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And Mike, we're obviously talking a ton about the Warriors today, but we got some time for the Giants. 3 in a row. We go Friday night, Robbie Ray. Saturday, a little Matt Chapman granny. And then Sunday, Willie Adames goes deep twice. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, great. I mean, what a great weekend for Bay Area sports. That was fun. Yeah, congratulations, Warriors. My goodness. Buddy Hield, who the thought?
It's like the Cody Ross of the Warriors there, right?
Yeah, but you know what? It just, when you get to that level, I mean, you never know. One guy can come out of nowhere and just completely dominate a game. And, it's especially cool when you have a guy who's done it before, been injured, and then comes back and you have this resurgence in his career and his confidence. And that's what happened on Friday night when the Giants ran Robbie Ray out there. He's coming off of a 7-inning performance against Texas where he gave up 1 run and just dealt. But it was the first time we really saw him have all his weapons. And then he carried it into Friday night following a very, very tough loss when the Giants should have won with Justin Verlander dealt, and they couldn't cash in a win for him. And then Robbie Ray gets him back on track with a big league stop job, 7 shutout innings. And then he just kind of rolled from there. But he completely turned around bad momentum. I mean, they had lost 3 in a row. And then he turned it around. So I just love that about sport. I mean, one guy can completely take things in his own hand and make a huge difference.
It's a great point. That Giant game Friday night was kind of lost as the Warriors were blowing Game 6 at home. But Robbie Ray was spectacular. I know we want to get on to Chapman and Adames, but just a little bit on. You talk about his weapons. Like what's flashing for Ray and looking forward already to his next start in Chicago this week on the road. When you say his weapons, what's dominating for him right now?
Well, if you go back to when they got him last year, he's coming right off of Tommy John, right? And when you are finally let go after 14 months of rehab and you went through a massive rebuild in your elbow, you don't know if you can ever do it again. I mean, you're talking about a Cy Young Award winner, one of the premier arms in all of baseball. But yet he didn't know if he was going to be able to get back. And even when you come back, there's always that little percentage where you're holding back because you don't want to go through it again. And that's kind of what we saw last year. And then, you come back and one start after in 5 days rest, you come back, you're pretty good, but the next one you don't really recover. That's kind of how it goes when you're coming back from Tommy John. So he goes out into the offseason realizing that, I've lost some basketball. I've lost some stuff. And he learns a new pitch. And he learns a changeup. He comes into spring training, and this is a new guy. No longer does he have to throw 97, 98. I mean, he's getting people out with the changeup because it's so good that it's in the hitter's head. Now that makes his 94, 95 mile an hour fastball look great. Well, now he's learning how to pitch with it, and he comes up with the cutter. And everything's going great in spring, and then the season starts, and he's out of whack. Whatever you want to call it, adrenaline, tight strike zones, whatever. It wasn't happening. And then all of a sudden he puts it together 2 starts ago against Texas. And now he's got all his weapons. He's got the changeup that makes the fastball look great. The slider, which he's always had a good one, now that's enhanced. And he's throwing a cutter, which is a different movement. So, what we've seen in these last 2 starts is a Robbie Ray that baseball has never seen. It's a Robbie Ray who's confident in 4 pitches and who's completely healed. And in his mind, he doesn't worry about blowing out his arm because he doesn't think it's going to happen. So that little 2 to 3% that he was holding back when he was coming back last year, right after the surgery, that's gone. You're getting full max Robbie Ray, but with new toys, 2 extra pitches. And he's really, really completely redefined himself. And I think he's going to have a huge year.
Mike, fast forwarding to Sunday's game, Logan Webb dropped another gem against the Colorado Rockies. His career numbers against that team are just pretty much amazing, if I really want to simplify it that much. But what really amazed me on Sunday was the run support that the Giants gave him, and most of it was off the bat of Willie Adames, who hit 2 bombs on Sunday, almost had a third off the center field wall. It's his first 2 home runs at Oracle Park this season. How good of a feeling is that for Willie Adames, who has admittedly gotten off to a slow start, but really feels like he's starting to heat up a little bit?
Well, he's starting to relax. I mean, you sign a long-term deal, the biggest deal in the history of a franchise. Well, you want to make a difference, and he's a guy that we've all seen him. There's not a phony bone about this guy. I mean, he's got Pablo Sandoval enthusiasm about the game, which carries big in the clubhouse. But yet he assumes the responsibility. He thinks he's going to. He needs to be the guy. That's why they got him. And offensively, he struggled. He was chasing out of the strike zone, and he hit a few balls that kind of frustrated him because in other ballparks they would have gone out. They didn't go out here at Oracle Park. And then for him to have that 2 home run day, especially as about to head east into the Midwest swing, the timing couldn't be more perfect. And he could have had 3 home runs. Should have, but it's Oracle Park. It's a different yard. But now you've got a nice, quiet confidence sitting in that 2 spot in the lineup now, and kind of the monkey's off his back. He got to show his the Giants fans basically what he's all about with his first 2 home runs there, and to do it in a Logan Webb game, when it really was the first 2 big hits. I mean, it looked to me like it was going to be another 1-run ball game and a low-scoring game and kind of a struggle, and then. He put the Giants ahead 2-0, and then all of a sudden Matt Chapman did his thing, and it went on to be a pretty easy win. But it was great. It was great because your horse on the hill got it done, and now he's 9-3 lifetime against the Rockies, and you got your big free agent who also got it done, and you got Chapman who's coming out of a funk. Grand slams could get you out of a funk. So now they got a head of steam going into Chicago, and it couldn't be better.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, Grant Brisbee has some great stats. Willie Adames raised his season OPS by 73 points on one day, yesterday, and over the last week, he's raised his slugging percentage by 100 points. So it's just a classic story. And Mike, one of his quotes was straight from the Mike Krukow playbook. They said, "What's going on?" He goes, "It's May. There's nothing more simple than that." You're a big believer in the month, and his April months have been terrible. So he quoted you. Yeah, it's May. That's why.
Well, you grind so hard, and sometimes you just get frustrated. So you look for a new slate, and that's to me what a new month always meant. A new slate. All right, we're out of April. Everybody's healthy. Okay, things are going to start going our way. Because baseball is a game of breaks. When you get good breaks, it's up to you to take advantage of them. But then when you get bad breaks, I mean, it can take a game away from you, and it can put a guy in a funk. And we've watched Lamont Wade Jr. just hit the ball on the button a lot in the month of April and have nothing for it. But yet now he's in the month of May and things are starting to fall. I mean, I believe in that. I do. And, new slates, I mean, it's just new life. It allows you to forget about the negative and get off the self-analysis, which is just so debilitating. And it lightens you up. It lightens you up and it makes you see the game. It makes you taste food again.
Mike, before we let you go, we got to ask you about the Giants' latest roster move that happened yesterday afternoon that some people might have missed during the Warriors game, and it's the fact that they're calling up Kyle Harrison. They have DFA'd Lou Trevino. So just your thoughts on that roster move, and what do you think Kyle Harrison's role is going to be with the Giants?
Well, I think they're going to put him in the pen. They've gone to war here in this first part of the season with just one left-hander in the pen. And one of the things that has really become so important is the X factor. And we saw the X factor in the second World Series in 2012, just how lethal Tim Lincecum became because he was able to come out of the bullpen and throw multiple innings. Well, now you've got a couple guys in that pen with Hayden Birdsong and Randy Rodriguez who can do that very thing. And you could say the same thing about Bivens. He could absorb more than just one innings. But now Harrison gives you that same ability from the left side. He's a guy whose arm strength is built up to go 4, even 5 innings. Should you have an injury or a blowout from a starter early in the game, and you have to go into your pen early. And but yet, even if you bring him in middle innings, he can give you 2 innings or possibly 3. And I think that's one of the new things that has become very important as bullpens have redefined themselves around baseball. So the fact that they can get a guy who can do it from the left side that's a unique deal. Plus now we're going to see a Harrison who's throwing mid to high 90s. Last year, for the most part, it was low to mid 90s, and in most nights it was low 90s. So you're going to see a different arm and a much more confident arm with the fastball than we saw last year. So good for him. He's a guy you root for. He took his lumps, went down. He used it as a motivation, and now he's back. So perfect timing, right? Going into Chicago.
It's a big story. This kid, you got Kyle Harrison and Hayden Birdsong sitting out there in the pen, and Giants fans looking at their future right there. Going into Chicago to face the highest scoring team in baseball, best run differential in the National League, although they have pitching problems. Their starter, Imanaga, got hurt yesterday. They lost Justin Steele last month, so they can maybe give it up a little bit. The Giants are facing a lefty tonight. Forever Giant Matthew Boyd. Remember Farhan stashed him away for a while and never got him up to the bigs, but he's going to go. It's 440 in Mike's old home of Wrigley Field. So Landon Root, Matthew Boyd. It'll be a good post-Warriors one for us, Mike. So thanks for the talk, and we'll talk to you Wednesday.
Out of it.
Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Giants did what they had to do. They cruised history. They're not going near the Rockies side of the building anymore. Well done. Now you got to face these Cubs who hit the cover off the ball, but maybe don't pitch it as well. But it is a lefty, and the Giants have struggled against lefties.
They have struggled a lot against lefties.
All right, that's enough. That's a topic for tomorrow. Back to the Warriors, everybody. Wow. Where were you on Friday night, Saturday morning? And where are you on Sunday night, Monday morning? 808 KNBR is the phone number, is the big hit. Check in. Had you given up on Friday night, Saturday morning? Be honest. I sort of had. I thought the two big beasts of Adams and Şengün was not solvable. The Warriors solved it. Maybe it was simply Buddy Hield solving it. Or was it Steph Curry in the fourth quarter? Or was it Draymond Green's poise in the meeting? Let's talk about it. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. The bottom line is the Warriors advance. The Jimmy Butler trade. They cut to Mike Dunleavy in the crowd at the end of the game looking like a gangster at a Hell's Kitchen from the west side of New York doing his thing. Warriors at Minnesota tomorrow night at 6:30 for game one. Let's talk about it. 808 KNBR is the phone number. The big hit is next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed, and this one is simple, but we want your take. What did the Warriors prove with a Game 7 win last night? Today is about you guys. Bang the number, 808 KNBR. We want to hear from you. Give us your reaction, and stay tuned.
The Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
4 seconds left in the quarter. Racing up the right sideline. Deep three right side. Hield. Buried it at the buzzer. 2 steps inside the half-court stripe. Buddy Hield beats the buzzer with a 3. Hield for 3, and he's red hot. Drops it in over Brooks from the left wing. He's got 16 to lead all scorers. Heat check. Buddy Hield off the right wing. Buries another 3. Hield left wing. 1 bounce. Shoots. Red hot. Buddy Hield. Hield for 3. Good. There's his first bucket of the second half. Hield for 3. Good on the left corner. This ball game is a final. Game 7 goes to the Golden State Warriors, 103-89.
Congratulations, Warriors. My goodness. Buddy Hield, who'd have thought?
There it is, man. The big hit, and you hear Weezer singing about Buddy Holly. That's another Buddy H. We're thinking about Buddy Hield. Woohoo, I feel just like Buddy Hield. That's my bad singing. Let's not do that. There you go, man. All your Buddy songs are welcome. We've done Buddy Holly himself, the kid out of Lubbock, Texas. Young Tony didn't know him. And then we did Buddy Guy. And now we got Weezer singing Buddy Holly. You'll make mine and Sam Spear in Heaven's Day if you play Chet Baker, my buddy. But man, oh man, Buddy Hield. Is it as simple as that? Friday night, Saturday morning, I thought the Warriors had blown it. A shockingly limp effort. Couldn't believe they laid that kind of egg. It had everybody asking the question, too old, too tired, question mark. That was the take. That was the narrative. We were doing a show Saturday morning. That would have been the storyline, and we would have said they got none shot. Then a day goes by, and you wake up Sunday, you walk around town, you go to a youth sporting event, a dad asks you, so are they going to do this? Are they going to do this? And you're thinking, It was the too big zone. Yep. Şengün and Adams seemed to be stymieing the Warriors. And certainly nobody was scoring other than Steph and Jimmy, who both cleared 25 points, I believe, on Friday night.
Yeah, that's the thing, Murph. When you look at that front court combination that we've been talking about since the series started of Şengün and Steve Adams, and Murph, in games 1 through 6, they played 75 minutes together on the court. They had a plus-minus of plus 31 points with the two of them on the court together. And we saw that zone defense, especially in the fourth quarter on Friday, where the Warriors went out, and I believe they missed 16 of their first 18 shots on Friday night to start the fourth quarter. So that's why I woke up Saturday morning with the same thoughts. When Steph Curry dropped 29 on Friday, when Jimmy Butler dropped 27 on Friday, who the hell else is going to score the ball? Because there was Buddy Hield disappearing in Game 6 with a big old goose egg, didn't make a single bucket. And then he bounces back 2 days later, the reincarnation of Game 6 Clay, but now is Game 7 Buddy, and he drops 33 blanking points.
First player ever in NBA history scores 0 in one playoff game and 33 in the next. Believe it or not, Eddie Johnson in 1997 went from 0 to 31. So it's happened kind of, but Buddy eclipsed that. He got 33. Buddy's 3 is the one that hit the night. We probably got to call it in for the 754 crowd. It's not official until, as we know from journalism running in the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. And maybe we should have the guy call in from Alcatraz. You never know, since it's open and thriving. But anyway,
lock up the Houston Rockets.
Lock up the Houston Rockets. Lock up. Certainly the Rockets wanted to lock up Buddy Hield. They couldn't. So we got Bruce Frazier calling Adam Silver. Silver said, "Wait a minute. You guys lost on Friday. I deleted your phone number from my contacts.
New phone, who dis?
New phone, who dis? It's new Buddy, who dis? Put this one in the books, skinny boy. Game 7, Western Conference playoffs, first round. Golden State Warriors 103, Houston Rockets 89. Oops. Houston Rockets.
I had the Giants victory song. They did win some games over the weekend.
Houston
Stand
Rockets 89.
Maybe.
Beautiful basketball. Beautiful basketball.
That is buttery.
It's lovely.
Yes, sir.
Lindy Waters III?
That's crazy.
Oh, wow. Steph Curry.
I only want to be with you.
Golden vibes.
Very entertaining. That was quite a show.
Oh, I want to dance with Steph Curry.
There it is. There it is, indeed. It's in the books, and Buddy Hield is the hero. Wow, wow, wow. So a lot of text coming into the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. So strategically, you have to look at it this way. So there was kind of two dimensions to the win. There was the one, they talked about the emotional aspect of getting themselves ready to play, of not giving up. They had the Saturday night team meeting, and it was apparently led by three guys, Steph Curry, of course, Jimmy Butler, who's ascended into a leadership role, and Draymond Green, who stood up in front of the whole. In fact, it's probably a good time to play that Draymond cut where he talked about taking the accountability cut W, Tony, where, I mean, man, oh man, am I the only one who thinks it's a little nutty that Draymond's all of a sudden talking about playing with poise? I mean, he's kind of never played with poise, right?
Which is funny for a guy who has said himself that he only gets technicals and flagrants when he wants to get technicals and flagrants. That's why I was surprised that he got one on Friday within the first 4 minutes of the game. I'm like, Draymond, are we taking this closeout game seriously? Apparently, he was not, Murph.
So I guess he felt Friday night when he committed the flagrant against Jalen and then stomped around screaming and yelling that he set in a tone of chaos, that the Warriors were never calm. And you watch that game. The fourth quarter, by the way, a guy we haven't even talked about because he came down with a mysterious illness. And it's so strange to miss a game today, but Gary Payton.
Yeah.
Gary Payton II, who's beloved, and who doesn't love Gary Payton II? But he was a bit of a villain on Friday night because he lost Fred VanVleet in the first possession of the fourth quarter, had to chase him down the court and foul him as he shot the three. The 4-point play that all they talked about was that demoralized everybody. Mm-hmm. It was a mental mistake coming out of the timeout. He and I think it was Moses Moody mixed up who they had. Bro, welcome to CYO. Oh, my God. Coach Murph, you should see me. Point to your man. I have to yell this. Point to your man. Everybody point to your man right now. Like, they literally have to go like this. I got Tony. I got Tony. Mm-hmm. I got Marcus. Because, dude, unless they do that, they don't know who they have.
Yeah, but Murph, this might have been one of those situations where you have to line up your players 5-on-5, and then once you make the matchups, the other coach starts switching the players, and then your kids get confused.
In second grade,
do I go with the kid straight ahead of me, or do I go with the coach, the guy that Coach Murph told me to get?
In second grade, you have to line up your 5 before the quarter, and you all point to the guys like, you have this guy here.
Dude, my pops used to do that all the time when he was coaching CYO basketball. He's like, Marcus, you got the biggest guy. I don't care if the coach moves you around. That's the guy you're guarding.
Well, that's it. That's good
We're
coaching.
going after that man.
Well, anyway, the point is that they forgot him. Yeah. And that was a 4-point play, and that was the play that everybody felt broke the game. And Draymond talked about it, how inexcusable it was. And I'm not trying to point a finger at Gary Payton. He's been such a great Warrior, but then he shows up with an illness on Sunday night.
What's going on down in Houston with the hospitality? Everybody's getting sick down there.
It's the humidity or the crawfish, one of the two.
The broken AC, all that.
So they have this meeting on Saturday night, and Draymond just comes out with this new poise mantra. Check it out.
I think what goes into it is really deciding who's going to get a speech. Obviously, I always try to defer to Steph, defer to Jimmy, and they wanted me to speak. But I had a lot to say. And like I said, most importantly was calling myself out. You can't go into a game 7 expecting guys to rally off the game we had before and not address it. And so I wanted to address that, number one. But then secondly, tell everybody else what we needed, which was a togetherness like no other. In our huddles together, trusting in each other and believing. And so thought it was much needed. But as much as I think this team needed it, I feel like I needed it for myself even more. Because you got to be accountable. You can't be a leader and not be accountable. And you call other guys out when their things, then you better say when yours does too. And that's what I tried to make a point in doing.
Man, oh man, the poised and mature Draymond Green doing his thing. He said he talked to everybody, his wife, his barber, his BFF from way back, and even Tom Izzo got into the mix. And so he did have the incident where they assessed a tech on him on that VanVleet collision where VanVleet fouled him. Mm-hmm. Draymond has that ability to throw his arms out. That's what he likes to do. He likes to throw his arm out and catch
drop a karate chop.
And they got him for it. And instead of him stomping around and complaining and losing his hand, he just shook his head, sat on the bench, took a drink of water or whatever he was drinking, his little special drink he had. And it was like some sort of concoction.
Mike's secret stuff.
And he went on with his day. And deed his cojones off, bro. We talk. Buddy is the fun story. Steph's fourth quarter is the epic story, and then Draymond shutting down Şengün is really maybe the key to the whole thing because the Warriors held him to 89 points.
Yep, it's Draymond's defense, but also How about Draymond being aggressive early on in the game? I believe he had like 7 or 8 points in the first quarter alone. He was aggressive, getting to the bucket. And so he set the tone offensively and defensively in a first half where Steph Curry was struggling. Didn't hit his first shot until 30 seconds left in the second quarter. It was Draymond Green and Buddy, the dynamic duo, not Batman and Robin, carrying this team in the first half. And really, it was Draymond and Buddy who kind of took the life out of the arena down in Houston. This was a game where the Houston Rockets crowd really could never rally and create that Game 7 atmosphere because Buddy took the air out of the building in that first half.
They did cut it to 3 in the second half, and then Buddy did the craziest thing. He hit a 3. Butler did the craziest thing. He hit a 3. I always cringe when Jimmy Butler launches a 3, but he made a big one. Then he made 2 really good passes to an open Draymond Green for buckets, and Draymond converted them, which was huge. It was just a classic case of you talk about this so many different times, but the young team that's just not quite there yet versus the old Bucks, and that's why maybe Vegas favored the Warriors in this series. By the way, the T-Wolves are favored next round. Vegas has the T-Wolves favored in this thing.
It's a good team.
We'll get into that a little bit more tomorrow here. But lots of texts coming in the Golden State Lumber and Sherwood text line. One more from Draymond, though, I wanted to get on about these Warriors still doing it. Like Raymond Ritter sent a text, and he's trying to get us. We can't guarantee it, but we're chasing Brandon Pajemski for the 9 o'clock hour, so stay tuned. We could get him. Gary St. Jean will join us at 8:50, and he's awesome. But the idea, too, that the Warriors aren't done proving themselves. Like, Raymond texted me late last night and said, trying to get you guys pods, he goes, you understand, this just doesn't happen in sports where this team is still chasing it all these years later. Steph's done it all. Steph said, he's Le Devil. He did it in Paris. He took over the world at the Paris Olympics. He's got all the money in the world. He's got 4 championships. He's got MVPs. He's secured as one of the top 10 players of all time. I don't know where you want to rank him. That's up to you. Mm-hmm. And he still craves to win. This always reminds me of the guys like Tiger Woods, Tom Brady. I have to put him in there. That all it is winning. Mm-hmm. And it's such a beautiful thing to see you wanting to win after all these years, still burning to win. Draymond talked about that, actually. Cut V, Tony, about still proving it.
One thing about this league, you're never done proving who you are until you're done. Completely finished. And so I wanted to come out and prove again just who I am. With poise, but with the same fire, same tenacity. But poise, and I think I delivered that and gave our guys something to follow. What I gave them last game to follow, they followed it, and that's why we got bullied. But I think I gave them something different to follow today, and that was the message, that was the goal. We got it done.
That's a money quote from Draymond Green. He dropped poise twice. Who does he think he is, Al Davis?
I know, dropping a lot of pride and poise. The greatness of the Warriors, Murph.
We got poise. Or for the Seinfeld crowd, don't forget the Miss America episode, Kramer coaching up Miss America.
Now, if I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. Poise counts.
There it is.
Poise.
Kramer and Draymond.
You gotta have poise. But it is interesting when you're talking about, what do guys like Steph Curry still have to prove? What do guys like Draymond Green still have to prove? Because even this year, The Athletic put out that player survey saying that these are the most overrated guys in the league in Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. But maybe Draymond is proving that a zebra can change their stripes. After 13 years in the NBA, watch him go out and get a technical or flagrant tomorrow against Minnesota. So who knows if Draymond really is going to change his attitude.
He's getting close.
But now we're getting to that kind of gray area where he had 2 flagrants, 2 more in the next series. He could get suspended. So that's something to keep an eye on. But yes, even at age 35 going on 36, even with Steph Curry at age 37, they're still out here trying to win championships, not just for themselves, for Jimmy Butler, but Jimmy Butler also wants to go out there and win a 5th one for these boys.
And he's never done it. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Steve Kerr talking about that very thing here. That thing.
The main thing is I'm blown away by Steph's competitive fight. At 37, been doing this forever. Got 4 rings, gold medal, everything he could possibly want in his life, he's got. He has nothing to prove, and yet he's going to come in and try to prove something every single night. It's amazing. Draymond, too. Jimmy, too. And that's the common theme, the common denominator with all these guys. It's their competitive force, that how much they love to play and compete and win, and the process of going through it and putting themselves on the line. The fact that these guys continue to put themselves on the line, year after year after year. It just blows me away, the competitive spirit and energy and love for the game. It's beautiful to watch.
That's a great quote from Steve Kerr, man. How many times have we said, treasure these times, savor these days? 5 years from now, bro, it ain't going to be like this. This is Camelot. This is Montana and Rice and the whole crew and Bill Walsh. And it's lasted longer than that. Although the Niners went 81-94 and run 5 championships. So I guess it's lasted about the same. It was different, though, when Steve won the last one. This is Steph the entire time. I heard somebody on a national show actually point out Steph's kind of done this 4 different ways. It was a good point from an East Coast guy. The pre-Durant Steph Warriors, the Durant Steph Warriors, the 2022 Celtics Warriors, and now the Jimmy Butler Steph Warriors.
The Jimmy and Buddy Warriors.
He's been doing it and this was the guy's argument. It was a good argument by the kid from ESPN about maybe why you would put him past LeBron.
Ooh, now we're getting spicy.
Now
we're getting into the conversation that I want to get into.
Yeah.
I've thrown this out there. They both have the same amount of rings. Both have 4 up in their title shelves. But also, Steph Curry has the head-to-head record in the NBA Finals. And if we're talking about who's had the bigger impact on the game of basketball, Steph Curry has changed the way basketball is played with the three-point shot.
And you watch what happens in these half courts where the entire court tilts his way. And I usually say, but you can't put him there because he only does it on one side of the court. Not last night. Mm-hmm. Last night he grabbed 10 rebounds. And last night he had a couple of defensive stops. He did. He has improved as a defensive player through the years. I think we all know that for sure. But he did it last night. They still take him out on defensive possessions that they need to. It always hurts when you make your argument. But man, oh man, and like we said, when we've been arguing this for the last couple of years, Steph is still riding it. Shout out Natasha Bedingfield, Unwritten. Shout out that soccer team that we saw over the weekend singing it with Natasha Bedingfield in their clubhouse. We'll have that in the cooler content. But, he's still riding it. Bro, if he goes on this run, I poo-pooed my kid. He said, Dad, if Steph wins number 5, he's the GOAT. He can't be the GOAT. Michael Jordan is the freaking GOAT, right? But, man, passing LeBron enters the conversation, even with LeBron as the all-time leading scorer and even with LeBron as top 5 in assists.
Yeah, and I don't want to make this into too big of a LeBron versus Steph segment that I'm sure we could probably do later in the week. But, Murph, to your point, the 2025 postseason is still unwritten for Steph Curry. That chapter is closed for LeBron James.
Yeah.
They got knocked out by Anthony Edwards. His season's over. Steph Curry is still playing, and at age 37, with a marble in his thumb.
Yeah.
Let's not forget about this thumb injury that he's dealing with, but look at the difference between LeBron James running out of gas in back-to-back games in the fourth quarter versus what Steph Curry did last night in the fourth quarter, taking over and saying night-night to Houston after Buddy put him to bed.
Buddy, 46 minutes last night.
Yeah.
46 minutes.
Still doing it.
Jimmy played 45. Steph, just for the record, 22 points, 10 rebounds, 7 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. 2 blocks. He blocked shots.
And this was the last thing I wanted to say here in this segment as we saw that shot of Mike Dunleavy watching his product on the court in the fourth quarter. This is why we screamed at the top of our lungs to go get a sidekick, to go get a Robin, to go get another superhero for Steph Curry. Because there's only one timeline that matters in Dub Nation. It's the Steph Curry timeline. So credit to Mike Dunleavy for going out and making this move, bringing in Buddy this offseason, and also making the trade for Jimmy Butler that has changed this entire season.
And getting the guy none of us wanted. We're like, I don't know, man. That cut to Dunleavy in the crowd, dude, his face, just gangster, like, I need more. I don't care. Where's Minnesota? Bring on the Wolves, dude. By the way, 916 says the difference between Steph and his relentless pursuit of winning is he isn't a psychopath like those others Murph mentioned, Tiger Woods and Tom Brady. Is Tom Brady a psychopath?
Yeah, but
is he?
We've heard before, nobody wants to see that psycho in the Bay. Nobody wants to match up against Steph Curry in a 7-game series. We saw that experience from Steph and the Dubs last night.
All right, Buddy Hield scores 33 after scoring 0 in Game 6. 808 KNBR is the phone number. We get a lot of texts in the 415-808-5627. And Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 408 says, guys, we keep talking about Draymond's poise. Will it go out the window and be on site when he sees Rudy Gobert?
Yeah, it's his buddy Rudy Gobert in town.
Oh, man. Some people, 650 says, pardon me. Oh, well, some people are sending a negative. You can't send a negative text about Pods and Moody today, can you? 925 says, Buddy Hield had his Barry Zito welcome to the family moment. Yeah, the Barry Zito Game 5 in St. Louis, right?
I like that.
And 310 says, I got your lyrics. Woo, I feel just like Buddy Hield. The Rockets are no more. And he goes on and on and on. So thank you guys for sure. We'll continue this on the other side. 808 KNBR is the phone number. Gary St. Jean at 850. We're chasing pods. Wow. I was done with those guys Friday night, Saturday morning. I was not optimistic, guys. I'm being honest. I was not optimistic. Şengün and Steve Adams were looking too gigantic for me, but we tuned in and look what happened.
No, it's fun.
Next on the Sports Leader.
We in trouble right now, and don't none of us want to see that psycho in the Bay.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. And here's the question. What did the Warriors prove with a Game 7 win last night? Today's about you guys. We want you to bang the number, join the conversation, give us your reaction to the game last night, and stay tuned to the Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hield for three, good. There's his first bucket of the second half. Hield for three, good on the left corner. This ball game is a final. Game 7 goes to the Golden State Warriors, 103-89.
It was being in the zone is very spiritual. You know, just you and that rim and the net and the ball, and you just figuring it out. And sometimes you put anything up and it just goes in. But just being at peace with your game. Jimmy didn't say nothing to me yet. You know, I'm not gonna get on Jimmy yet. You know, I'm gonna keep it calm. But today I had to fill this role in for them in the first half. You know, he was slacking, but we all weathered the storm, and it was a great team win collectively. Everybody did everything in spurts, and we finally get out the zone.
Chavano Hield speaking right there. That's right. Did you guys know that was his real name? Chavano.
No.
Chavano. Chavano Rainier Buddy Hield. There it is. Chavano Rainier Hield. We're doing our Buddy rejoins. We've done Buddy Holly, Buddy Guy, Weezer's song Buddy Holly, and now Marcus chose
My Buddy. This is My Buddy by G-Unit. Shout out 50 Cent and the boys.
Sounds a little foreboding, shall we say. Another positive message for the kids.
Buddy,
Marcus
run
was singing
for your life when there's Game 7 at the Dome.
Marcus was singing it. I go, is he singing about his dog?
No.
He said, no, he's singing
about something else.
By
his
the way,
our buddy Hield.
If you use that, you could go to jail and you might be at Alcatraz.
Hey,
you never know.
Yeah, as young Tony just whispered in my ear, Buddy is a shooter, Murph. Buddy is a shooter.
Right,
it is my buddy.
All right, we're sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Gary St. Jean going to join us at 8:50. And we're chasing Brandon Pajemski, Raymond Ritter working hard to make everything happen. By the way, Raymond listening in Houston with an incredible stat. This is for the old heads. Now, we've had Clifford Ray on the show before. Clifford Ray was a great center for the Warriors in the 1970s. You guys should know that. He's a great guy, too. Still writing children's books and doing good things, and he's come in studio live.
I was going to say, we've had Clifford Ray in studio, Murph, front of the program.
Last night, Steph Curry's 2 blocks passed Clifford Ray on the Warriors' all-time playoff block list.
No way.
He has 50 all-time playoff blocks. That's insane. And he said, Raymond reports that Steph was very proud of that, as he should be. Man, oh, man. All right, so listen, the stories from last night are many. Buddy Hield is a gigantic one. Let's talk about that right now. Mike Dunleavy got Buddy Hield to, quote-unquote, replace Clay. I mean, you're never going to replace Clay, right? I mean, but it was the role that Klay Thompson played.
Yeah, and we saw the absence of Klay Thompson in Game 6. When we were all looking for a Game 6 Klay performance, we mentioned the numbers. Steph had 29, Jimmy had 27, but there was no help outside of that. Warriors started off the fourth quarter missing 16 of 18 shots, and Buddy had a goose egg in the box score. So I got to say, I walked out of Chase Center on Friday night thinking, damn, I could use a Game 6 Klay performance, not knowing that 2 days later we would get a Game 7 Buddy performance.
I mean, honestly, if you're the Rockets, there's a part of you that's like, I guess I can live with this. Because if Buddy Hield's going to have like a career, like literally a career night, like a mind-blowing career night, his first ever Game 7. He'd only played 4 playoff games in his life prior to this series.
If I would have told you that Steph Curry wouldn't hit his first shot until 30 seconds left in the second quarter, you would expect the Warriors to lose, correct?
Yes.
But no, because Buddy Hield put the team on his back in the first half. I get what you're saying, but still, this is a bad feeling to be a Houston Rocket. I know it's a different team, but this is now 5 times in the last 10 years that the Houston Rockets organization has been sent home and put to bed by Steph Curry.
How special was this performance by Buddy Hield? Guys, Josh Dubow does a great job. The Associated Press compiled the most points by a Warriors player in a Game 7 win. So here, I mean, that's as good as it gets, right? A Game 7 win. Here's the list. Steph Curry scored 50 against the Sac Kings 2 years ago. Funny, Marcos Breton of the Sacramento Bee, my great buddy, who's a great writer up at the Sac Bee, tried to send me a pick-me-up on Friday night. He said, he goes, Murph, don't get too down. I've seen this Warriors team lose a Game 6 at home and win a Game 7 on the road, because he's a Sacramento guy. And I retweeted him and said, Marcus, if you're guaranteeing me that Steph's going to score 50, but I didn't know Buddy was. So anyway, Steph scored 50. Wilt Chamberlain, Game 7, 1964 against the St. Louis Hawks, scored 39. Wow. Steph Curry against the Oklahoma City Thunder in 2016, the game I was at that Bernie Sanders was at, he scored 36. That's right. Remember that, Bernie Sanders? Yeah, you got to take your shots. Were you on the show? No, you weren't. What year did you start? 19?
I was 2020.
2020?
Yep.
We had a soundbite because Bernie was walking out and Channel 7, KGO ran after him. They're like, what did you think of the game? And he's like, yeah, you got to take your shots. We had that soundbite forever. Kevin Durant, 2018 Rockets, Game 7, scored 34. And then Buddy Hield. So it's Steph, Wilt, Steph, KD, Buddy. 5 greatest Game 7 performances in Warriors history.
Damn. I did not think Buddy was going to join that conversation.
I'm laughing out loud, brother.
Wow, dude.
I'm laughing out loud. How did this happen?
Laugher in the words of my crew.
Anyway, back to Dunleavy getting him, right? And then the cycle that we talked about, right? He started out fantastic.
Oh, the 12-3 Warriors were credit to the way that Buddy Hield started the season, which kind of initiated us talking about the Buddy Hield cycle.
And then some Kings fans sent us the cycle. I confess I was unfamiliar with the Buddy Hield cycle. Sixers fans had it. Kings fans had it. That Buddy will go off, and then he will cool out, and then you will say, it starts with your team trades for Buddy Hield. Then arrow, Buddy Hield goes off early. You wonder how a team could have traded him. Arrow, Buddy begins to cool off. Arrow, Buddy goes ice cold. Arrow, your team trades Buddy Hield. And that's the cycle, right? So we lived the cycle and we kind of laughed about it, right? And then Jimmy Butler comes along. What role does the Jimmy Butler, Buddy Hield relationship play in all this? Because they began to kind of have an energy with each other and a vibe, right? And then Buddy began to start games. Steve Kerr put him in the starting lineup.
And think about that connection after Buddy Hield has called Jimmy Butler the connector of the offense so many times before. And we know that with Steve Kerr, ever since Jimmy Butler got to town, it's about finding that right combination, finding that right fit. It's a big reason why you're not seeing Jonathan Kuminga, who did sneak into the game yesterday, by the way. Yeah. But the big reason why Kuminga has not been getting minutes is because he does not fit in with Jimmy Butler, because he wants to get after the rim. So you need guys who can space the floor. Insert Buddy Hield, who I believe is now top 15 all time in the NBA in three-pointers made. So this is what they brought Buddy in to do, to get buckets. And Buddy was a bucket on Sunday.
Yeah, he was. And guys, not everybody else was doing it. I mean, if you look at the box score, the Warriors bench only scored 3 points last night.
Which is crazy.
I know.
When we're usually talking about strength and numbers.
I mean, you mentioned Kuminga. Do you want to spend a minute on Kuminga? I mean, he didn't play Game 6, right?
Not at all.
And then after the Game 6 was over, people were like, in the freaking post-game press conference going, should you play Kuminga? I'm like, bro, you're going to take this guy out of the freezer?
And this is
like, if you're going to, you go to the freezer, you pull out the meat, we're going to thaw the meat all day. Right? You got the freezer coming. Dude, you're going to take this guy out of the freezer? All of a sudden you look on the court, there he was. I saw the 0-0 on the court. I had to do a double take.
I know. I was like, what's going on here? And that's the thing. He's been in the freezer for a while because he also did not play in Game 5 because he had a migraine, which led to some discussion about whether or not he was checked in or checked out of this series. But because there was no GP2 yesterday, we saw Steve Kerr make a couple adjustments. Not just Kuminga early in the game in that first quarter. How about my guy Loondog getting some minutes in the first quarter? Because Udoka went to that big man combination early with Şengün and Steve Adams because it had so much success in the first 6 games. And that's where Steve Kerr decided to come back with Loondog in that first half.
Yeah, Loondog, my guy. We should talk about Looney. God bless. I was so pleased to see him. 11 minutes. Only 4 rebounds, but it felt like 4 of the biggest rebounds of the game.
Look, I'm saying throw the box score out the window when talking about Looney. It just feels like he has such a bigger impact, even on plays where he's not getting bored. Just his ability to put a body on Steve Adams is priceless.
He did.
Like, the box outs were fantastic, and it just led to other guys getting rebounds. But those are some of the things that Looney has been doing forever now that always goes underrated.
I mean, last night, Steven Adams, 26 minutes, 7 boards, which is nice, but he was a -9. And he had been a big, gigantic plus, too.
And I told you about those stats. In the first 6 games together, Steve Adams and Şengün played 75 minutes together on the court. Their plus-minus was plus 31. That was a combination that Steve Kerr and the Warriors had no answer for until they started to go with a hacky Kiwi strategy a little bit. But even then, just having Looney on the boards was a huge, huge piece for the Warriors winning last night.
And the Warriors mixed in zone last night, too. And it flummoxed the Rockets a little bit, for sure. I will say this about the Rockets. You know who announced himself? That kid. the kid from San Leandro. Amen Thompson, until he cramped up, actually was the best player on the floor for the Rockets last night.
He had a couple drives behind the back, getting to the basket.
I mean, you're a Rockets fan. I mean, some guy wrote in on the text line and said the Rockets are fine. They're ahead of schedule. I mean, yeah, it's true. They are ahead of schedule. And that's why I wrote in my Jock blog originally why I picked the Warriors, because the Rockets are that classic team that's kind of like, whoa, look at us. We won 52. This is great. And the Warriors are like, we got bigger things to accomplish. That was until Game 6. But Amen Thompson is one of those classic cases of, man, did he learn a lot? And he scored 24 points last night in 37 minutes, 9 of 16, 6 of 6 from the foul line, 9 rebounds. I was like, wow, look at this kid. This kid, if you're a Rockets fan, yeah, get that jersey.
Yeah, you got something special. We're talking about a kid that was already in the Defensive Player of the Year conversation with Draymond Green, with all the other elite defenders in the league also. We've seen that offensive ability. He's only going to get better. But yeah, the biggest problem with the Houston Rockets, I said it before the series, it seems like they're a mega star or even a superstar away. That's why there's been rumors about maybe Kevin Durant joining the squad, Giannis joining the squad. It's just hard. No disrespect to a guy like Alperen Şengün, who's one of the best young big men in the league, but you can't have your leading scorer, Jalen Green, go out there and drop single digits in multiple games and then do it again. In Game 7, Jalen Green did not live up to the hype when he was calling out Draymond Green for just being a trash talker.
No, that's true. By the way, we've had multiple texts this morning on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line looking ahead saying, you guys know Steven Adams is an unrestricted free agent. Go get him.
Oh.
I mean, we've been talking about it. I was talking to people over the weekend. They're like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? I'm like, well, what's going to happen is there's too much Şengün and Adams in my life. And I said, the Warriors have just, for 10 plus years, refused to play the size game. I mean, they tried with Wiseman. I mean, he was slender, but it didn't work out. They signed Boogie Cousins for a little bit, but it's like they flirted through the years with size, but they've never committed to size.
Yeah.
Would you go sign a Steve Adams for next year?
I would absolutely, because I think it's one of the biggest things missing from this Warriors roster. I mean, since the days of Bogut, since the days of Zaza, you need an enforcer. You need a big man.
There you go.
I mean, especially for this next series against Minnesota, too. Here comes Rudy Gobert. Here comes Julius Randle. Here comes Naz Reid. Like, they have a lot of size, and they are extremely athletic, Murph.
Tony, this one's for you. We'll wrap it up. We'll go to cooler content. 559 is a high-level texter. Says, so what do you give me for Mr. Miyagi after watching Daniel take down Johnny Lawrence in the All-Valley Karate Championship and Steve Kerr using Buddy the Crane to counter Dylan Brooks' sweep the thumb tactics? That's an elaborate analogy. So the Cobra Kai had gone to sweep the leg, a.k.a. Dylan Brooks sweep the thumb, and Miyagi goes to the crane, a.k.a. Buddy Hield. Wow, 559. You worked hard on that one, buddy. Worked really hard, dude.
Text of the day.
Oh, man, that's fun stuff. All right, guys. Well, that's the deal on Warriors' big hit. Whether it was Buddy, whether it was the championship pedigree, whether it was a Saturday night speech, whether it was how you felt Friday night, Saturday morning, which was not good, by the way. It is a Warrior victory. Somebody wrote in and said, you guys know this was the first round, right? Well, yeah, but guess what? There wouldn't be a basketball game tomorrow if there wasn't a first round.
Who the hell was coming in with that text on a Monday morning after they win a Game 7? Must be a LeBron fan. Hey, you can go down to Cancun with LeBron because they ain't playing the Lakers in the next round. I'll tell you that.
You must be a LeBron fan, buddy. Okay, here's the deal. Cooler Content has some great stuff in there, including Yes, the Minnesota Timberwolves sound
Anthony Edwards.
Why did I say Anthony Adams?
Because we were talking Steven Adams.
Spice Adams.
Spice Adams.
Spice Adams.
John Adams.
Anthony Edwards. Thank you, my brain. Anthony Edwards sound from 2023 that is going to play a large role in this series. Next on The Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
Am I be on something?
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Look at that. The Buddy rejoins continue all day. We had Buddy Holly. That'll be the day. We had Buddy Guy. Damn right, I got the blues. We had your boy.
50 Cent, G-Unit, my buddy.
And now,
buddy.
De La Soul. Everybody likes De La Soul with my buddy. So Fun Buddy rejoins in honor of the historic performance by Buddy Blanken Hield. Wow, what a day. Did he do his thing? All right, Gary St. Jean going to join us on the other side. All right, let's do the Buddy Jimmy stuff, I guess. Why not? To start us off here, Jimmy Butler. Well, this one, it's funny. They were trying to kind of joke around. The media wasn't really laughing, though, so it was kind of quiet in the room. But Buddy was doing his whole Jimmy Butler, Jimmy, and he was like, oh, Jimmy, you're driving me crazy. I compared it to Lethal Weapon, where Danny Glover's just like worn out by Mel Gibson. The young Mel Gibson is kind of that. So here's Jimmy Butler taking the podium after Buddy was chanting his name and laughing and saying, you got to call me Alfred, etc.
Buddy gets paid a lot of money to play at a high level. Buddy was Buddy tonight. Good for you, Buddy. Buttered. Good for you. No, Buddy was huge. But we know the type of basketball player that he is. And he's a tough cover for sure whenever he's making shots. But he made so many right plays on the defensive side of the ball, getting the ball where it needed to go. Buddy was really, really, really big for us tonight.
There it is. So Jimmy had to give Buddy his flowers. They were doing a little shenanigan.
It's almost like good cop, bad cop with Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield. And I feel like that's the frustrating part with a lot of Warriors fans and just Buddy fans in general. Sometimes he's good Buddy, sometimes he's bad Buddy. It's just really not consistent. And we saw that showcase in this series. But one thing that Buddy Hield consistently does is be a good vibe. It just sounds like he's one of these ultimate vibe guys. We've heard the back and forth with him and Jimmy Butler. Steph Curry has already said he's one of his favorite all-time teammates, and Steph has played with a lot of good dudes. So even when Buddy's not going out and putting up those Game 7 Buddy performances, this is a guy that has kind of bought into this Warriors culture and has now added to these golden vibes with the arrival of Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, I'm looking at Jimmy's Instagram to see if he posted anything. He just posted kind of an artsy post, had his whole day in Houston going ready for the game. Oh, here's one. Here it is. Look at this one. You see? Oh, he just posted this right now.
Oh, what do we got, Murph?
It's got it's got Buddy's face and Batman. It's very elaborate. Jimmy wrote, "I'm the captain now. It's all right, Alfred. Very good to watch this
Dude,
again."
the meme game is strong from the Jimmy Butler.
We got Steph with a Miss Gordon. Miss Gordon, I heard I've discovered our little secret.
Oh, is that supposed to be Alfred the Butler?
Yes, I admit it. I am Batman.
Wow, Alfred has been Batman all along.
Okay, so Jimmy just posted this.
Dude. That's hilarious.
Jimmy just posted.
Jimmy Butler with the meme.
Can you explain this one to me?
Move over, Mr. KNBR. Now, I'm guessing that this is from an episode of Batman because
it's a cartoon.
There's a cartoon Batman also.
Oh, jeez.
Like Murph, there's so many different universes, comics, movies, cartoons. So I'm guessing this is an episode where Alfred the Butler stepped up to save the day and admitted that maybe he's been the rich guy with the gadgets all along.
Incredible. So I'm showing it to you guys on the YouTube, the Twitch, and the Twitter. It's nuts. He just posted it 42 seconds ago. It's funny. I went to go look, and there it was. So he has posted a tribute to Buddy. They continue their little Lethal Weapon joking thing. Buddy had to joke. He said he had to fill in for Jimmy in the first half because he was slacking here.
It was being in the zone is very spiritual. You know, just you and that rim and the net and the ball, and you just freaking it out. And sometimes you put anything up and it just goes in. But just being at peace with your game. No, Jimmy didn't say nothing to me yet. You know, I'm not gonna get on Jimmy yet. You know, I'm gonna keep it calm. But today I had to fill this role in for them in the first half. You know, he was slacking, but we all weathered the storm, and it was a great team win collectively. Everybody they did everything in spurts, and we finally get out the zone.
Yeah, man, Buddy Hield, what a night. Chavano Rainier Hield. By the way, remind everybody we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Man, oh man. So there's some Buddy and some Jimmy doing their thing. There was other stuff from around the weekend. I teased this before the break. Anthony Edwards. Yeah. This is from 2023.
Here comes the Ant-Man.
I mean, I told you my kids both said to me, "Dad, we love Ant so much, it's going to be hard to root against him." So, well, you're going to have to.
Yeah.
I
understand where they're coming from.
They want him to be like, I mean, he said, we did the whole Matilda thing all weekend, right?
I mean, Murph, we've had him as a cooler of content all-star from the moment he's been drafted. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is a guy that's been putting out grade A content, and then he follows it up on the court with his grade A ability. Like, this is the future of the league right here that we're facing off against.
Declan was telling me that in starting five, he's so entertaining that he's at home playing Fortnite, and his parents are yelling at him to come to dinner. He's like, "No, man, I got to play Fortnite." He's just like he's like just this kid. He happens to be one of the best basketball players in the world.
Is he like John Clayton in that ESPN Sports Center commercial? Mom, more Chinese food.
Oh man, R.I.P. Jay and John Clayton.
Yeah.
But anyway, here's Anthony Edwards in 2023. Here's a soundbite that may get you get you hyped for the Timberwolves and the Warriors.
What are you looking forward to most of this upcoming season?
Definitely going back to the playoffs and going further in the playoffs to go versus the Warriors. I want to play the Warriors. I want to get to the Warriors. Wherever they at, I want to get to them.
Got you. Why the Warriors so much?
I mean, because Draymond talks so much trash. That's pretty much the only reason.
That's the only reason.
Oh, man. Well,
and you know there's going to be some good trash talk.
So who's on Anthony Edwards for the Warriors? Who's covering him?
It's got to be Jimmy.
Yeah, it's got to be Jimmy.
It's got to be Jimmy, man. But here's the thing that does put some fear in my heart. Because we talked about this going to the Rockets series, and I'm like, yeah, the Rockets really don't put any fear in my heart because of that lack of experience. Guess what? Anthony Edwards is quietly stacking up quite the playoff resume. And it's almost like he's on a legend kind of kill shot hit list tour that he's taken now, because last year we saw him go after his favorite player of all time, Kevin Durant, knocked him out of the playoffs. Then he moves on, takes down Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets, did end up losing in the Western Conference Final to Luka and the Dallas Mavericks, but then gets his revenge against Luka and LeBron James this season, and now he's got Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler in his scopes. Anthony Edwards is coming for all the legends, Murph.
Man, oh man. It's going to be really, really good. Tomorrow night, 6:30. We'll obviously focus more on that tomorrow. as we continue to relive this thing. But here's the Jimmy Butler post from just a couple minutes ago on Instagram. Check it out. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, you can see. So he superimposed Steph's head over a guy wearing a suit and Buddy's head over Alfred the Butler. Mm-hmm. Take a listen.
Miss Gordon, I see you've discovered our little secret. Yes, I admit it. I am Batman.
And then
it's all right, Alfred. Very good, sir.
Then it cut over to like a SpongeBob meme.
Incredible.
Of when SpongeBob or Patrick was doing stand-up comedy.
Now, does Jimmy have a social media guy doing this, or is he in his hotel room doing this?
I don't know. It might be Armando the Ass Man, Murph. You never know. Armando the Meme Man.
Oh, that's good.
He's got memes and massages.
Armando's rubbing asses and making memes.
The jack of all trades.
Yeah, so in the middle of all that, it cut to a SpongeBob of Jimmy and Draymond sitting at the Crazy Crab. Or what do they call it? Is it called the Crazy Crab? Is that the name of the name of the restaurant?
Krabby Patty.
No, what's the name of the restaurant?
No, so there's a chum bucket across the street. Krusty Krab.
Krusty Krab, yeah. Oh, my God.
Krusty Krab. Thank you,
Very,
Tony.
very good. All right, well, there's good. Hey, before we get to Saintly, Gary St. Jean, we do have to, I can't believe, well, let's do the NBA on NBC the NBA on NBC theme song first. This was from the Kentucky Derby Saturday, which I confess I missed because I was doing a 4.5-hour swim meet. Oh, I forgot to send you the sound. You know what I'm telling of me calling the, I think I make a call. It sounds like a Kentucky Derby. This little sophomore gal passes a girl in the last 15 yards. I'm like, she's making her move. But here was the NBA on NBC. They're coming back to NBC next year, right? Is that right? So they announced it with the Kentucky Derby Bugler. Do we have the video on this? So if you're watching YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, you get a little multimedia action. I haven't seen this yet. I'll check it out.
This fall, the NBA is coming home to NBC and streaming on.
Well, there it is, man.
John Test still got
Oh, Tracy, I'm sorry, I stepped on Tracy Morgan at the end there.
Glad he wasn't throwing
So
up.
a couple, you guys are going to help me out. A couple of those faces I didn't recognize. Now, I got you covered on John Tesh at the end, who, by the way, still has a head of hair on him. My Lord. He's the old host of Entertainment Tonight and composer who's now 72 years old, still rocking the mane of hair. I had Tracy Morgan at the end. Were there other faces you recognized in there?
Yeah, a lot of faces flashing up on the screen really quick. I'm just glad that they involved the SNL skit from Round Rock Basketball because I literally cannot hear this song without saying to myself, basketball, give me the ball and I'm gonna dunk it.
And that's Ted Lasso, Jason Sudeikis.
Basketball.
Did you?
Basketball.
So good.
Give me the ball because
Did you help me out with some of the celebs in that video? Who did you
there's
recognize?
one, the woman in the green dress. I did not know
Who
who
is that?
I have no idea. I was asking Curly. None of us know.
You guys are my millennial pop culture. Of course, you didn't know Buddy Holly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sue me.
Yeah. There's the issue.
Was it a bunch of? I bet it was a bunch of NBC personalities from like the Today Show. and
Yeah,
stuff like
I think so. Yeah, I'm not watching
Was
a
it
lot of
Hoda?
NBC.
What's her face? Hoda, whatever her name is. Hoda.
Yeah, I
Isn't her
don't
name
know.
Hoda?
Sure.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You don't watch the Today Show? We're on the air. You can't watch the Today Show.
No, exactly.
Finally, this one gave me a laugh. Burnley, the soccer club, got a promotion in the Premier League. Did they get promoted to the Premier League? Is that it? And, dude, they are celebrating in the locker room. They're not just singing the millennial anthem unwritten by Natasha Bedingfield. They literally have Natasha Bedingfield in their locker room singing unwritten. So for all you millennial unwritten heads, and I know you're out there because you all voted as the 8th inning song at Oracle Park before you guys start doing the wave. Here is Burnley and Natasha Bedingfield. Check it out.
Black days before you, open up the dirty window, there's something new and take a walk and you can up reach it, for something in the distance, so close you can almost taste it, release your inhibition, feel the rain on your skin, no one else can feel it for you, only you can
Unbelievable. They all knew the words. They all knew the words.
That's impressive.
There was no sing-along sign up there. Could you guys have done the whole words?
I would get about 90% of it. There's always that part.
Staring at the blank page before me. That's it.
Looking out the dirty window.
Come on, keep going. Something illusion. Come on, Tony, come on. You got it. Come on, Tony. You can't.
Yeah, see, that's it. You just got to mumble until that part comes around, Murph.
Oh, man. There, I had to get Benningfield there. You know? That was,
Maybe it's like the rally song, like when Bruce Bochy's Texas Rangers embraced Creed, I Can Take You Higher.
Yeah.
Maybe it's their song of the season, Murph.
Quite possibly, man. All right, well, good stuff. The Benningfield Burnley ends our cooler of content. By the way, 4 and 5 says Michael Bublé is near the end of that round ball run.
Ooh, Bublé.
Okay, I didn't know that. 4-8 says, don't forget, guys, looking ahead. What do you got?
I'm just laughing about the time on air where we had a Michael Bublé rejoin, and you said, ooh, we got Bublé'd.
Yeah, I did say that.
Yeah, you
yes.
did.
Is that legal?
I don't know. But it always gets me.
4-8 says, guys, looking ahead to Tuesday, and we haven't really done that yet. We'll probably do it tomorrow, but we'll be rooting against A-Rod.
Ooh.
T-Wolves. Forever Yankee.
You should have shot A-Rod.
2009 World Series champ.
should have shot A-Rod.
All right, very good.
We got smoke with A-Rod. Don't let him come to San Francisco. His car might get broken into again.
All right, guys, here's the deal. After the game, studio analyst Carrie Keating joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning, and we got Gary St. Jean on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Feel the rain on your skin. No one else can feel it for you. Only you.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union's smart, safe, sound way to grow your money. The good people at Provident Credit Union will help you make smart moves with your money. It just makes sense. We're talking about Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term certificate, where you can earn up to 4% annual percentage yield and grow your savings safely. If you're building an emergency fund or planning ahead for college costs or home projects, or just looking for financial peace of mind, you can choose a term that fits 3, 6, 9, or 12 months and lock in a great rate risk-free. Where you put your money matters. This 4% offer is only available for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch to open your account today. Provident Credit Union recently named one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025 by Newsweek. Another reason you can trust where you bank. This rate is effective as of May 1st, 2025. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just locked in, just trying to find my joy. And I've never been in a situation before. And just trying to seize the moment and relish the moment and just be in the moment at the same time and enjoy the moment. And it was fun. A lot of nerves at first, though, so I got to, be myself. If I'm not acting normal in the locker room, everybody, it's not normal. So just trying to be myself, but tonight was fun. All glory to God.
Buddy freaking Hield. Are you kidding me? Yes, Tony, you have now made my year, bro, with a little Chet Baker rejoin. If you guys want to class up your joint, under any circumstances, always play Chet Baker. Man, oh man, I think this is it for me. I mean, he's the best. He's the best America has to offer. He's a song called My Buddy. Well, it's a classic song recovered by a million people, but I told Tony we're doing Buddy rejoins. What show gives you 50 cents, my buddy, followed by Chet Baker's My Buddy?
No other show in the world, I'll tell you that.
Well, when in doubt, buddy, play Chet Baker. All right? Friday afternoon.
This is incredible. What a vibe.
Well, he's the best. And featured in the great Ted Lasso Amsterdam episode when they play some Chet Baker. Just get more Chet Baker in your life. That's my advice to you. Okay,
and
buddy?
for somebody who has never had my joint be described as classy, I could use a little bit more of this in my life.
We're chasing Gary St. Jean, who would probably like Chet Baker. But this is for Sam Spear, too, who I felt so bad Friday. We never mentioned the Derby once, and we used to have Sam on every single year before the Derby. So, Sammy, you're listening. I know he's listening.
Yes,
to
and
Chet.
we made sure to dedicate one of our hum babies to Sam Spear and the Sam Spear horse racing army out there this morning. Shout out to Sovereignty winning the 151st Kentucky Derby.
All right, guys. Apparently having trouble connecting to Gary St. Jean. So we'll move back on to the takes of the day. The Warriors doing their thing. Yes.
You're telling me Gary St. Jean is not quite the connector that Jimmy Butler is.
Very good. No. So here you go. 808 KNBR is a phone number if you guys want to check in until we get saintly. 415-808-5627, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. As the people keep pouring in, 415 says, yes, De La Soul. We did play that for sure, guys. And 415 is approving of Chet Baker. Oh, it's Billy. Of course it's Billy. Yes, Billy. Yeah, you and I can go listen to, we'll go get a cocktail and listen to some Chester.
Hey, Billy.
408 says, guys, Draymond still has time to blow up Tin Cup style. All right, now that's a reference, Tony. You probably don't know that one, do you? Tin Cup, the movie?
No.
You're a golfer. By the way, did you play over the weekend?
I did. I played 9 holes Saturday, 18 yesterday, 18 more today.
Any replication of the Stanford Magic?
Dude, how about this? Yesterday, I tripled 18.
You tripled 18.
That's what you like to do, right?
That's back-to-back rounds. I shot a 90. Could have broke 90. I was playing Diablo Creek out in Concord.
You're playing great golf these days, buddy. Index going down.
It is,
But Murph, coffee is for closers. And it looks like young Tony can't close out that 18
We're going to have to
hole.
conquer the 18 boogeyman for you. Yeah. All right, well, good. You keep hitting it close again? Hitting it Stony?
Oh, yeah. 2 birdies, 2 pars. That's a tough track out there.
Stony Tony.
That's it.
Doing his thing. All right, let's get you guys some of the sound from last night. We are just absolutely shocked. I mean, so many different angles, but I mean, Buddy Hield is a gigantic story. We can talk about Steph scoring 14 in the fourth quarter, or Steph facilitating when he wasn't scoring in the first half, or Steph getting 10 rebounds last night. About the Jimmy Butler factor. When the Rockets cut it to 3, Jimmy took over. He hit a 3 and had 2 smart dishes to build it back up to 8. Mike Dunleavy, they showed him at the end of the game. It was like the gangster move to go get him. But let's be honest, unless Buddy scores 33, they ain't winning that game, right? No. So a little bit on what the Warriors had to say about Buddy Hield, because he was incredible. I got Draymond cut you, Tony, about Buddy, because you know what? You've brought this up today. It wasn't just the scoring. He actually, believe it or not, had a couple of defensive plays.
Dude, we were joking about the Buddy Hield cycle that we've been referencing the entire season. And Murph, maybe I missed this part of the cycle, where there's a Game 7 buddy, but also a defensive buddy. Like, they even said it on the broadcast last night, like, this is the best defense that Buddy Hield has played in his entire career. This is a guy who just seemed like he never really gave the effort, but now, once again, he's buying into the Warriors culture, which is kind of glamorized as a three-point shooting team. But all real Warriors fans know that defense has been key to this dynasty, and defense has always been key to this Warriors team in winning championships.
So here's Draymond on Buddy last night.
It was huge. The 33 points were great. 9 threes, incredible. But what he did on the defensive end was even more impressive. He took on every matchup that he had, whether it was Jalen, Fred, all over the hawking the ball handler. He ended up with Sengun on the post. Made him force to miss. Knocked the ball out. We was able to come up with the loose ball. He made winning plays all night. Huge game for him, 37 minutes. I'm not sure he's played that amount of minutes all year. But stayed the course. When we needed him most, he delivered.
It's incredible, man. I mean, as early as the first half, I was tweeting out, is this the Buddy game? And sure enough, by the end of the game, it was the Buddy game.
Yeah, I don't think too many fans had on their Warriors bingo card that Buddy Hield was going to be the guy to step up in Game 7 and save the day.
Well, it's kind of why, I mean, again, was he a Klay Thompson replacement 1-for-1? No. I mean, Klay's iconic and also was a great defender in his day, and Buddy was never that guy. But Klay was unhappy. He was not happy. He didn't like the offer the Warriors had made. The money got complicated. There was ego involved. And it was just, he couldn't stay. No. He was not going to be happy with the Warriors weren't going to pay him what he wanted. He felt disrespected. So the Warriors had to make a move. And they go get Buddy Hield. And we were like, no, the Buddy Hield cycle, right? And well, the Buddy Hield cycle wound up producing last night. That's why the cut to Dunleavy just made me laugh. Whoever the TNT director was, I had to give them major props. Because the Dunleavy face, too. Just absolute stone cold killer. Like, on to the next. Let's go. So, I mean, the Buddy Hield trade paid off.
Yeah, I mean, getting Buddy Hield this offseason, I was never too happy with Klay Thompson's departure in the first place. And we talked about it earlier this morning, not having a guy like Klay Thompson in Game 6, where it was a game where Steph Curry scored 29, Jimmy Butler scored 27, but nobody else was able to buy a bucket in the fourth quarter, including Buddy Hield. And that's where, like, damn, this is where they need a spot-up shooter. This is where they need a guy who can just sit in the corner and knock down those corner threes. Well, guess what? Buddy Hield did that in Game 7. And that's the role he should be playing. A guy that's confident in his own ability to go out there and drop 33 after getting shut out on Friday night. A guy that's going to be able to space the floor for Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green and also take some of that gravitational pull away from Steph Curry. He's not the most consistent shooter in the world, but when you needed him the most, Buddy Hield showed up.
I was looking at my notes from Friday, because, again, so much happened since we signed off. Like, we opened the show by saying, guys, we signed off Friday at 10 a.m. saying, oh, the Warriors are going to win. We just didn't know it was going to be Sunday night, not Friday night. But on my Friday morning notes, I had Moody for Buddy, ? We talked about Friday morning moving Buddy out of the starting lineup. And they didn't. And then, so now you're going into Sunday. You're like, well, you definitely have to take him out now because he went 0 for. Guess what? He didn't. Buddy actually addressed starting, cut why. He was glad to be starting. He said it helped his night.
I was talking to Loon earlier, and I was like, man, I'm so glad I'm starting tonight because I don't know how it being coming to the bench, because coming to the bench for the Game 7 is being really hard, So just starting to get all the jitters out. It's a childhood's dream, We all talk about Game 7s. We all want to play in Game 7s, but that actually playing in the Game 7 and getting prepared for it is one of the hardest things ever. And I'm just, thank God for my mom and everybody that prepared me, put me in a situation that I can be prepared, being mentally and spiritually prepared for this. And my teammates, of course, Jimmy and Steph and Dre, those vets that have been in the fire before, and they know what it's like, and just follow their lead.
Well, there it is, man. Buddy Hield. All right, connection has been made with the great Gary St. Jean. Of course, we love St. Lee, former Warrior GM and head coach. He knows what he's doing. He's always a good conversation. And St. Lee, that was unbelievable to blow it on Friday night. If we were doing this interview, Gary, on Saturday morning, it would be a whole different story, but we're doing it on Monday morning, and they won the game as Buddy Hield scored 33. So Murph and Marcus say good morning, Gary. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Gary.
Happy Monday, fellas. Sorry about the technical difficulties. My grandson was playing with my phone over the weekend.
Kind of like the Warriors played around on Friday night. There's my transition, right? The Warriors took your phone on Friday night, Gary.
I can't explain that Friday night game, but yesterday you guys were just talking to Buddy Hield. What a game! I use the expression with him because he's a streaky shooter. He can shoot you in or he can shoot you out, and he shot you into outer space yesterday. He was fantastic. We've seen him in his career have nights like this, and it was so important because Houston put so much emphasis on trying to shut down Steph. They had times where they triple teamed him when he was coming off of screens. So they needed somebody else to step up in those open pockets. Guys, last night was one of the few times I've seen in over my 40 years that you had two teams playing a lot of matchup zone.
Mm-hmm.
That was really unique. Steve Kerr and his staff coached a masterful game. They did a great job. And Draymond leading the defense, Jimmy Butler, the poise and confidence. It's just a great performance.
Gary St. Jean's the voice you hear on the UMA guest line as you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's talk about that strategy, Gary, because Friday night after that game, it looked like the double big zone was going to be impossible for the Warriors to crack. And Steph didn't score until almost before halftime, and yet they were cracking it. I mean, is it as simple as Buddy making the shots? I mean, that's it. You just have to have a guy that's a zone breaker. Is that it? Or was something else going on in terms of their spacing and cutting?
Well, M.A. Udoka took this page, guys. He said, hey, I'm not letting Steph Curry beat me. I don't know. We're going to put two guys. We're going to put three guys. So if he was any pick and roll, they switched to pick and roll, and then they had Van Fleet on him. Then any time that he came off screens, gosh darn it, the guy who was setting the screen, that defender, plus Steph's own defender, plus the guy who was guarding Draymond Green up top, I was laughing. They had three guys. So you needed that performance by Buddy. And guys played huge minutes because you didn't get a lot from the bench. Podziemski, maybe you look and say, geez, his line doesn't look great. How about the play where he drew the charge and then goes down the next play and knocks down the three? I can go on and on. Each guy stepped up in a big, big way. And that was experience versus youth, toughness, defensive-minded Houston, and the Warriors won out.
Gary, you mentioned the streakiness of Buddy Hield, and Murph had the stat earlier today that he's the first player ever in NBA history to score 0 points in a Game 6 and over 30 in a Game 7. So talk to us about the confidence, not just of Buddy Hield, for Steve Kerr to keep him in the starting lineup, but also that confidence for Buddy to still go out there and put up that amount of shots after what he did or what he didn't do in Game 6.
That's why X's and O's aren't what it's all about. It's about relationships and building trust and confidence. And that's what Steve does in just a tremendous way. Hield didn't lose confidence. Shooters just move on to the next shot. They believe they're going to knock them down. And the fact they brought him back out there and marched him out, I was so happy for the guy. It was the best game of his whole career. And, now you're going to be playing Minnesota, which is big again and very talented. And there's no rest for the weary. Jump on the plane last night, get up there and play tomorrow.
Gary St. Jean's the voice you hear, of course. We know him so well here in the Bay Area, coaching the Warriors, GM of the Warriors, and did his thing in Sacramento, too, for all those years. And now on the UMA guest line talking about this win the Warriors had last night as Buddy Hield scores 33 to lead the Warriors. A little bit on Draymond Green here, Gary.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. He really opened up to the media about how embarrassed he was about Game 6, where he went off and had a flagrant foul, and he said he wound up talking to his wife, his best friend, his barber, Tom Izzo, and he addressed the team and said, I lost my poise, and I'm going to lead with poise. I mean, there's a lot going on there because I don't know if Draymond's ever really used the word poise before, Gary, but what do you make of all that? that Friday night and his Saturday night speech?
I got to tell you guys, that's what it's all about. That's a veteran leader, a future Hall of Famer, a great defense. Just there. Said, I got to be better. I can't lose my composure. I love the way he played yesterday. I didn't like it. And, That's the team, those guys that have been there, whether it's Looney and Steph, those guys, they know that Draymond Green. He loves that big situation. And I love the people talking to his wife, talking to my old pal Tom Izzo. And they're honest with him. And you can get on the border of being too excited. You got to stay cerebral, ready to compete, and ready to go. And, man, he was tremendous. He really, really was. You know, the Sengun, the young guy that's 22, is going to have a very, very bright future. He was the key. They kept giving him the ball at the free throw line, letting him go one-on-one. On the other side of the coin, we've seen that young Green guy who went to prolific prep up in Napa, really struggle. He didn't have a very good game. The other young guy, this is a Bay Area connection, Thompson, grew up in San Leandro. And he did a great job all series long on Steph. So they've got a bright future down there, but it wasn't their time.
Gary, moving forward to the series against Minnesota, we know that Draymond Green has a pass with Rudy Gobert, and there might be a little bad blood there. And with the 2 flagrants he's already acquired so far in this last series against Houston, he's 2 away from a possible suspension. Are you concerned about that at all moving forward with Draymond Green?
No, I think he can reel that in and take care of stuff. Gobert's a little bit of an agitator because when he rebounds, guys, he's so big that when he pulls the rebound down and gets those elbows out to clear some space, oh, by the way, where those elbows are is exactly where the other guy's normal-sized heads are, and he's elbowing people in the head all the time. Look for them to go more with a small lineup and maybe him not playing as much. If he does play, the Warriors technically will really try to get him involved in pick and roll. Get him away from the basket. Make him guard Butler, Curry, Podziemski, and then that way they've got space and speed to operate it against him. But they're playing well, guys. Randall, best, former Knick, playing the best I've seen him play. They've got some other guys that are just tough, strong defenders. I love Dante DiVincenzo. Probably has the best nickname in the NBA, the Big Ragu.
Well,
you got to love that. What the heck's better than that?
Well, that's for you and me, Gary, who remembers Laverne and Shirley. I work with a bunch of kids who won't remember that. So,
Beautiful.
Hey, we can't let you go without yet another chapter in the epic poem that is Steph Curry's life. You know, the monks used to write on these scrolls in the middle days of like these great stories, and the scrolls would go on forever, right? And here's the Steph Curry scroll of just epic chapter after epic chapter after epic chapter. I guess what my question is like, people are starting to talk about, around the country now, they always want to have the hot question of the morning. Is the stuff he's doing beginning to challenge the legacy of LeBron James, or even past the legacy of LeBron James, because he's still winning and still doing it at this level at age 37? I mean, I know there's still more to be written, but it's like when we try to put him, Gary, long-winded question, I know. If we try to put him where he is in the rankings, we can't do it because he's still going, right?
Well, that's the beauty of all this. And, guys, last night, those drives to the basket, when he was a young guy, he couldn't do that because he would have got knocked down. But he could take a hit and use the rim as his ally, get underneath, put the English on the ball. Why was he doing that? Because they were crowding him, taking away the shot, so he put the ball down. Here's another big key. You say, oh, gosh, he didn't have his 35 points. Guys, you know what was key last night? 10 rebounds.
Unbelievable.
In order to play against a team with 2 bigs like that, you have to say to your 2 guards, guys, I need you to come back and rebound. Don't stand up there and be a movie director running your camera. Get your little buns in the paint and get me some rebounds. And, boy, he did it. If you really look at that game, maybe not his best scoring game, but, man, oh, man, he played a fabulous basketball game. And I'm with you guys. You can talk long and hard about him and LeBron. And the mutual respect they have for each other, it's a beautiful thing.
Gary, one last thing, following up the topic of Steph Curry and how he led the game yesterday with 10 rebounds. Someone to me who felt like they had a bigger impact on the box score than was actually listed was Kevon Looney. And it feels like At any given point of a series, Steve Kerr can just kind of go to his back pocket and play the Kevon Looney card, especially against this next series against Minnesota with their size also. What do you think about Looney's role moving forward in Steve Kerr's rotation?
1 second.
Go ahead.
We'll vamp for you. Cough away. I'm so glad you asked that because we mentioned him in the first hour and we kind of gotten away from it. I want to do 4 hours on Looney.
Oh, yeah.
Gary, are you back?
Hey, guys. Looney, yes. Looney, he's amazing. You ever see him complain or whine or cry? No. He knows who he is, plays terrific defense, rebounds. I love the guy.
And Kerr just deployed him. You know, it's funny. Sometimes I'm like, you could use him more often than that, but he used him when he had to. Gary, thanks for figuring out how to unlock your grandson's chicanery. We enjoyed talking about the game with you, and we'll chase you down again. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Gary.
Anytime, guys. Have a great day.
Yeah, Gary St. Jean doing his thing. And we were talking about Steph Curry, and I don't think we've played this enough today. I think it's Slater who says to him at the end of the night, by the way, did you see Steph's fit? Dude, he's wearing like this orange sweater. He's got a necklace on, and he's wearing shades.
Dude.
They're like stone cold, like 1970s, like I'm not effing around shades.
Dude, he's almost looking as good as Kyle Harr on an Orange Friday.
It's Marcus Thompson. Listen to this.
You've won 5 series now in Houston. What you think your reputation is in the city?
I'm a winner.
And that's it.
Damn.
He just stares at the camera and
Mic
smiles. I'm a winner.
It's true.
You almost want to keep that silence in there for a second, too.
Yeah,
All right.
5 times.
Hey, honestly, guys, help me out. Help the old stat head out here. Has there been a time in sports history when one team is eliminated? I guess maybe the Celtics did it back in the 60s, would beat the Lakers all the time, maybe. But it's rare that one team and one guy really has 5 times knocked a team out of a playoffs in a 10-year run without the other team getting them once. Like, people talk about 70, 71, 72, the Dallas Cowboys beat the Niners 3 straight playoffs. Okay, that's 3. That ain't 5. I mean, dude, this is 5 times now.
Yeah. And I can just only imagine what it's like being a 12, 13, 14-year-old man or a woman growing up a Houston Rockets fan, and here you are as a 24, 25-year-old still watching your favorite team be eliminated by Steph Curry.
You know what they're saying in Houston? They're saying what that French guy was saying. Steph Curry is le devil.
Le devil.
Le devil.
Buddy Hield, le devil.
Unbelievable. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We'll stand by to see if Raymond gets us somebody from Houston, but if not, it's all about you guys as we talk about this epic win. As I said on Twitter, when I posted the final score, guys, we could have done this Friday night in Game 6, but hey, it was more thrilling, shall we say, if not exhausting. And maybe as we get to the end of our show, we can start to look ahead to what's ahead. I know we've spent 3 hours and 16 minutes looking back at last night, but in the last 45, maybe we'll start to look ahead a little bit, but also continue to relive last night. Buddy Hield is Le Devil on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm a winner.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product. It's time for the Young Tony and John Joe question of the day.
Yes, indeed. And the big question coming out of this one is, what did the Warriors prove with a Game 7 win? And by the way, Game 7, speaking of Game 7, 510 wanted this.
Nothing easy. Game 7, baby. Game 7. Game 7.
Game 7. So give us your takes. Bang the number 808 KNBR. Give us your reaction.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Buddy gets paid a lot of money to play at a high level. Buddy was Buddy tonight. Good for you, Buddy. Butter. Good for you. No, Buddy was huge. But we know the type of basketball player that he is. And he's a tough cover for sure whenever he's making shots. But he made so many right plays on the defensive side of the ball, getting the ball where it needed to go. Buddy was really, really, really big for us tonight.
Jimmy Butler, who just put out a crazy Instagram cartoon. You might want to put that one up, too, on the YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, in which it's a cartoon of Alfred the Butler from Batman saying, turns out I am Batman, with Buddy's face superimposed. It's wacky. It's almost psychedelic, but they're having a lot of fun. And as we are doing our all Buddy rejoins today, we've heard Buddy Holly, Buddy Guy. We've heard Chet Baker sing My Buddy, which made my year. We heard 50 Cent talk about My Buddy. He was talking about his piece.
Yeah, shoot, Murph.
We heard Weezer sing Buddy Holly, and now you picked this one.
Yes, because we just had a little De La Soul Buddy also.
De La Soul Buddy,
so
yes,
now joining the rotation. I was running on thin on songs with the actual name Buddy in it. So this right here is DJ Quick with Bomb Buds, Murph. We're going to shorten it for Buddy Hield. This is Bomb Buds 2 by DJ Quick.
Okay. Bomb Buds 2. Well, perfect. He was throwing up bombs.
That's it.
There it is.
Buddy the Bomber.
Again, his name is Chavano. Chavano. Chavano Hield, but he got the nickname Buddy, I think. I don't know. Was it college or something? Was everybody's buddy? Something like that?
I guess so, yeah.
We had the Van Halen crowd check in and say, everybody wants some. I want some too. Fun stuff. Okay, so you have this is the Jimmy Butler Instagram. This is nuts, man. I mean, again, is this Jimmy in his hotel room putting this together? Or he's got a whole social media team where he calls him up and goes,
I'm guessing that there has to be somebody helping Jimmy Butler out with these memes. Maybe it is Armando, the ass man, the guy giving him personal massages. Maybe he makes his memes also, but who knows? Maybe Jimmy Butler has this in his bag, Murph.
Young Tony says he thinks he has a content team. I need a content team.
You got a content team.
I do, actually.
Please don't destroy boys. Shout out to our content team.
Also, my teenage kids.
Yeah,
that's my content team.
Rory will throw together a couple edits.
They're keeping us together. They're keeping me up to speed. And I told you guys they've already said that they're a little bummed that the Warriors are playing the Wolves because they're huge Ant Edwards guys. He's like the face of the new generation.
Join the club. Everybody likes Ant, myself included.
But here is Jimmy's wacky cartoon. If you're on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, it's Alfred the Butler revealing he's Batman with a little bit of Draymond and Jimmy watching from a SpongeBob, what's it again? The Krusty Krab Cafe, I think, or whatever.
The Krusty Krab.
Here it is. Check it out.
Miss Gordon, I see you've discovered our little secret. Yes, I admit it. I am Batman.
It's all right, Alfred.
Very good, sir.
What a wacky thing.
That's it, man. But I'm here for it, Murph. I'm here for it.
Oh, my God, buddy.
I'm here for the memes.
Dunleavy doing his thing. I said that Dunleavy looked like a killer when they cut to him in the crowd. Somebody else said they disagreed. They said that he looked relieved that he didn't blow a 3-1 lead with 3 future Hall of Famers on his roster.
Oh, yeah, because, Murph, I saw some of the criticism before Game 7 even started, and people were ready to come at Mike Dunleavy. People were ready to come at Steve Kerr. People were ready to come at Jonathan Kuminga. Like, people already had their list of reasons ready to go why the Warriors were going to blow that 3-1 lead.
And by the way, while we're staying on the Buddy thing, people are all checking in with their Mount Buddy more, and I think we've all assembled the list. It's Buddy Ebsen, who played, of course, Jed Clampett in the Beverly Hillbillies. Buddy Rich, considered probably the greatest drummer of all time. Buddy Guy, the epic blues man, and for all of us at Christmas time, Will Ferrell's Buddy the Elf.
Yeah, you got to throw Buddy the Elf on that list.
All right. So
I was thinking who else? Maybe like a Buddy Ryan?
Buddy Ryan
Does he
would
make
be
the
on
list?
the JV one. Also, the very foul comedian, but a name from the mid-20th century, Buddy Hackett. He has an incredible, if you need to look up your Buddy Hackett.
All right.
I shouldn't even go there, but look up an alligator on a bus.
Oh, we'll go there during the commercial break.
Yes, we will. This is the Steph thing we were talking about, and all the listeners are cluing me in. I can't believe. So Steph, his fit was pretty surprising. It was like a rust orange sweater. He had a turtle.
It's the sunglasses that get me.
Turtle studded with diamonds, and he's wearing these shades indoors, which is sort of un-Steph-like, right?
Well, it turns out sunglasses.
Oh, you used it in a sample, didn't you?
No, I told you. Yeah, I wore my stunner shades that night. Shout out to the hyphy movement.
So we're like, wait a minute, why is Steph wearing these shades? Well, those on the Troll Patrol.
Nice.
No, I just made that up. That after Game 6, Şengün and Dylan Brooks did a press conference wearing these shades indoors.
Like they were some type of fashion models.
Or they were just like too cool for school. Like, yeah, we're going back to Houston. We're going to go kill off these losers.
Houston Rockets fan thinks Şengün's a supermodel.
So Steph packed these in anticipation of trolling them in the postgame. And here he is wearing these things. If you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, is it up, Tony?
Yeah, it's up.
And that's when he says, if you can run the Marcus Thompson, he's wearing these shades when he drops the kind of un-Steph-like comment, too. Here, roll this.
Well, you've won 5 series now in Houston. What you think your reputation is in the city?
I'm a winner.
Dude, now you're like, wait a minute, is Steph really that concerned with getting over on people? I think we have the soundbite.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't call himself the petty king for no reason, Murph.
This is the real deal, right? Yeah.
I'm the petty king, so I know all about everything, and I use it as entertainment and just have fun with it.
He admits.
He knows everything, Murph.
He's out there watching. He goes, okay, you guys wearing your shades after you beat us in Game 6. All right, I'm going to pack mine.
That's it.
I'm going to put them in that little zipper container in my suitcase here, and if we lose, nobody will ever know I brought them. And if we win, I'm going to wear them.
I need some real digging here. Was Steph Curry wearing the shades before the game? And was he wearing this orange crew neck before the game also? Also, was he inspired by the winning nature of Buster Posey's San Francisco Giants to go with that shade of orange, Murph? These are all questions that I'm asking myself.
Oh, man. Good stuff, man. All right. Well, listen, it's all so much fun. Again, guys, we're doing a show Saturday morning. KNBR listener, what are you saying Saturday morning? Was there somebody walking out Friday night, Saturday morning going, yeah, let's go?
What was the Sandman saying on Saturday morning? That's what I need to know.
You were at Chase Center.
Yeah. It was like a morgue.
And we barely,
people were walking out like their life was over.
Was anybody walking out going, we got this. We got this.
No. People were mad. People were pissed off. People like myself were looking for a Game 6 Clay performance, but instead, we got Game 7 Buddy.
All right. Continue this on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I'm the petty king, so
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
A song? Yeah. Anything for you, Dad. I'm here with my dad, and we never met, and he wants me to sing him a song. And I was adopted, but you didn't know I was born. So I'm here now. I found you, Daddy. And guess what? I love you. I love you. I love you.
Oh, look at that. The Buddy rejoins continue. Well done, young Tony. Buddy the Elf, of course, set to Buddy Guy. Ooh, Buddy Guy might have won the day. Him and Chet Baker. Oh, man, sounded real good. Buddy Hield, take a bow, man. You gave us a whole morning full of Buddy rejoins. We got one more chance, too.
So what I was going to say, I don't know how Tony's going to top that when you put the bow on the Buddy Hield playlist with Buddy the Elf, or was that Dub Nation talking about how much they love Buddy Hield?
I love you. I love you. I love you.
They do today. One quick promo. We do have Giants baseball today, believe it or not. 4:40 first pitch, 3:40 first game. Landon Roop, Grant Brisbee, who's done a really nice job filling in for Andy Bagley. Grant, take a bow, buddy. You're doing a great job. And also, I want to shout out the young kid. I love a good, bright young sports writers will get my attention. And this kid, Noah Furtado, got hired by the Chronicle just like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, oh, really? What you got, buddy? What you got? You know what? It's a good writer. I've taken note. First couple of bylines. Jack Loader apparently knew him. And he's an Arizona State Sun Devil. I'm actually quite surprised Arizona State produces somebody of that intellect.
Oh.
So well done.
Wow,
well
taking
done.
shots at the Cronkite kids.
Yeah. No, the kid's a good writer.
The
I'm impressed.
disrespect to a Kerry Crowley.
Anyway, Landon Roop, according to Grant Brisbee's piece, even though in my jock blog shall we say, irresponsibly tossed off that his ERA is north of 5, his FIP is in the 3s. So there you go.
He's got a low FIP. He's got to lower down that ERA if he doesn't want Hayden Birdsong or newly called up Kyle Harrison to take his spot in the rotation.
Yeah, we got to talk about that maybe tomorrow. Matthew Boyd pitching for the Cubs. Forever Farhan Giant.
For never Giant.
For never Giant. Very good.
I mean, he was on the roster, but...
By the way, how about the fact that the Giants now have made a move? They called up Brett Wisely for, who was it, for the Casey Schmidt oblique?
Casey Schmidt went down. David VR came up. Tyler Fitzgerald went down. Okay. Brett Wisely came up.
And now with this Harrison for Lou Trevino move, I mean, Buster Posey, who do you think you are, buddy? Farhan Zaidi? I mean, this is 3 moves now. They're racking up some moves here. You know, a little too much roster churn.
No.
A little too much roster churn.
Farhan used to make 3 a day.
I feel kind of bad for Lou Trevino. He's a good dude. What did he do wrong? He didn't do anything wrong.
No, but the Giants
He pitched a shutout inning yesterday.
And they need another left-handed arm in their bullpen. Eric Miller's the only guy, so it sounds like Kyle Harrison's going to get a shot to come out of the pen for the first time.
Yeah, so it is exciting. But anyway, we'll talk more about that later. We did mention that we will start to turn our attention a little bit to the Minnesota Timberwolves here, who have been resting since May 1st after eliminating the Lakers. Somebody wrote in, and I don't know if this is true, but this is the first time a 6 has ever faced a 7 in the semis.
Oh, I heard them talking about it on the broadcast last night. I know that it's only happened a handful of times, if not this being the only time. Should double-check that stat.
Okay, so, and I checked, in the same way Vegas had favored the Warriors to win the series over the Rockets, Vegas has favored the Timberwolves to beat the Warriors.
Yeah.
We had a first, we'll leave names out of it, but there were people in the bullpen speculating that the Warriors were going to win Friday and then go play Minnesota and saying they ain't beating the Timberwolves. That was the first take I heard from the bullpen today. Or yes, I should say that was on Friday when we all thought the Warriors were going to win on Friday. And then they were going to play Monday game 1. Well, now, so a couple things going against the Warriors. One is the schedule. That's number 1. Is that they play Tuesday game 1, Thursday game 2, Saturday game 3, Monday game 4. So the first 4 games, only 1 day off. And that includes travel after game 2. They had to go 7 against Houston. Steph played 46 minutes last night. Jimmy played 45. So there are some hurdles out there.
No doubt.
The early chalk is, well, there's some clouds on the horizon.
Yeah, and Minnesota has been playing phenomenal since the last time the Warriors faced off against them in the regular season. And we can talk about some of those regular season matchups where the Warriors won 3 out of those 4 matchups. But none of those matchups involved Jimmy Butler, and they also did not involve the way that Julius Randle has been playing lately with Minnesota. Like, we talked a little bit about this trade before on our show. I know I've talked about it a lot with my buddies off air, and like how in the first half of the regular season, it looked like a huge win for the New York Knicks to get Karl Anthony Towns. And you're seeing the Knicks advance past the Pistons to the second round of the playoffs. And we're like, I don't know if the fit's really there with Julius Randle and Anthony Edwards. Well, Murph, they've changed that narrative, and now they're playing phenomenal together. Then you throw in Naz Reid. Then you throw in Rudy Gobert, who's out here dropping 20 games. Dante DiVincenzo shooting the 3-ball. Like, this is a team that is loaded with talent and loaded with a lot more experience than what we just saw in the last round against the Houston Rockets.
Okay, all that said, the Warriors are 3-1 against them, but haven't played them since January 15th.
Yeah, it feels like a different team.
Totally different. On both sides.
Yeah, no doubt. That was without Jimmy Butler. They were 3-1.
Correct.
So who knows if it's a better matchup now? You would assume that, but you know what happens when you start assuming things.
Well, yeah, and the Warriors don't have home court in this thing, giving it away to the Timberwolves. Are like, we're the 6th seed and we have home court. Damn, this is nice. Here's Steph Curry's first quote about the Minnesota Timberwolves after the game on TNT.
My mind is fried right now. I know what Andy is. Obviously, Rudy in his 2020 game. We haven't seen him in a long time. I just know they're going to bring the best out of us. It's going to be a challenge starting on the road again. So thankfully we got life. That's all we wanted.
Yeah. It quote-unquote meaningful basketball.
Yeah.
Right?
And this is going to be meaningful to the city of Minnesota also, because it's my understanding that the city of Minnesota does not like Jimmy Butler. There is some bad blood. Since Jimmy left the organization, I know he went back as a member of the Miami Heat and didn't even play in the game, and the entire crowd was chanting, "Where is Jimmy? Where is Jimmy?" So you know that's going to take it to the next level. And then you throw in the extra kind of back and forth that we know we're going to see between Rudy Gobert and Draymond Green, Murph. This is going to be a spicy series.
Not as spicy as Dylan Brooks, though, right?
I don't know, because I think that maybe the Minnesota crowd might hate Jimmy Butler more than the Houston crowd hates Draymond Green.
What year did he leave Minnesota?
I'm telling you, there's some bad blood, and I think we're going to see it tomorrow night in the stadium. Minnesota does not like Jimmy Butler. It goes back to that legendary Jeff Teague story about him showing up to practice and beating the starting unit with the backup team.
It was 2018.
I know, but people don't forget, Murph. People don't forget.
Just like Steph doesn't forget he's the petty king.
Exactly. So we'll see. But I also think that's a part of the storyline going into the series is some bad blood between Jimmy Butler and the city of Minnesota.
We tried to lure, the media tried to lure Steve Kerr into a preview of the Timberwolves series after the game last night. He didn't want to go there.
I'm not talking about Minnesota right now. We will talk about them tomorrow. So we're just gonna enjoy the win tonight and spend the night, and we'll get ready for Minnesota tomorrow. But we're excited. We're thrilled. I mean, when I think back to the trade deadline where we were as a team, I'm so proud of these guys for what they've accomplished to put us in a position, as Steph says, to play meaningful basketball and to give ourselves a chance. And this is all you want every year. Do you have a chance? And we've got a chance with this group. And they're an amazing group of men to coach and to be with and to collaborate with. And couldn't be more proud.
Yeah, not going to talk about them. Think about the trade deadline, the Dunleavy move. By the way, Dennis Schroeder was a part of this story at one point.
Don't forget those double umlauts.
But Lindy Waters, too. Don't forget Lindy Waters, our guy.
That's crazy, Tony. That's crazy. But yeah, that's the key here for me. Steve Kerr just said it. The Warriors are playing meaningful basketball, which you should always be doing with Steph Curry. But before the trade deadline, it wasn't feeling like meaningful basketball. It was a team with a sub 500 record trying to get in as the 10 seed in the play-in bracket. And that's why you do got to tip your cap to Mike Dunleavy for making the trade that maybe wasn't the sexiest trade at the time, because everybody wanted Kevin Durant. Now KD's at home, and Jimmy Butler and the Warriors are moving on to the second round of the playoffs.
By the way, footnote, they're talking about KD possibly going to Houston.
Yeah.
Maybe save that whole scene.
I could see that happening.
To be that veteran that lifts them up there to the next level. Anthony Edwards, though, from 2023, had a cut here that adds fun. This was him 2 years ago already thinking about this.
What are you looking forward to most of this upcoming season?
Definitely going back to the playoffs and going further in the playoffs to go versus the Warriors. I want to play the Warriors. I want to get to the Warriors. Wherever they at, I want to get to them.
Got you. Why the Warriors so much?
I mean, because Draymond talks so much trash. That's pretty much the only reason.
So, I mean, listen, did you know actually after the series was over, did you see a lot of hugs going around? Like, there was no fists thrown. There was some hugs going around. I don't know if it was Dylan Brooks in particular, but I saw Steven Adams hugging some guys, Fred Van Vliet.
Some of the vets show some respect.
Yeah. I don't know if Dylan did. Dylan the villain.
Yeah, I don't know. But one thing I do know real quick about Anthony Edwards is that he is big game hunting. This is a guy that is not afraid of the moment, and he's not afraid of these biggest matchups. Last year, he took out his boy KD in the postseason before taking out Nikola Jokic, before losing to Luka and the Dallas Mavericks in the Western Conference Finals. Guess what? He turns around this year, takes out Luka and LeBron. This guy is coming for every single legend in the NBA. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler is that next test.
Well, they're in the Elite Eight. The Warriors made it to the Elite Eight. Here you go. It's Timberwolves, Warriors in one half of the bracket, Nuggets, Thunder on the other side of the bracket. By the way, how about the Clippers? I mean, they're just going to be Clippers forever, aren't they?
I mean, James Harden, Game 7.
You're the Clippers.
What a surprise.
And you'll always be the Clippers.
Yeah.
I mean, this was the year. It was like, God, they're really playing great, and they got Kawhi back, and I was scared of them, and they really owned the Warriors this year. They did. And guess what? They out.
Yep.
And on the other side of the bracket, how about the Pacers knocking off the Cavs in Game 1? Kenny Atkinson already gripping over there as Indiana does their thing. And then Celtics-Knicks will be good TV in terms of a uni.
Be a great series.
That's some good colors going at it right there, but the Celtics own them this year.
Yeah, but the Knicks have kind of set up the roster to try to take down the Celtics. Have not happened yet, but Jalen Brunson is playing some good ball right now.
All right, guys. All right, we'll turn it over to What Did Young Tony Learn Today, which happened early in the show today, and it may or may not have something to do with Buddy Hield, but it's been a fun morning. I'm telling you guys, good thing we didn't have a show on Saturday, because there would have been some burials and some funerals and some finger pointing and some calling for some heads and some...
And John Joe Curley and myself would have been extremely hungover.
Very good. I'm glad you guys had 2 days to recover. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm the petty king, so I know all about everything, and I use it as entertainment and just have fun with it.
Steph Curry, man. As 925 says, can we just please take a second to be so effing thankful that we've been able to watch Steph Curry play meaningful postseason basketball for over a decade?
Oh, I'll give you more than a second. I'll give you 4 hours on the topic.
So the fact that the Warriors are competitive, let alone won a playoff series at Steph's age 37 season, is truly remarkable. We are so fortunate to be fans. 925, you're so right. And the catch is that doesn't make for hot take sports talk radio of like, God, don't you just love Steph? Isn't he the greatest human being of all time? Yeah, 808 KNBR. Call in and talk about how great Steph is. Well, we could if he's going to give us My Buddy Rejoins by Chet Baker, then it's all going to work. Everybody, more Chet Baker in your life. You will rise in the civilized just cool factor, buddy.
More Chet Baker, more Steph Curry, and more Game 7 Buddy.
Chet Baker's one of the coolest cats ever. Period. Full stop.
It's a cool name, too. I always like the name Chet.
Yeah.
It's a cool name.
Chet. Well, of course, we know him. It's not as cool in Weird Science.
Yeah.
Chet plays.
Nice pull.
Chet plays a little bit of a controversial figure.
No chance in hell young Tony has ever seen Weird Science.
No way.
Yeah, no chance.
No, I was looking for the Chet Hanks, Nick Turturro mashup.
Hey, speaking of cool, the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner is next Thursday, a week from Thursday, at the Hyatt Regency Embarcadero. Cocktails at 5, dinner at 6:30. I'll be hosting. Hopefully you guys will all come out. Mario Alioto said he's really been having fun talking to Joe Rudy, old school baseball. And he says a lot of celebs are coming. So Bashoff.org, BASHOF, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Bashoff.org to purchase. And part of the proceeds benefit Special Olympics Northern California. Maybe you're one of those companies that can buy a table. You got that kind of pull? Come on out. We'll be out there. Mm-hmm. It's always a great, it's a great event. It's a great day.
Drop some dollars.
Alex Morgan, the soccer World Cup champ. Joe Rudy, 3-time World Series champ. Eric Wright, 4-time Super Bowl champ. We got a lot of champs.
A lot of champs.
Mike Montgomery, one of the greatest college basketball coaches in the history of the Bay Area. And Dr. Harry Edwards, the distinguished gentleman who inspired the 1968 Olympic protest at Mexico City. Here it is, 2025. And we still have Dr. Edwards to discuss. And thank you for this. I'm going to go on a Chet Baker binge today, and it's going to be good, by the way. Yes.
Oh, sorry, real
Your
quick.
thoughts? Yes?
Young Tony was just whispering in my ear. He really wants to get off this Nick Turturro Chet Hanks matchup since we mentioned the name Chet.
Bad gal, white dandada.
Can ruin my whole summer.
Mount Chetmore. We got to go Chet Baker, number one.
Great.
Chet from Weird Science 2. I think we got to go Chet Hanks. And I got to show out old White Sox outfielder Chet Lemon for the old crowd out there, buddy.
OKC Thunder forward Chet Holmgren.
There you go, buddy. There you go for the newer crowd,
Might
too.
see him down the road.
831 says, the world is changing even in sports talk. Gratitude is necessary for a happy life, so be happy and have gratitude for Steph, Dre, and Buster Posey leading the way for our orange and black.
Damn, I didn't know Mark McGrath was checking in on the text line.
Be positive, bro.
Gratitude is my attitude.
Gratitude
right?
is latitude.
Oh, man. All right, Young Tony time. What do we got?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Okay, here we go. It's all sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So we were talking about Buddy Rejoins. I said, well, you got to start with Buddy Holly, right? One of the seminal figures in the history of American rock and roll. And Tony gave me the look, and I said, wait, really? You came in with a zero on Buddy Holly?
Yeah, unfortunately, no. I was not familiar with his game.
Okay.
I've since learned he's an absolute legend.
So first we need to talk about the look. Skinny little guy with big black frame glasses. So the look was incredible. Second of all, the time in American history, rock and roll was just hitting, and he came out of Lubbock, Texas, West Texas, and he was just the real blanking deal. He could play guitar, he could sing, and he was cool. He had the look with the suit and the glasses, and also iconic because tragic death, died in a plane crash, and that kind of vaulted him from, just a cool rock and roll guy to a martyr, like a saint. And so you miss him. There's been movies about him through the years. Gary Busey played Buddy Holly in the Buddy Holly story, and pretty much just a dude you got to know. The famous Don McLean song, American Pie, bye, bye, Miss American Pie, drove my Chevy to the levee, is about the day the music died is the name of that song. It's about the day Buddy Holly died in his plane crash. Wow. So there you go.
Wow.
Great
knowledge.
Yeah, and there's also, you guys, Waylon Jennings, I think, and Willie Nelson were supposed to get on that plane, but they didn't at the last second. And it went down. You know who else went down in that plane? Richie Valens. Wow. La Bamba. You know a song called La Bamba? La Bamba. You guys know La Bamba?
Of course.
Richie Valens also died in that plane crash.
Damn.
With Buddy Holly. So it was a big deal, and now you know. There you go, buddy. So more Chet Baker, more Buddy Holly. All right?
I'll take it.
And more, who we have earlier today? The newest one we played was 50 Cent, right?
Yeah,
or De La Soul.
My buddy. Also, real quick, Murph's got a kind of a Buddy Holly vibe going a little bit too with his black glasses.
That's a great call.
Yeah,
Yeah,
There's a little bit of that Buddy.
So like if Buddy
vibe.
Holly was like 100 on the cool factor, I'd be like about a .001, like an immaculate grid when you get a .001.
Hey,
that would be me, buddy.
But you're on the list, Murph.
Right? Yeah, I'm on the list.
Shout out to the .001 percenters who are almost as cool as Buddy Holly.
Very good. All right, guys. So the Golden State Lumber and Sherwin text line closes out the show today. Yeah, 415 says, don't forget Richie Valens. And the Big Bopper was on that plane, too. Yes, 916 says the Big Bopper was out there, too. 925 says, if young Tony needs to know about Buddy Holly, that Buddy Holly and the Crickets, his band was called the Crickets. The Beatles were so in awe of Buddy Holly, they named their band after Buddy Holly and the Crickets. They were the Beatles, B-A-B-E-A-T.
Damn, all types of fun facts from this segment.
707 says, come on, Murph. Everyone knows La Bamba. It's the song from The Sandlot.
La 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 Bamba.
So there you go. 925 says Chet from your choice. Yes, 707, the day the music died for sure. Here we go. 732 says Mount Chetmore, the legendary Monday Night Football director Chet 40. That's pretty good, too. 707 says, I worked with a guy named Chet, and he was kind of a POS.
Ooh.
All right.
I apologize for your Chet experience.
Well, here you go. Did you ever see this movie, La Bamba, with Lou Diamond Phillips?
No, but I have seen The Sandlot. Big fan of the film.
They feature this in The Sandlot?
I do believe so, yeah.
They do.
Well, there you go, buddy. Weird Science, 83530 says Weird Science and Chet, all this stuff. A lot of people checking in on the Chet. And then finally, one last sports text for the day. The T-Wolves' perimeter defense is not as good as the Rockets. Steph can take over.
Let Steph eat. I am extremely curious to see who Anthony Edwards decides to try to guard. Is it Steph Curry or is it Jimmy Butler?
How much of a gas tank factor? Like, I thought the Warriors could go steal one in Houston. I'm almost thinking, like, one of my early takes is like, I'm almost thinking you might lose 2 in Minnesota and you might have to steal game 5. But listen, underestimate Steph Curry at your peril. Underestimate Jimmy Butler at your peril. Bro, to close out the day, underestimate Buddy Hield at your peril, right? So the Warriors are on a plane. Raymond he says he's going to try to get us a guest tomorrow. They were racing to the plane. Their wheels up in 15 minutes. They're going to land in Minnesota. They're going to walk off. They're like, we're here.
The plane.
And Steph might be wearing those shades.
Yeah.
Who knows?
The king of petty.
It was an incredible day. Again, I mean, we signed off Friday morning at 10 a.m. thinking the Warriors were going to win on Friday night. And what a journey we went on. Turns out they won on Sunday night.
Let the record show that the Murph and Marcus show said it first. The Warriors would move on to the second round to play against Minnesota. We just thought it was going to happen on Friday, not on Sunday.
Doesn't matter how you got there.
Nope.
You got there.
It's a result-based business,
All
boys.
Right. When it's time for a change, Silver and Papa. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Congratulations, Warriors. My goodness. Buddy Hield, who'd have thought?
I'm the petty king. I'm a winner.
Boys, go!
I want to play Warriors. I mean, because Draymond talks so much trash.
Go play intramurals, brother.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
Last shot of the first quarter, it's in! Buddy Hield delivers a big one at the end of the first quarter. And the Warriors go up 4 as
Buddy Hield pours one in from 42 feet. Jimmy Butler goes baseline, finds Hield, little side step, got a fly high. Hield hits another. 1.5 for Buddy Hield. Takes him to 22 points on his 6th made three. He's got 14 in the quarter. This is where the daggers come out too. Stephen Curry rips the cords. Shankoon met at the rim, denied. Buddy Hield, he scored big time tonight, but he's had some great defensive stands as well. Coach trying to draw the foul. Butler goes to the basket. Butler lays it in. The Warriors sniffing it down. Curry, Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield for three. Mike Dunleavy has seen his team go on a 12-0 run. 2:25 remaining, and the Warriors' lead is 20. And into the second round go the Golden State Warriors. A hard-fought 7 games. But the Warriors, with all that championship pedigree, go on the road and beat the Rockets and eliminate the Rockets. The Warriors are moving on.
So when we were just about ready to sign off on Friday during Walter's Friday Flip It Out, he said, I have a feeling we're going to be talking about a Timberwolves series on Monday. We all agreed on that. I don't think we envisioned this path. Game 6 was a full-on dud. Game 7 was for the big boys. And Buddy freaking Hield with his 9 3-pointers of all people with the season on the line, delivered it when it mattered the most. What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver hanging out with you from 10 to 2, and this is going to be a breeze to fill 4 hours because what a weekend it was, and it's going to be a whole lot of gold like you see on Greg Papa's shirt. I saw this guy through my screen doing Giants postgame on Saturday, but Friday, I know we were both out at Chase Center to watch a rather lifeless performance, and then it was another lifeless affair on Sunday at the Toyota Center for the Houston Rockets, who for the 5th time go down and have their season end at the hands of one Stephen Curry. Papa, wow, good morning.
He's a winner. Steph Curry's a winner. I love those sunglasses, the orange sweater, the chain. He looks so cool. And it's over, finally. It took a solid 2 weeks. When this series started, it was 4/20. It was Easter Sunday. They had already got there on Friday, so it took a fortnight and 48 hours to extinguish a team that I thought was the St. John's University Red, not the Redmen anymore, Rick Pitino's team from the NCAA tournament. They can guard, they can get up into you, but they can't make a shot. And they were all nervous. In game 1, they were tight. They admitted afterwards they were tight. And I thought the Warriors could have won this series in a sweep. But then, amen, happened, and the Houston Rockets proved to be a pain in the arse. And they got Jimmy butt cheeks right there. Jimmy goes down, Pods gets some bad sushi, and now it's 1-1. Like, really? Jimmy's not going to be able to play game 3 coming back home. Who do we turn to? Let's go to Buddy Hield in that game, and they wound up winning the game. They take the next one. They go back there 3-1. You then get this over in 5. Minnesota won against L.A. Let's end this and get on to the Twin Cities for the first ever Warriors and Wolves playoff series, but it didn't happen. Game 5, the Warriors wanted to just land in H-Town and get wheels up and go right back and go home. They didn't want to play that game. So we thought we'd close them out on Friday night. Thanks to Vincent Ermini from Kendall Jackson. And I sat, the Hall of Famer Mark Spears is going to join us in a little bit, Greg. And I sat right next to his wife, Mrs. Spears, and she is delightful. Didn't do a lot of chatting because the game wasn't great, but the seats that he gave us were just exactly where you want to be. You're right in one front court, high enough where you're not obstructed. It was said row 4, but it's not really row 4, Vince. We like that. Last time I sat and run for 4, the king-size Kiwi played for the Memphis Grizzlies, and I couldn't see over Drago, who is now gone from my life. But anyway, so you watch Game 6, and wow, that was chilling. I have been saying all along, Houston's just not good enough. The Warriors will beat this team. A sweep, maybe 5. There we are for Game 6. They come out for warm-ups, and they are so damn long. They are longer than long, and they are young, and they are bouncy, and then they got the king-size Kiwi, Drago, and they get into you. And it just was like, whoa. When you watch it live at that kind of a vantage point, thank you, Vincent, you see what's going on. Those 50-50 balls, they're not 50-50 balls. They're 75-25 for them. They get into your body. They jump over it. It was unbelievable. And Draymond Green, right early in the game, takes a technical, grabbing the back of the head of Jalen Green. Not good. I thought it impacted the officiating later. I thought, obviously, I thought Alperen Şengün charged. About a minute later, he dropped his shoulder, and I got up. I never yelled at the referees, but I was like, damn, that's a charge. Jim Capers, you're one of the best. But he didn't call it. And is that Draymond? You know, we had Steve Javy on last week. Is that a Draymond? Tech on one end, doesn't get it on this end, play on. But anyway, it was just, what's going on here? And I kept hearing Nelly in my ears all day Friday, Greg. The Rockets are the better team. I'm like, what? What? What's he talking about? They're younger, they're more athletic, they're bouncy, they're the better basketball team. Do they have more skill? But for a while there, they are a problem. And I saw them sit in that 2-1-2, 2-3 zone the entire damn game, in almost the entire second half. And we're going to have Kerry Keating come on, coach college basketball for a long time at Santa Clara for a decade. You see him with Larry Beal after the games on KGO. The zone defense is just, wow. It has changed the NBA. Teams sprinkled in it, dabbled in it. Now, you're going to zone Steph Curry for an entire half of basketball? Are you out of your mind? Well, it wasn't a 2-3 with him. It's a box and one. And Fred VanVleet played for Toronto when they beat the Warriors in the finals. Nick Nurse was the coach. What did they do? Whenever Steph and or Clay was off the floor, they played a box and one, and the one who was on the floor. When two were on simultaneously and Durant was hurt for almost the entire series, they played a triangle and two. So you're just thinking, how are they doing this? How are they zoning the Warriors this entire game and getting away with it? The Warriors could not make a three in that game. Steph was 6 of 16. And watching Jimmy Butler warm up, you learn so much when you go watch warm-ups. Jimmy Butler does not shoot in games because Jimmy Butler does not shoot in pre-games. He's not a shooter. He's a scorer. Well, he's fascinating. We'll get into him. I wanted to go there mainly to watch his warm-up. Anyway, you know, the Rockets and Fred VanVleet on the pull-up threes, and you're losing him. But the heinous mistake of all, and you and I talked about, let's start GP2 in Game 6 on Friday. GP2, you come out of a fourth quarter. Was he being interviewed going into the fourth quarter? It actually wasn't. Sometimes he is. I got to go here. I got to go back and catch VanVleet. How do they get a 4-point play on an inbounds to start a quarter and you're not even lined up right? What the hell? I'm thinking, So I walk out of there. We get out early. We got to do Giants the next day. And I'm thinking, they can do this. We know we've seen this. We've seen the Giants do this in 2014 in Kansas City. They get bombed in Game 6. They come back and steal it in Game 7, and Bumgarner's epic. I was texting with Brian Anderson, and you and I are in the same game. Brian will join us tomorrow later in the series. He's on this series, and I'm like, do you start, Buddy? Buddy Hield did not make a shot. Not one shot did he make on Friday night. Buddy Hield was 0 for 4 from the floor, all three-pointers. He didn't play well in Game 5 in Houston. I thought they were attacking him. I thought, but then you get the news that GP2's sick, he can't play. So what are you going to do here? You got to ride Buddy Buckets, Buddy Love. And what do? We'll get into it. You know, Draymond talks to the team. Steph talks to the team. Jimmy talks to the team. People are going to glorify it. That's what you do. You have to have a team meeting. You have to go over how you're going to play it. It's the Game 7, and this is it for us. And we were not good in Game 5 back in this building, and we were worse at home in Game 6. So how do we solve their zone? How do we guard them? And we'll get into it more. But basically, Buddy, how do you deal with a zone? And when they play that 2-1-2 and Adams comes up in the middle, one thing, get the ball to the middle. Well, you got Drago sitting right there in the middle. How are you going to get around that guy? So they play a 2-3 back. How do you get out of that zone without going to the middle? You shoot them out of the zone. It's amazing to me. Kerry Keating played a lot of zone in college basketball. Those guys don't shoot the ball like pros. You're going to zone an NBA team that long and get away with it? Doing it for an entire playoff game when you're facing elimination? Are you serious? And then Buddy Hield, because of the brilliance of Steph running through, he's got open shots, and he went stark raving mad in that first half, went for 22, made some big shots in the fourth quarter. But it's all Steph Curry and the gravitational pull, the way Draymond Green opened the game on last night. So, we thought they would get there. This has gone way too friggin' long. The Houston Rockets were a pain in the arse. Amen, Thompson. You're no longer coming back to the East Bay. You're not welcome. Now, we wish him well, and he played well as he went on. But the Jimmy Tumble stretched this out. You couldn't get it over in 4. It took a fortnight and 48 hours to get rid of them. But they are done. Minnesota's going to be a challenge. So this thing started on 4/20. The series started, Greg. It is ending on Cinco de Drinko. We are done with the Rockets. Let's drink. Dun, 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 dun. Tequila.
Or as Upton Stout would have told us on Friday, let's do it. A couple of things in order of importance. Number one, the phone lines and the text line. We want to hear from you all day long. We will take your calls whenever we do not have a guest. That's 415-808-5627. All 4 hours. We want to hear from you. By the way, one text I want to get to already. 915, all the way down in Texas. Buddy's performance kept making me think of Papa's Sleepy Floyd call. It was that special. Hey,
totally
shout
different.
out to you.
Totally different. Sleepy Floyd was all driving layups. I think he made 1 3, and he did it in a 29-point fourth quarter, facing elimination down 3-0. I mean, Buddy Hield came out and was stark raving mad right away. Mainly in the second quarters where he got going. The whole first half he had 22, but he got off right away. I was thinking a little bit of that. To me, it was more of a Klay Thompson type performance, but he's a shooter, man. The guy shoots the ball. That's why, are you going to play if you're going to play that zone, treat Buddy Hield like Klay. Play a triangle and 2. You're going to play a box and 1 on Steph or a 2-3, and when Steph runs through, they run with him, and you leave Buddy Hield. That's not Draymond Green. That's not Jimmy Butler you're leaving open there. That is Buddy friggin' Hield. So eventually he caught fire and he went off, but he also had big block shots. He had assists. Best game he's ever played in the NBA, and he was good earlier. What was it, game 3 or 4 when he played and got the 17? Game 3, I think, after Jimmy got hurt. He was necessary to shoot them out of the zone, but it's beyond me how you play the Warriors. It's just disrespectful to play the Warriors in a zone that long. You know, Steph Curry's on that team. He could rise up from midcourt on you. And when you got Buddy Hield as a sidekick, it's not Superman. It's more like a Klay Thompson Game 6 performance in Game 7. But once he got on a heater, he shot them out of the zone. That 2 big lineup with Drago and Şengün that was terrorizing them. Did they play that at all in Game 7? Were they on the floor simultaneously at all last night?
Oh, I think they were for a little bit in the first half. I got to go back and fact check it myself.
Briefly, and then they did not zone. They went to conventional man. When going into the series, and we'll study Minnesota, I thought the Houston Rockets got long defenders upon long defenders. I never thought they would play that much zone. These are man players. Get up on them and run. Now, they're skinny, so they get caught on screens. They die on screens on the lock and trail. But I never thought they would play that much zone. I think they went to it because they were having so much success. But for Buddy Hield, Buddy Love, Buddy Buckets, you're going to disrespect me game after game and worry about Steph Curry and treat me like I'm everybody else and I can't make a 3? I've made, the 16th most threes in the history of the NBA. Don't leave me open.
Lots and lots and lots to get to today. I will also tell you on the other side about how you can win tickets to see the Bay Area Panthers. We got some great guests lined up for you. Kerry Keating's going to join us at 10:50. Mark Spears will join us at 11:50. Still waiting on a whole lot of people around travel schedules, but looking to nail down a couple more faces here in the back half of the show. And then Stan Van Gundy, who was on the call with BA last night, is going to join us tomorrow at 10:50. So lots to get into there. We'll have so much for you. And on the other side, most importantly, a little musical production. Yeah, Walter's been in the lab because young Tony has been putting in the work on the musical production. I think Walter might be cooking something up, and we'll hear from that next about one Buddy freaking Hield. It's Papa and Silver all day, Game 7, baby, on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Raise your hand if you were predicting Game 7, Alfred. No, put your hand down. You are lying. Buddy Hield with 33 points in Houston. The Warriors once again end the Houston Rockets season on their home floor. Wasn't the easy way over the weekend, but ultimately they got it done, and they got a series ahead against the Minnesota Timberwolves, which starts tomorrow. But today is for the reaction. So you got the YouTube chat, the text line, and the phone lines, 415-808-5627. All right, it's Greg Silver here, and look, you may not have known that Buddy Hield was going to have 9 3-pointers and 33 points yesterday, but you did know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area, some not even based in the state. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based right here in the Bay Area for over 25 years, and yes, this is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and DolanLawFirm.com is the place to go to learn more about your rights and how you can be protected. Now, over the past year, unfortunately, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents, but remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, getting into work today was a bit of a craze, and the bottom line is it's busy, it's chaotic, and people are all around us, so please be careful, and let's work together in making the Bay Area a safer region. But if you need the help, feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Papa and Silver hanging out with you. As you can imagine, it is a big day for some reaction on the Game 7 victory. 103-89, Warriors do it again over the Rockets. It wasn't the easy path because when we last saw you, we were thinking they can close it out at home, get a little bit of rest, and go over to Minnesota. But it's never, ever easy with the 2025 Warriors, although the 7 seed, not so bad when you consider getting into the second round. Lots to get to ahead on tomorrow. Previewing Minnesota. Can also get some Giants and baseball talk in there. They end up getting 3 wins after their loss to the Colorado Rockies. So, hey, my 5-0 plan didn't go perfect. It ended up being a 4-2. Regardless, we'll take it. And before we kind of hand it back into Buddy Hield's performance, Papa, Walter was in the lab this morning, and, we kind of had a little bit of our memory jogged on Friday, thinking, we got to put some of our friends to use and all the talents we got here in the building. So here's a little bit of a package tribute for 3 words I never thought I'd say. Game 7, Alfred.
Last shot of the first quarter, it's in! Buddy Hield delivers a big one at the end of the first quarter. And the Warriors go up 4 as Buddy Hield pours one in from 42 feet.
Yeah. Whoa. G&G, double G. We on the news and we talking about our favorite teams. G&G, double G. We the station, run the nation, watch us take a lead. G&G, double G. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, first on the scene. G&G, double G. KNBR, talking stars in the major league.
Jimmy Butler from baseline, finds Hield, the side step, got a fly high. Hield hits another. What a half for Buddy Hield. Takes him to 22 points on his 6th made 3. He's got 14 in the quarter. Cancun met at the rim, denied. Buddy Hield. He scored big time tonight, but he's had some great defensive stands as well. Coach trying to draw the foul. Butler goes to the basket. Butler lays it in. Back to a 10-point Golden State lead. Buddy Hield, why not? Buddy Hield's got 33. Buddy Hield with that 3-pointer, his 9th, just ties an NBA record in a Game 7 in the playoffs for the most 3-pointers in a game. Last time out, we come back and a victory lap for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, nicely done there. So that is our good friends Jeff Dudum and his son Walker, and I believe Walker's friend Christian makes some music, and they cooked up a little something. And I know we're a little bit late getting around to it, but kind of had that thought again, and we're like, hey, we got to put together a little Buddy Hield package with the way that went this morning. So big talents there by both Christian and Buddy Hield. Had to do a little mishmash of the two.
And Walker as well. Walker was the inspiration. When Jeff came in studio, he brought Walker, and we met Christian. Jeff Dudum actually came to the game with me as a guest and toured Splash. I was there pregame, and Splash is something else. So we know it's called Splash because of the Splash Brothers. And we lost Clay. I mean, it's just everything. This is the first playoff series without Klay Thompson. So it's Steph and Clay. So you go into a series against the Warriors, you're going to zone the Warriors? Seriously? With the Splash Brothers? You're getting swept. But they didn't have Klay Thompson. They put a box and won. A janky defense, Nick Nurse from Toronto and Fred VanVleet on Steph Curry. And who goes off? Chavano, Rainier, Hield. You know him as Buddy. And I remember when he came into the NBA, he reminded me the most guy, just pure coming off screens, curls, of Klay Thompson. He was drafted by New Orleans. He was a high pick. And remember during the All-Star weekend, they traded Buddy Hield to Sacramento for the boogeyman, DeMarcus Cousins. And after that, they changed the trading deadline in the NBA, whereas before the All-Star, they didn't want that intruding in the middle of a game. DeMarcus Cousins, one of the All-Stars, just got traded to Nolans. So Buddy's bopped around the NBA for a while, and mainly played in Sacramento. That's where he played his most games, 6 years there. Indiana and New Orleans and to start, and then last year in Philadelphia. He had a 6-3 game last year and with the Sixers against the Knicks in a 20-point game. He is fully capable of going off like that. But that's what you needed. If they're going to sit in that box and one, they're 2-1-2, they're 2-3, whatever it is, it's more of a matchup zone, and just dare anybody else but Steph Curry to make a shot. You are talking about Buddy Buckets, Buddy Love. He was the reason the Warriors got off to the quick start this year at 12-3. You're talking Buddy Fresh. He leads the league in nicknames, Chavano. Do love Chavano. He went off. I mean, Klay Thompson, had a 9-3 game, the epic Game 6 in Oklahoma City, and we were there, watched it all, and he took over in the fourth quarter in that game. That's the most in Warrior playoff history. Dante DiVincenzo, by the way, is a Minnesota Timberwolf now. Was a Warrior briefly. We got to deal with Dante's Inferno, but as far as most threes made in a Game 7, he tied the NBA record, Buddy Hield. He was 12 of 15 from the floor, Greg. 9 of 11 on the three ball. I love when Jimmy gave him the last one. He gave the night from the left corner from Steph for 30 points and his 8-3, but Jimmy gave him, I'm not going to shoot, I'm Jimmy Butler. I don't shoot, I'm a scorer. I'm not a shooter. He gave the ball to Buddy Love, Buddy Buckets, Buddy Fresh, and he made the last one to get to 9. But this is an epic, epic performance. And not only the 33, which is, that alone would have been enough. But his defense, the block shots, the way he trailed, they were trying to go at him a little bit. When the playoffs started, I honestly thought, we talked about it, is Buddy Hield unplayable in the playoffs? Will they just attack him and play him off the court? Now, this next series, a whole different deal with the Ant-Man. I think Moses Moody does go back into the starting lineup. The Warriors are actually leaving Houston right now. They just took off at 10 o'clock. The coaching staff has been cramming on the installation. When they land in the Twin Cities, they'll present it to the players. They'll have some media. Then you got to go play tomorrow. So it's not going to be the detailed prep work to get ready for Houston. This is a whole different deal. So the pieces may change a little bit. I mean, Moses Moody was 0 for 5 last night, played under 11 minutes. Buddy Buckets comes in, goes for 37 minutes, and makes a historic amount of threes in the game. And to me, that is a ticking time bomb. I'm watching it on Friday night. You're really going to sit in that 2-1-2, 2-3 zone all game, and the Warriors are not going to shoot you out of that zone? Well, that night they did not. They were paralyzed, and they got beat up physically with the length, and Minnesota will be a much more extreme challenge when we get into that series. But it was Buddy Hield. I mean, this is epic to go for 9 threes in a game. This is going to live in Warrior lore. This is going to be like the Steph Curry 50-point game against Sacramento a couple of years ago. The Warriors lost the next round against the LA Lakers, and the fact that they had to play a Game 7, I think, set it up for them to lose Game 1, and they wound up losing the series. Hopefully that won't happen, but we still remember that as one of Steph's epic moments. Probably then the Game 4 in the parquet in 22 was his best overall performance, but the 50-piece will be remembered forever. I think no matter how the month of May goes, in June, hopefully, we're all going to remember Buddy Love and the night he dropped 9 threes on the Houston Rockets and went for 33 in a Game 7, his first Game 7 of his life.
It is remarkable, and today is also a day to just once again kind of stop yourself and realize how unusual it is to watch this team still continue to play at the level they've played at. And I know there's been the bumps in the roads and the ups and downs, and it wasn't easy this year, and it wasn't even easy within this own series. But bottom line is you got 2 35-year-olds and a 37-year-old leading the way, and to still play with that competitive force and spirit and then have the contributions of the others like Buddy Hield, it is not something to ever be taken for granted in the Bay Area. So whether there's 4 more games in this season, whether there's 0 more wins or 12 more wins in this season, you just got to also sit back and cherish it sometimes too. 808 KNBR, the number to chime in. I see a couple people on hold. We'll get to you coming up in just a bit. I promise, do not hang up on the line. Buddy Hield, 33 points, 9 3-pointers, 3 assists, 2 blocks, plus 17 out there. He also played some damn impressive defense throughout that one. And then the most Buddy Hield stat possible. And I got this via JD, via Elias. 0 points to 33. 33 points is the most points in a postseason game to follow a scoreless performance in the game before. Now, we saw the famous 0-33 between halves of Steph Curry back in 2019, Game 7, in that same building. Buddy Hield, scoreless in Game 6. None of the role players contributed whatsoever. You had Jimmy Butler and Steph kind of keeping that thing afloat. Draymond did not have his best game. Gary Payton II, who was out sick yesterday, really struggled. Buddy Hield struggled. Moses Moody struggled. Brandon Pajemski was not really giving you much. But then yesterday, it was the big boys who stepped up, and just 3 points off the bench, and it was old, reliable Kevon Looney. So lots to get into, and we do want to take your calls. On the other side, your calls, your thoughts, and then Kerry Keating joining us at 10:50. It is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
G&G, double G. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, first on the scene.
Hey, Greg Papa here, basking in the Golden State Warriors win last night in Game 7, and Golden State Lumber and Showroom has supported Northern California construction for over 70 years, building strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Since 1996, Trex has led the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, offering products that won't rot, splinter, fade, or stain. No seasonal maintenance needed. Trex pioneered combining recycled plastics, durability with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood. Their sun-comfortable heat-mitigating technology keeps deck cool underfoot, perfect for hot, sunny days. Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand, making it ideal for boat owners. Considering a new deck? Explore Trek's latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring sun-comfortable technology and a 50-year limited residential warranty. Find Trex decking at Golden State Window and Door showrooms or visit goldenstatelumber.com. With our commitment to excellence, we're here to support your project every step of the way. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
415-808-5627, the number to chime in on Papa and Silver all throughout the day, 10 to 2. This is the place to be, the place to call in. And we got Mike in San Francisco out on the phone lines, going to get the calls rolling in today. Just wants to get in on everything from Game 7 and all the thoughts. So, Mike, you are on with the Gregs. Great to have you. Appreciate it. Papa and Silver, what's happening, man?
You guys are freaking awesome. Sorry. I don't know why I said sorry. And I apologize for having you on speaker, sir. I didn't expect you to answer the phone so fast.
Good. This is a speakerphone? You actually sound very clear. It's the best
No, Mr. Pop. I got you off speaker now, sir.
Oh,
anyway,
gotcha.
I came up with this on while I was on hold, but sir, I was thinking a new name for you, Mr. Papa, and that would be GGP, Godfather G-Pop. Is that
it's pretty close to my actual initials are GCP, Gregory Charles Papa. So GGP. I think that's Golden Gate Productions. I think I'm going to get sued by.
Oh my! You're killing me. I just if you patent it, I just want like 5% of the cut. Okay.
I like the G. You like our song from Christian G&G. G&G. I wanted to go the G spot, but we got outvoted, so now it's G&G. You like that?
I've only got a few. I know I've got a short cut with you guys, but it's been a joy. I thank my late grandfather. He got me into watching sports since I was 5 years old. Spoiled with the Niners in the 80s and the early 90s, and stuck with the the Giants and the Warriors through thick and thin, or thin and thin, so to speak, and being able to see Steph Curry, we're spoiled. I don't know how 6 teams passed up on him,
including the Minnesota Timberwolves twice.
I know. Well, that's almost as bad as Sam Bowie going ahead of Michael Jordan. But anyway, or damn close. But I love that they pulled out Game 7. My concern is, and I can take your answer off the air, gentlemen, we can't. Buddy Hield's game last night, I mean, he was phenomenal, but I mean, how many times are they going to do that? And it's no disrespect, but we pulled it out, and I mean, I had this great feeling, like it was. You could tell, like even before halftime, that we had the game. I mean, at least I did. But anyway, just your take on that. But once again, Steph and his outfit postgame was. I just ordered the same thing off Amazon. So
I need that for a Giants game.
Anyway.
I love the orange. It was very Giants oranges.
No, you guys, hey, you guys make the late morning just awesome.
Thank you, brother.
I truly appreciate
about
you
your
guys.
Grandfather at age 5. I mean, that's what sports is. You know what's weird about them leaving? So they lose Game 6, and they got to fly. Now, had they won Game 6, the Timberwolves series would not have started until Monday. So I don't know if they would have left. I think they probably would have prepped all day like they're doing now on the install, and then flown to Minneapolis on Sunday. So anyway, you lose Game 6, you're walking out of the arena, your son Cannon's crying, and you got to go home. And who packs him? Like, you haven't thought about packing at all. And then you roll, and you have to pack to go to Houston and then fly to Minneapolis. And it was hot and humid in Houston, and they're going to be in Minnesota. Game 1 is tomorrow night. Game 2 is Thursday. So you're going to be there all week. I mean, does he have people pack him? How do they look so impeccable when you didn't know you were actually going to have to pack a suitcase or an Under Armour bag, whatever he's got, Louis Vuitton probably, until like that night? I mean, for him to look so clean, that really is Michael Jordan-ish, is the way. And sometimes Steph comes in a little more casual, but that was a clean and very different looking outfit.
Oh, yeah. No, it was just a perfect picture of what Şengün and Brooks wore up to the podium after Game 5. And Brooks said the thing about, I don't know, about Steph Curry's thumb. If I had an injured ankle, I'd go at that ankle too. I'm trying to do my best Steph Curry with just what was in my backpack at the disposal here, going shades in the studio right now at good old KNBR 750 battery. But look, I mean, to Mike's call, first of all, appreciate the call, Mike. Great energy. And yeah, to his point on watching sports with his grandfather, that's what sports is all about. And he's right. We are very spoiled to watch Steph Curry, not just what he has given to the Bay Area, but what he continues to give to the Bay Area. And Steve Kerr had a really good cut, which we'll play a little bit later in the show when we do some more sounds of postgame and players. But just about how Steph and Jimmy and Draymond have nothing really left to prove, especially, Steph and Draymond with the 4 titles. Really not much more to prove, but they continue to play as if they have to prove themselves over and over and over again. And for Buddy Hield and the consistency, I mean, look, that's kind of been what he's been throughout his career. It hasn't always been the most consistent, but if this Timberwolves series, Buddy Hield is looking more like Game 6 Buddy than Game 7 Buddy, then, hey, he still picked a hell of a time to have the game of his life.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. He was talking to Kavan before the game. They actually had a shoot-around last night, yesterday morning, Sunday morning, because the game was later. They had to get there and go, and Saturday was a fly day. They didn't even know if they're going to play the game. And he told Kavan, I'm glad I'm starting. I would have been really nervous coming into a Game 7 off the bench. To me, Buddy Hield is the classic 6-man with a license to shoot and kill off the bench. I mean, he's played 714 games in his career and started 434 of them, so almost 300 he's played off the bench. So I would think he'd be more comfortable that way, or as comfortable, because to me he's a pure sniper. The 6-man coming in, assessing the floor, checking in, and shooting. But they need his floor spacing. So the question now, we'll get into it more tomorrow, does he start against Minnesota? Because Moody was taken off the floor because of Şengün.
Yeah.
They got, Connolly, Edwards, Jaden McDaniels. McDaniels is going to be on Steph. You got Julius Randle and Rudy Gobert. Gobert, good matchup always is Steph against, Draymond against Randle. Randle was called the left-handed Draymond when he came to the NBA. He hasn't turned out that way, but he's a good player, obviously. Gobert's so big. I think the Warriors can get Gobert off the court. I fear Naz Reid more. But as far as matching up with Anthony Edwards, do you ride this out and let Buddy Buckets continue to start and put him on it? I think you have to double Anthony Edwards anyway. The one thing, the Warriors did not double Şengün much in this series. They didn't just come lay a hit like they did with Zubats and like they did with Zach Edey in games 82 in the play-in game. It was interesting. They didn't want him moving the ball around, and it worked out. I don't know exactly what I saw the Lakers do, Greg. When Edwards came across midcourt, and I'm watching back Game 5 right now, they just laid a hit on him. They came over and doubled him. They didn't wait for a ball screener. They were not going to get them to switch Luka, and they did anyway, Luka on the Ant-Man. So in this series, does Buddy go back to playing off the bench, and do you reinsert Moses Moody back into the starting lineup?
I think Moses Moody's absolutely going to have a prominent role in this series because of the Anthony Edwards factor. And look, Jalen Green had his ups and downs, much more downs than ups throughout the series, and that's a part of why the Warriors are moving on. But Moses Moody, you're going to need him to defend Anthony Edwards. If not for being the primary defender, he's going to have to be one of those primary defenders. And obviously, if he can find a shot, he's going to be able to get more minutes throughout the series. So much to preview tomorrow as we get ready for Game 1. We're going to hopefully have Jim Barnett stop by the show. Stan Van Gundy is going to join us as well. So going to be a great guest list coming up your way tomorrow. And if you want to join the phone lines like Mike in San Francisco, who we thank for the call, 415-808-5627. Up next is going to be our first guest to start off the week, Kerry Keating of ABC 7. And by the way, we're going to have a couple of ABC 7s on with us today. Larry Beal is going to stop by with us at 12:30. So
seriously, the Larry Beal,
Beal. Yeah, we'll ask him about John Fisher.
Did you hear us talking about Kerry Keating? Is that why? How'd that happen?
No, I just shot him a text. I love Larry Beal.
I love Larry.
Yeah, he's awesome. So we're gonna get a couple of ABC 7s with us today. Kerry Keating, 25 years as a Division I coach, also on ABC 7 Warriors postgame analysis. We'll be on the other side. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? If you do, you probably have thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO, ICL. But if you need readers or bifocals and you need them now, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. It's called CLR Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye a few summers ago, and I see perfectly without any kind of glasses, including those annoying readers that look so good on your nose. It's truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar this Friday at noon. This Friday. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, you will never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. It's coming up this Friday at high noon. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, and no cataracts. Laser Eye Center in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver, getting your week going on a Monday. Warriors get it done, 103-89 over the Houston Rockets, and that is the big focus of today. Going to play a lot of sound a little bit later in the show, including some Giants sound as well. Willie Adames absolutely woke up yesterday, this weekend. He has made it to the month of May. Had a funny comments about that. But right now, it's time to welcome in our first guest of today. He is Kerry Keating, after the game NBA Warriors studio analyst on ABC 7. Spent 25 years as a Division I coach, and of course 9 right here in the Bay Area at Santa Clara University. He joins us live on the UMA guest line. Kerry, thanks so much. Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you. How's it going?
It's going better than it could have if we didn't get it done last night, so I'm glad we're talking about the positive stuff today.
Yeah, had them all the way, Coach, right? Never worried after games 5 and 6, right?
Never a doubt. You all rope-a-dope. In games 5 and 6. You know, they can feel comfortable and come back and unleash Buddy hell on them.
Yeah, and just to clarify to everyone, Kerry was going to come on the show, win or lose, so he was committed to talk about all of it. But I guess I want to start actually with just your old experience at Santa Clara and a couple of players that have come out there, including Brandon Pajemski. Now, I know that your time with Pajemski didn't overlap there, but between him and Jalen Williams, I mean, you got 2 players in the league right now who have really made their impact as young players from Santa Clara as a mid-major, and they're doing so in meaningful games. I felt like forever growing up, you'd go Santa Clara, Steve Nash, and then, you know, that wasn't really much more to it. But you got 2 players right now who've just contributed. So just, you know, your experience, if you got to interact with Pajemski much, even after you left Santa Clara, and what it's like to watch him do what he's doing in year 2.
You know what? I haven't had a chance to deal with him a lot. I'm obviously watching him since he's been on the Warriors. And one of the things that I've noticed, especially guys in particular, since the addition of Jimmy, is he's really shown a propensity for making those 45 cuts when Jimmy has his back to the basket or is driving and try to touch the paint. He seems to be the biggest beneficiary of cutting to the basket off of Jimmy Butler. I think it's a very underrated skill. It's something at all levels that a lot of kids and a lot of players don't value right now. They want to stand out there and wait for the ball to come to them to shoot threes, especially on this team. And even though Brandon has some of that irrational confidence that Larry and I talk about on post-game show sometimes, I really appreciate how hard he plays. Obviously, the drawing of the charges in the first 2 years he's been in the league. He's a perfect complement for these guys, and obviously going to have a big role in this next series because these matchups are going to present a little bit of problems that he's going to have to step up and defend some guys.
Well, he's such a smart player. He's like a coach on the floor, Coach, the way he sees the game and is able to think one step ahead. My main takeaway from this series, and we're seeing it more and more in the NBA, is zone defenses. And unlike college, where, you know, John Chaney at Temple, the Temple of Zones, and Jim Boeheim at Syracuse ran a lot of zone. A lot of coaches, Bobby Knight, would never play a zone defense. The NBA allowed zone defenses in 2001, but I think it took a good 2 decades for NBA coaches to really embrace it. Rick Carlisle would do it some in Dallas coming out of a timeout. Eric Spoelstra did it more. We saw Steve do it a lot, Kerr, in 2022 in beating Boston. But this series with Houston, Coach, just so much zone on both ends of the floor. Just give me your thoughts, and then, you know, how the Warriors shot them out of the zone. But is it good for the NBA game to play like the college game and allow them to play so much zone defenses?
You know, my son's playing high school basketball now, and even when we play in the summertime and with these AAU tournaments, I hate it because it doesn't really teach the kids the intricacies and the true skill of the game. I think what you're seeing, guys, is a little bit of the de-skilling of NBA players outside of one-on-one play. We've seen a lot of that happen, a lot of isolation. I think it's led to guys not being able to really pass and catch. It's one of the reasons why the Warriors have been so successful. They have valued that. They've valued ball movement. Obviously, we have the all-time leader in miles traveled on a court in Steph Curry. You know, it becomes a skill when you can play off the ball. A lot of these guys aren't used to it. I think it was one of the reasons why Jalen Green was rendered, you know, inoperable, because he's becoming a product of the new way of developing guys individually. And as a result of that, you're going to see a little bit more zone. And last night, they stuck with it in that first half. I counted 13 zone possessions, 7 stops, 10 points. I think 22 total, only 19 points allowed, a .86 point per possession. I mean, guys, if it ain't broke, you know, don't fix it. And if you're staying in that and they're not making threes or getting the ball in the middle of that zone, and that's the one thing that the Warriors struggle with that they were better with last night against Houston's zone. The softest part of the zone is usually the middle. And even though Houston tried to kind of mucked that up a little bit by putting Steven Adams in the high post. But now you're taking away your next biggest advantage in the zone is the rebounding part, or you're giving them that advantage back, if you will. That's the one thing that when you play zone you really lose is that ability to rebound. But look, anytime that you're making as many threes, and we told this to our players and our staff all the time, we want to make as many free throws as the other team attempts. That was always a standard of elite level in college. Well, now you're making as many threes as the other team takes in the NBA, not necessarily because of the zone, but because that's what bad defense is doing. Bob, I think you're seeing just players that really aren't able to know and understand how to attack a zone with gaps, with clear passing. You saw Jonathan Kuminga even struggle with that, making a simple pass on the high post, albeit not from the right spot in the high post. You got to attack it from the wing. You got to attack it from the middle out. And obviously when you're making threes at the clip that the Warriors are, and you have one guy demanding all the attention of that zone, because no matter what defense you're playing, as long as number 30 is on the floor, all 5 guys need to know where he's at. And every time I tell these young kids when we're teaching them how to play, zones are bad because they're all ball watching. They're not seeing ball on man. They're just watching the ball. But now in this deal, when you're playing against the Warriors, you may not be just watching the ball. You're watching the ball and Steph. And when that happens, now you got a guy like Buddy lights it up, and you find himself open and you get yourself a chance to make 18 threes in a game. And usually it's going to be a bad decision in the end.
Talking to Kerry Keating here after the game, NBA Warriors studio analyst on ABC 7. Also coached for 25 years. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Let's just talk about the value of Kevon Looney for a moment, because gave 11 minutes off the bench last night. I mean, really the only player off the bench who I think contributed in a very meaningful way. The box score doesn't really jump out at you at all. He had the only 3 bench points, 1 of 2 shooting, made a free throw, and then got 4 rebounds. But just what he was able to do as far as stability, kind of anchor the defense when Draymond was off the floor, get some big-time rebounds, and just continue to be Mr. Old Reliable for Steve Kerr, even if he's not going to take over a game by himself or do anything flashy. I mean, what do you notice as a coach of this game for a long time, and what Kevon Looney continues to give year in and year out?
I notice there's an internal debate going on with the Warriors between Steve and the analytics guys, between Quentin Post and Kevon Looney, because Kevon's like Steve's second son, and deservedly so. Quentin brings a different element of three-point shooting and floor spacing that opens up space for the other guys. Since Jimmy's arrived and Quentin started to play some more, albeit obviously at the expense of Kuminga being out, but when Quentin was playing, their average distance of where those shots were coming from and the spacing on the floor was expanding because they had to pay more attention, the defensive end did, to Quentin Post. I'll be the first to admit, I thought pre-series that he would have an effect in bringing Şengün out away from the basket. I didn't anticipate him playing Adams as much. Obviously, I don't think anybody did in the double big, so it really rendered Post kind of useless. But then Steve was able to go back to his old reliable and Kevon Looney. You got to give the guy a ton of credit. I mean, the 4 rebounds say one thing, but he had at least 2 or 3 rebound assists, right, where he was able to tap it to a control. A plus-minus is 0, so there's no negative or necessarily positive, but I think you hit the nail on the head. The guys stay ready. The best ability is availability. He's trustworthy. He's got some size. And I heard you guys talking before I came on about who may start in this 5th spot. Is he going to roll with Buddy? Is Podziemski going to go? Does he go back to Moody? I think Steve's going to seriously consider starting Looney in this series because of what McDaniels and Randall can do off of Edwards. And when you look at the matchups, it's going to kind of present the opportunity for maybe Looney to neutralize Gobert, because Randall's a key part of what they do, kind of in that mold of that go-between with what Edwards is going to do. And who matches up with Edwards, keeping fresh bodies on him. I wouldn't be surprised if you find Looney in the Game 1 lineup.
And if he does that, that puts Draymond on Julius Randle, and he and Randle have something going on for years back to his Laker days. So fascinating. And that was the big thing about getting a stretch 5 here. Vucevic trade for him. They didn't do that. I mean, the minute allocation last night, Coach, was Looney over 11 and Quentin Post 3 minutes and 28 seconds. So there was a change there. Now, I would have thought, and they wanted to match Looney's minutes with Steven Adams, and also Kuminga came in a little bit to try to run him. But I would have thought they would need shooting and try to shoot them out of that zone. Just going back to the zone. And I just haven't seen a team, zone the Warriors. Eric Spoelstra did it this year before Jimmy Butler got here. Obviously, when Durant was hurt in the 19 finals, Nick Nurse went to, as Steph called it, a janky box and one or a triangle and two. Box and one when one of them is on the floor, triangle and two, and the Splash Brothers were on the floor together. Did the Warriors just shoot them out of the zone? Did Buddy Hield just make enough shots that Ime said, I'm calling the zone off, coach, because he didn't use it much in the second half? And then looking ahead to Chris Finch in Minnesota, now that they've seen that the zone does give the Warriors problems for long stretches, are the Timberwolves going to zone the Warriors as well?
I'd be surprised if they do. I don't think the purists and the coaches in the NBA really trust that. I mean, I think it's something you can throw in for a change of pace. But look, when you're going up against Steph, you've got to try anything you can. I mean, obviously he got off to a super slow start, and thankfully Draymond hit those first 2 threes before Steph even shot the ball. It's something you can break tempo with. It's something you can kind of negate some matchups with. And obviously if you don't have as much size, you're going to be at the mercy of the other team as it is anyway from a rebounding standpoint. The problem with that zone is especially if you're giving up rebounds like you can possibly do, and that's one where you can give that advantage back to a smaller team. A guy like Podziemski can get himself into space against the zone. He can find the cracks when no one's responsible for blocking him out or putting him off the boards. I think it's a very risky move to play zone against the Warriors, especially you got a guy like Buddy coming out of heater right now. I mean, Buddy, he not only went season high in threes and points last night, but he went season high in minutes. And let's not forget this, guys. The other game where he had more than 6 threes was in the in-season term. He had 7 threes against Minnesota. So he had I think 9 of 11 in last night. But he had a game against Minnesota earlier in this year where he had 7 threes. So he's coming in with some confidence going against Minnesota too, knowing that they've given up some games to him as well. I don't think you're going to see too much zone from Minnesota early on.
Talking to Kerry Keating here. So something that's been an issue for the Warriors all year long, and thankfully for their sake, it was not yesterday because it's something you can't really get away with too much on the road in a Game 7, and that is starting slow. Whether they come back to win that game or whether they're just kind of lose it in the first quarter. They've had a lot of games, even with Jimmy Butler, where they come out in that first half of the first quarter and either the shots aren't going, the defense breaks down a little bit. They almost need to have their backs against the wall to really kick it going sometimes. So what do you make of that slow start issue that the Warriors have had this year? Do you attribute that to any 1 or 2 factors in particular? I'm very curious about that from a coaching standpoint, Kerry.
No, but it's a great point because in watching the last 3 games, and obviously the anomaly of the punted game in Game 5, like they just didn't have the juice early on. They didn't have the flow. The one thing they didn't do that I was trying to pay attention to, I think it was in Game 6, they didn't get to the split game, which is a staple of what Steve does when everything else is built off those elbow splits, off anybody posting, whether it's Butler, whether it's obviously Draymond. They never really got to that early in Game 6, and they never had a chance to really get to it last night because they were getting stops. I think they were able to kind of get offense off of their defense last night, such a low-scoring game, and Houston's ineptitude on offense early on, which was the other thing about this series too. I never really thought it was a threat until all of a sudden they lost Game 6, and a little bit skeptical about last night. I didn't love Houston's offense. I don't know what it stood for, what it could do. They never really put Sengun in the middle of that like I thought they would. But I think, Greg, to answer your question, the offense last night was clearly aggressive early on, right? It was aggressive early on, and then they took advantage of the clock later on when they needed to burn that time and extend the game out. Like, you got to score off your defense a little bit when you're in the playoffs, too, because teams lock in, 7-game series, 5-4, whatever the series is, they're going to be able to learn those tendencies game to game even more than they do, make the adjustments. You're just locked in on one team for a series. You can figure out a lot of things that can happen, especially early in the game, to negate them. You got to take that strategy out by getting downhill and getting in transition early. This is where rebounding and not turning the ball over comes in. If the Warriors can rebound effectively off misses, if they can take care of the ball, not give the other team a chance to go set their defense up by scoring off of turnovers, they're going to find their effectiveness. And then you just know, we all know, we've been doing this and watching them for years. You guys way longer than I have. You just know when it's coming from Steph, right? You know when he's got the ball, when he's going to shoot it now. Like, you're watching him so long. Like, you got to get your team into that flow, too, by putting pressure into the team by getting stops. The easiest way to establish your offense early on by not letting them get set up in defense is getting stops and getting out of transition. I thought they did a way better job of that last night than certainly in games 5 and 6.
Yeah, so by dropping those 2 games and having to go 7, now it puts a lot of pressure for the short. And it's amazing how long a 7-game series is. 2 solid weeks. I got so tired of watching the Houston Rockets. I'm just tired of the matchup. Let's go. But now the reality is they wake up this morning and they got a brand new team that they haven't seen since January, since Jimmy Butler's been on the team. I'm sure one of their coaches did an advanced scout or, actual scouts. But today they're flying to Minneapolis. They left about an hour ago. It's an under 3-hour flight. When they land, Coach, they'll present the install to the team. Minnesota's not played in the month of May. Their last game was last Wednesday, April the 30th. The moment the Warriors won, Chris Finch and his staff at home starts working on the Warriors. From a rest, a preparation standpoint, how much of an edge does that give Minnesota, at least in Game 1?
Yeah, definitely Game 1 at edge. I mean, you have all that time to prep and obviously get your legs ready. But I think more in this case from the preparation and the game planning and having a chance to see some games unfold in front of you, good, bad, and indifferent. The other part of it, too, is heavy minutes. 5 guys, 40 minutes or more last night in Game 7. And even though they were pulled in Game 5 and didn't play as much in Game 6 in terms of those minutes, that travel and going from one state to another with no chance to go back and just get yourself, get your mind right with a couple of days, it's a quick turnaround. You can almost see the post-game conference now if it doesn't go the way that we want it to go. Well, we're really tired. We had to get ourselves back. I mean, they're going to know that. So I think they'll address that going in early on. Steve will do everything he can to prevent any fatigue that may pop up as a result of this game. And it may be that he has to, play some guys earlier and adjust some rotations. I just think you got a team, no matter what, whether they're coming off of Game 5, 6, or 7, you got a team full of piss and vinegar on the other side that's led by the biggest mouth going right now and a guy that clearly has a vendetta out against everybody. I love it. Absolutely love it. Love the competition. It's going to present a huge, challenge to Draymond to keep his wits about him because Anthony's going to do everything he can to get in his head. I think it's going to be a hard-fought Game 1, very difficult for the Warriors to win given the circumstance and the travel and coming off a 7-game and all these guys playing 40 or more. But, hey, as we always say, series doesn't start till a road team wins a game. All they got to do is get 1 out of 2 and bring it back home and chase. I think they'd be super happy with a split. But it is a lot easier to get that split if you do get that first one. So hopefully Buddy stays hot, that we do get some good bench production if Looney's not in the starting lineup. And then, I think Moses Moody's a key contributor in this. I think his size on the perimeter and ability to kind of, present some fresh bodies against Edwards as much as he can to provide some relief against primary matchups. Bench is going to be important in this, and rotation is going to be important. And they're going to need a guy like Quentin Post to come in and spell some offense as well if they're going to get Game 1.
Kerry, thanks so much for joining us today. This is your first time with Pop and Silver. It certainly will not be your last. So much great insight just from the Bay Area perspective, but also the coaching perspective really shines a light on a lot of this. And so I'm really looking forward to this series ahead, man. I mean, Minnesota is a team that going on their 2nd year in a row now, proving that they can do it in the postseason. And Anthony Edwards is a full-on superstar in the making. So should be a lot of fun. And we may talk to you sooner rather than later to get some more of these breakdowns, but really appreciate you coming by with us.
Guys, I love that we all have what I'm calling delusional confidence in Steph. That's what we have in the Warriors.
Irrational or delusional? I got both.
It's full-on delusion, what he does. I love that we have him. As long as we got him, we got a chance, guys. Looking forward to talking some more as playoffs go through.
Yeah, Pajemski's got that, but Steph's got it. Steph Curry is the Larry Beal, basically, coach of Bay Area athletes, wouldn't you say?
Hey, Larry's got a big enough hat as it is, Pop. Don't go too overboard with him now.
He's coming on.
We got to have him last for the rest of the series here.
When's he coming, Greg? 12:30?
Larry Beal's joining us at 12:30, so we get all our ABC 7s today. It's going to be great.
We're going to play that back.
Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you, Coach. I learned a lot. Always insightful. Thank you.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, really good insight there from Kerry Keating. You can check him out after the game, studio analyst for the Warriors on ABC 7 with Larry Beal, who's also going to join us in about an hour and 20 at 12:30. So coming up, let's get to something we have not done very much of yet. That's play some post-game sounds and unpack some of the comments made by Steph Curry, Buddy Hield, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, and others. And, of course, with the guest off the line, that means the phones are wide open for you. We'll read your text as well. 415-808-5627. You know the deal. Just dial it up and talk to Walter, who's coming off a nice little birthday weekend. happy birthday to Walter, celebrated on this Saturday. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After just making one field goal in the first half, Steph Curry continued to do it all. A team-leading 10 rebounds, 14 points of his 22 total came in that fourth quarter. And for the first time ever, I think he hit a night-night on an assist to Buddy Hield. Where would this one rank in your all-time Steph Curry road playoff performances? Well, you can share your thoughts with us all day from 10 to 2. After a weekend, it's always good to catch up with our friend Steve Moskowitz, the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always giving us the tips with what to do with our finances. And today, Steve, let's talk about what you can do if you can't pay your taxes.
You can call us. You know, this is something that cuts across all walks of life. People just can't pay their taxes. You're not a bad person. You're not an axe murderer. You just can't pay your taxes. There's a lot of good solutions, but don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for some IRS agent to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. There's so much better solution than that. For example, can we qualify you to just pay part and the government writes off the rest? You never pay. Or can we get the penalties forgiven? Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or if we're going to do a monthly payment plan, getting you a payment plan you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent says he figures you can afford, what you can really afford. Or shifting the blame to where it belongs, former spouse, former partner, or a lot of other good solutions. We'll explain them all to you. We have a free consultation. And if you say, hey, go ahead and do it for me, we can do everything for you so you don't have to deal with the IRS. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
There he is, Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. And if you want to get out of this mess, you can just give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Unless he gets a foul. Oh, Podziemski goes strong this time. No block here. Podziemski fires it down the hatch. And the Warriors up 13 now.
You know, I got to say, something about when Brandon Podziemski gets a breakaway, he'll just lay it up to the point where I'm like, I'm pretty sure he can dunk, but we ever going to see it? Oh, that one, he went up, and he went up strong on the rim. Brandon Podziemski, throw it down, big fella. Didn't have a great shooting day yesterday, but it's also understandable as to why they play him so many minutes. We talked about that with Kawakami. Podziemski kind of being slotted in for that fourth closer role and just continues to be a connector on the floor. Was pretty good last night outside of the perimeter shooting, and so much to get into. I see Ray and Petaluma on the lines. I will get to you in just a moment, Ray. Want to play a few cuts in this segment, and we'll start off with Steve Kerr just saying how proud he was of the guys for the way they were locked in and getting the job done in Game 7.
Couldn't be more proud of our guys. That was an incredibly impressive display of resolve, discipline. The defense was fantastic. The ball security, kind of game plan discipline, follow to a T, and then multiple guys stepping up. Buddy Hield, I don't know what to say. I mean, that was really incredible watching him light it up in that first half especially, and then down the stretch as well. But I can't say enough about our guys and what they were able to do in this series and to pull this thing out on the road in Game 7. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, whatever was the expectation that they were going to have for coming home in Game 6, especially with the way that Game 5, they did not have it. The Rockets went on a quick run, and they just sort of punted that one. They came out in Game 6 with the mindset of, we show up, we're at our home floor, we'll just win. I think they locked into an entirely different headspace, and we'll hear a lot of cuts about that coming up in just a bit. But, entirely different team you saw on the floor over the course of 48 hours.
And he was impressed by his players. I got to say, that was one of the most impressive collective coaching staff adjustments from one game to another that I've ever seen. I mean, the Lakers years ago had the Memorial Day massacre where they got beat by the Celtics by like 100.
Yep.
And they came back, and Kareem had a big game, too, and they wound up winning. There have been some. Even the Warriors, the game in Memphis when they were down 55, that was a road game to come home to a home game. To lose the way they lost Game 5 in that building, and then and I was there sitting in great seats. We'll talk to the Hall of Famer Mark Spears. His wife was one row ahead of me, which tells me how good the seats are. It tells you, you just see so much. And I thought, when the series started, I was like Coach Keating. I was like, Houston's not good enough to do this. They're young. I'm not sure where they're going to grow to. They got to learn to be more skilled. But Jimmy falls. Game 5, you kick the game. I thought, the Warriors are just better. And then watching them on the floors Friday night was, whoa. They are so long, and they are so athletic, and they lean into you and get even longer, like all the 50-50 balls they were talking about. I'm like, how are you going to get those? It's like when you played the Clippers that last Sunday of the year, game 82. They're just longer. But Steve, I love the one cut during the game last night with Steve, and they mic'd him up. If we do anything but one thing, we've got to win 50-50 balls. And they did. They found a way. How do you get there? If somebody's longer and stronger and more athletic and younger, you got to anticipate. And they just did. It was like, and I think Houston was nervous. They were nervous in game 1 for the first game. They were nervous in game 3 for the first road game. And in game 7, they were nervous. But Steve also, there were some tight shots of him that TNT had last night where Steve's eyes were like, he was like twitching. I'm like, he doesn't, he normally has that. He's older now and he's been a lot of games. And as you get older, things happen involuntarily. But I just saw a nervous look in his face, like, especially when the lead got down to like 3. But as far as the coaching staff, I always feel like, and we had St. Leon when the series started, he said the Warrior coaching staff is going to outcoach them. And I thought, I don't know. I can't name anybody but Ivy on their staff. But, wow, this zone is really bothering them. The 2 big lineup, the triple big. How are they doing this? And I left that arena on Friday night thinking, I always think the Warriors are going to win. But I wanted to see how they were going to do it. So he was impressed with his players. I think collectively, that was one hell of a coaching job by Steve Kerr to get the team completely flipped around structurally, scheme-wise, mentally, spiritually, everything to win Game 7 on the road.
I thought one of the most underrated Steve Kerr moves of yesterday was the way he was able to get Steph Curry that first quarter rest while also sitting him less than 1 minute of clock time. There was the timeout. Then off the timeout, Jimmy Butler went to the line, made a free throw. It was a 4-point lead. Then there were 2 possessions in which the Rockets clearly had their way and just tied it within just like that. And Steve Kerr's like, this is Game 7 on the road. I'm not messing around. Calls another timeout, and Steph Curry was back in the game off the timeout, still probably with a good 6 minutes of rest or so while not having to miss too much. So just a lot of nuances.
He was out 40. It was 11:14 to go. So he missed the rest of that quarter. So what is that, 46 seconds? And then he came back in the second quarter, played 11:29. So he missed only 39 seconds, 46 and 39. He missed a minute and a half, and he was back in the game, and he got about 6 minutes of rest. Plus that break, that TV timeout for the networks is longer.
Yes.
When you end the first quarter before you start the second quarter. The first time out of the second quarter, there's a mandatory at about 10 minutes. That timeout is longer. That's the one you want to maximize. That's the LBJ timeout, because you could take them out at the end of the first quarter and then bring them back in after that long timeout to start the second quarter.
Ray in Petaluma out on the phone lines wants to talk about one Stephen Curry. Pretty good subject for today. Ray, what's happening? You're on with Greg and Greg. How are you today?
What's up, guys? First of all, great guests. I mean, Keating and Beal. I think the only guy better is Vernon Glenn, honestly. Great guest.
Guess what? I was texting Vern Glenn actually this morning, and we're going to be getting him on soon, so it'll be good.
He texts me all during the show, so we'll get Mr. Involvement on. Yeah, but
those are great guests.
Keating knows the game inside and out. It was so interesting to hear him talk about it.
Absolutely. Great insight. Yeah, very knowledgeable. I was going to say, in a 7-game series, the only 2 people to beat the Warriors since Kerr's been on are Kawhi and LeBron. I mean, it's LeBron with the Lakers and LeBron with the Cavs, and then Kawhi with Toronto.
Kawhi didn't go 7. They lost in 6 there.
Well, for sure, but I just mean just meant in a 7-game series, and KD was hurt, obviously, and Clay was hurt. Yeah. But I just you can't count them out. And in terms of Curry and all-time performances, I think it's like top 3. I mean, the 50-point game last or 2 years ago was really great. But yeah, it's been a ride. Let's keep it going. So
Without a doubt, Ray.
Hey, appreciate the call, Ray. And just your note on Curry, I mean, it is true that yesterday with only the 3 points in the first half, and he had 14 in the fourth quarter, and if you just looked at the box score and didn't watch the game, you'd say, okay, like Steph, pretty solid game. Oh, my goodness, Buddy Hield. Steph Curry, with what he did and the fact that the team only had 7 turnovers, which we know is their number one Achilles heel and has been even at the peak of their powers in this dynasty. Steph Curry to lead the team in rebounds with 10. He went with 7 assists, and just how he was defended this entire series to go on the road in a game 7 and have that kind of poise and performance. That's how you lead in a game 7. That's how you get it done on the road. So you might not look at the Steph Curry stats, but just the way he was able to navigate how Houston defended after how brutal game 6 was and not getting much support from anywhere else. I'm right there with Ray in that Steph, that is certainly up there with one of his best performances in the playoff series, especially when we see it on the road. And look, there's a great long list. That's the great thing about it. We can debate it over and over, but got this number for you, Papa. Only 7 players have ever won 3 game 7s on the road. They are Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Kevon Looney, Robert Horry, John Havlicek, and a man we had on last week, Don Nelson. Steph is the only one to score at least 20 in each of them.
And when you look at Steph, I mean, the 0-33 game in that same building when Durant got hurt, this was a 3-22 game. So this may have been one of his best games where he scored 22 points, but he had 19 of those in the second half. He had 10 defensive rebounds in the game. He had 7 assists, and with a wonky right thumb, he only turned the ball over twice, and he blocked a couple of shots. And believe me, Buddy Hield, it all opens up for Buddy Hield because of Steph Curry. They're going to give Buddy Hield a wide open 3 over and over and over again because they're so worried about Steph taking that same shot. That's why if you're Chris Finch in Minnesota and you're game planning right now, do we just leave Buddy Hield? You know, we'll leave Jimmy Butler, we'll leave Draymond Green, we'll leave Kuminga. Maybe we won't close out as hard on Moody and Pods, but those young guys get going. But Buddy Hield is the X factor. He put the fear in God in people. This is Buddy Buckets. That's what he does. They'll attack him on defense, and he played well defensively. But can you just leave him wide open? Steph Curry gets people wide open. That is how Buddy Hield had 22 points in the first quarter. But then he came back, and his fourth quarter was so big, and the big shots. But everything, it's not statistical with Steph. Because everything, the gravitational pull, it's all tilted. To play a box and 1 against the Warriors for so long, I'm like, what are you doing? You can't do that. But they wound up getting back into the series. But Steph Curry led the Warriors in this series in points, rebounds, and assists. Think about that. Mm-hmm. He's 37 years of age. It was 7 games long. He had to play way too many minutes. But what a year. A year ago at this time, he was watching the NBA playoffs.
Yep.
Getting ready to go to July 4th and Steve's Team USA training camp and what he did in Paris, obviously, and what they did this year getting Jimmy and now the run they're making. It's an amazing, amazing year. But that little guy led the Warriors in this series in points, rebounds, and assists.
Just remarkable what he is able to do. And as I mentioned, one of 7 players to win 3 game 7s on the road. Coming up, we'll continue to play some more sounds from Draymond Green. Hear a little bit more from, maybe a little Buddy Hield in there, but it's going to be a couple of big Draymond cuts because he opened up about how the way he came out for Game 6 and that mentality set a tone, set the wrong kind of tone. He was determined to set the right kind of tone yesterday. It's Poppin' Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, I got a question for you. Are your monthly bills keeping you up at night? Are you worried about your finances in these crazy times? Greg Papa here. If you're like most people, you have racked up a sizable amount on your credit cards, and the monthly payment is not making a dent into it. It's time to call Loan Pronto. Pronto, if you own a home, you have a super easy way to get tens or even hundreds of thousands in cash. Loan Pronto has lots of options for helping you tap into the equity in your home and get the cash you need to get back on solid footing. Most homeowners who do this end up wiping out all their credit card debt and cutting their monthly expenses by $1,000. Look, you didn't mean to end up here, but you're here. You don't have to keep stressing about money, not sleeping at night. So call Loan Pronto for fast debt relief now. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. 415-808-5721. LoanPronto.com. One more time, and you'll have a beautiful sleep tonight. LoanPronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Big day on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver hanging out with you on a Monday. Lots and lots of Game 7 talk. Tomorrow going to be a good chance to get ready for the Minnesota series. Also, we'll catch up with what's going on with the Giants. Big series getting going against the Cubs at Wrigley today. First pitch today at 4:40 p.m. So you can catch pregame on KNBR at 3:40. Got to do a little homework here, and that is tell you about the Bay Area Panthers and how you can win 4 tickets to go and see them. They play the Tucson Sugar Skulls Next time I go to Tucson, I got to check out the Tucson Sugar Skulls.
The Sugar Skulls?
Sugar Skulls. What a great name.
Skulls or skulls?
Skull. Like
Wow.
Sugar Skulls.
Sugar High.
Yeah, tune in between now and 1 p.m. And when we give the cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. You'll win, furnished by the Panthers. Find official rules at knbr.com. So many different ways we can go with the whole Panthers theme. And I think that now that we've had a bunch of Panthers giveaways, we got to get a little creative with it. I'm kind of thinking the theme of the week is just all the Xavier Legette content because of how great his accent is. So here's a little bit of Xavier Legette as our today's cue to call.
Well, y'all probably seen that video when I tell them folks I eat coon.
What do you mean raccoon? Like the raccoon?
Like a raccoon that you see in the trash can.
Where do you even eat that at?
I hunt it, I kill it, I skin them, cook them, eat them.
So when's the last time you had a raccoon?
Thanksgiving.
So there you go. On the St. Brown Brothers podcast, Xavier Legette talking about how he eats raccoons, doing his thing in the South there.
Bringing it back home with an accent. I have not been to the Bahamas, Nassau, the Bahamas. I always went to Ironman Rick's Negril in Jamaica whenever I went to the Caribbean, whatever it is. I do know Michael Thompson is from the Bahamas, Nassau, the Bahamas. Is that just Buddy's accent is from the Bahamas, or is it a Buddy Hield twist on the Bahamian, not the Bahamian, the Bahamian accent? I don't know if Buddy has a slight speech impediment or something's going on with the voice, but does everybody from the Bahamas talk similar to Buddy Hield? It's different.
Oh, yeah, it's super different. Buddy Hield's always, it's great. It's funny to listen to him. You know, he talks fast, too. He was energized after that game, and then the whole dynamic with him and Jimmy Butler is incredible. And speaking of life at the podium, let's actually take it out to Draymond Green. We got Mark Spears joining us in about 10 minutes, and it'll be great to catch up with him. Usually do it on Tuesdays, but today we're going to do a little bit of a recap, and then tomorrow we'll do a little more Timberwolves focused and hear from guys getting ready for all the Giants coverage coming up this week, too. Tuesdays are also Susan Slusser days, so we're going to be nice and busy there. Walter, let's start with W, the one that was going around the waves of social media. Draymond talking about the heart-to-hearts he had with some of the closest people in his life and the accountability he took in front of the team the night before.
I think what goes into it is really deciding who's going to get a speech. Obviously, I always try to defer to Steph, defer to Jimmy, and they wanted me to speak. But I had a lot to say. And like I said, most importantly was calling myself out. You know, you can't go into a Game 7 expecting guys to rally off the game we had before and not address it. And so I wanted to address that, number one. But then secondly, tell everybody else what we needed, which was a togetherness like no other. And our huddles together, trusting in each other and believing. And so thought it was much needed. But as much as I think this team needed it, I feel like I needed it for myself even more. Because you got to be accountable. You can't be a leader and not be accountable. And you call other guys out when their things, then you better say when yours does too. And that's what I tried to make a point in doing.
So, yeah, I mean, look, anytime there's a win afterwards, you're going to hear a lot about the team meetings, the effectiveness and everything. But I think it was fair of Draymond Green to do that in front of the team. And last year, when you consider the multiple suspensions, the time he missed, even that one ejection in Orlando when Steph was getting emotional knowing he was going to have to finish that game without Draymond on the road for the last 3.5 quarters of it. The way he did reset his mind between Game 6 and Game 7 was remarkable because Draymond Green yesterday, outside of maybe one little stretch at the end of the first half, I thought gave an A-plus performance.
Draymond Green is a brilliant mind basketball player, and what he does, he can go into coaching easily. And one of the people that he did reach out to close to him is Tom Izzo. But Draymond can scout the opponents. That's why he's just so great defending. He knew Şengün was going to go to the nail, the middle of the free throw line, and try to spin on him, and he stood him up individually. He knows Julius Randle. He'll get under Gobert's skin in this series. So he's a great scouter of the opponents, then he can act on it. But he's also, maybe your most important skill is self-scouting. He knows himself. and he did not play well on Friday night. He wasn't the only one. That foul he took on Jalen Green when he grabbed the back of his head in the technical, it's like, brother, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
And the one thing about this series, it took way too damn long. And Draymond Green got penalized way too much. He got 4 technicals in this series alone. They suspend in the playoffs on 7. They don't add any more each series. He got 2 flagrants in this series. They suspend on 4. You don't get any more. So how does he get through a Minnesota series? And then, I don't even, we'll get into that, but if you get to the conference finals without being suspended. So, but he did rein it in last night. He played a very measured game. I don't know if you're even allowed to bet on this, but I think if you are allowed to bet who's going to score the first basket of the Warrior game, take Draymond Green every single game. He comes out and scores right away, backdoor cut layup, three-pointer. He scored the first 5. They leave him wide open early in the game. But then he made big plays. After they got within 3, Jimmy rises up in the baseline right over one of their bigs. It was Tari Eason, and made that tough shot, that flat-footed shot. Then Draymond went backdoor twice, and Jimmy found him, so he scored a couple of more. Draymond scored 16 points in this game. And the key thing was Houston got out of their zone. They got out of Van Vliet on Draymond. Draymond was not doing a whole lot statistically. He was guarding Şengün. But because of Van Vliet and that high drag series they play up top, Coach Keating was talking about, they didn't run the split action at all on the block. Those are staples of the Warrior offense. The high drag with Draymond setting the screen for Steph and the split, that's what the zone was doing to you. It was getting you out of it. Buddy Hield shot them out of the zone, and now they played more conventional defense, and now you could bring Draymond Green into the game. But what a solid game. 16 points. He had 6 rebounds, 5 assists. He only had 1 turnover. And like Steph Curry, he walks out of that building with another win. He's just a winner. And the fact that he called himself out in front of his team, because a lot of guys did not play well Friday night. We'll talk to Mark Spears. I was there sitting right by his wife. That early tech he took in the game, and then when Şengün lowered his shoulder and steamrolled him, they didn't call it. And Draymond was just taken out of the game. So he did not play well in Game 6. They were a little no-show in Game 5. But when it was time to save the series, Draymond Green's ability to scout his teammates, scout the opponent, and most importantly, scout himself, got him through Game 7.
One more soundbite here from Draymond Green, because I thought one of the best quotes in all of postgame was, one thing about this league, you're never done proving who you are until you're done completely finished. That was from Draymond Green, talking about the competitive fire to prove himself over and over and over again. And with some of the ups and downs he's had over the past couple of years, he should want to continue proving himself, and he's one of the best competitors we've ever seen in the Bay Area. So here's what he had to say on just that.
One thing about this league, you're never done proving who you are until you're done, completely finished. And so I wanted to come out and prove again just who I am, with poise, but with the same fire, same tenacity, but poise. And I think I delivered that and gave our guys something to follow. What I gave them last game to follow, they followed it. And that's why we got bullied. But I think I gave them something different to follow today. And that was the message. That was the goal. We got it done.
The 2 items, and it's not, I know, it sounds so cheesy. I did a little Dubs OT with JD last night, and I said, I know we say the same things all the time, but it really does come down to championship-level defense, not turning the ball over, as 2 big checklist items, and you can't get that first one without Draymond Green anchoring it all back there. He did it last night.
They only had 7 turnovers.
Ridiculous.
If you turn the ball over, look at the Warriors lost 3 times in this series. Add up their turnovers in the 3 losses. In the 4 wins, they did not turn the ball over. In the 3 losses, they could. The only way Houston could stay in the series was to turn the Warriors over and get them in the open floor and use their athleticism. They were not going to shoot the ball. I mean, they'd have 7 turnovers in the game. They got beat on the boards, but you can live with that. But the Warriors shot him out of the zone. 18 threes last night. Buddy had 9 of them. But Draymond also had a couple of big ones. Jimmy Butler had a couple of big ones. Steph had 4. Meanwhile, the Rockets, nobody could make one besides Fred VanVleet. So we'll talk to Mark Spears about Draymond, about getting through this series. I do wonder what Houston's going to do in the offseason. Are they going to keep this young core together They're all 22, 23, Greg. Do you let them ride a little bit? I think they need development. Chip Engelland was the ultimate shooting coach in the NBA with the Spurs. He taught a lot of people how to shoot the ball, tight with Steve Kerr. Taught Kawhi. Kawhi couldn't shoot. You get this team needs a shooting coach, and they got to get in the gym. They can guard, and they can run, and they can dunk. They just need, like Coach Keating was saying, the skill of the game is deteriorated at the lower levels because there's so much zone. They had to learn to play defense. Anyway, do the Rockets blow this up? I would trade Jalen Green if I could get one of the big. If you get Kevin Durant, and then there's something where they could get a high draft pick. The Cooper Flag draft lottery is next Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye. I'm not saying they're going to win that, but who knows how high of a pick they could get. So what exactly do the Houston Rockets do with their team now and Raphael Stone and then with Spears? The Minnesota Timberwolves are good, really good. And they went to the conference finals last year. They beat Denver in a Game 7, lost to Dallas. Then they blew the team up. They traded Karl Anthony Towns to get Julius Randle. And I think a key factor in this series is Dante DiVincenzo against everybody. But I want to see Dante's Inferno match up against Brandon Pajemski. He's kind of Braden's very similar type of player. Could be kind of interesting. But and then just talk about everybody's doing long pieces on Draymond, obviously. The Chronicle did one on he and Steph's relationship throughout the year, the brilliance of Draymond defensively and how he's able to guard. Kerry Keating was talking about starting Looney. I don't know if they'll do that. But I would like to get Draymond Green on Julius Randle and not put him on Gobert. You could almost guard Gobert. I'm not saying with Steph necessarily. But you could get creative with Rudy Gobert in this series. I know he stomped all over the Lakers, but the Warriors will push him around. And I think they'll be able to get him off the court by getting him to switch on to Steph. But this will be fascinating. What do the Rockets do this offseason? And are the Timberwolves better, the same, or worse than last year's team? Putting Randall and DiVincenzo on the team and taking the Kathmandu off the team.
Lots to get into, and we have a couple more hours to do just that, as well as take your calls, 415-808-5627, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Also, the YouTube chat open. Good to see a lot of the regulars in there. Even Tacky. Got to show some love to Tacky here on a Monday. Talk to Mark Spears on the other side. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, as Bay Area sports fans know all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
Nation, his work is global. But on the sports leader, his focus is local. Here's senior NBA writer from Anscape.com, Mark Spears with Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Always a good time when we get to catch up with our friend Mark Spears, senior NBA insider for ESPN and Anscape.com, joining us on Papa and Silver on a Monday because Game 7 was so big. We got to get the best on the recap show. Mark Spears is sponsored by Mancini's Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini's Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Mark Spears on the Uma guest line. What's happening? Good to be with you.
Man, Pop, you don't know what a Jamaican accent is?
He's from the Bahamas. He's not from Jamaica. Is that the
I
same?
know, that's why
Is
I'm trying to catch you. I mean, I'm trying to just see if you've heard any
No, I know
accent.
Jamaican accent. I've been to Jamaica. I love it there. Rick's Negril.
Bahamian accent?
Are they the same? Does Buddy sound like everybody
Boy,
from the Bahamas?
I mean, that's a Bahamian accent.
It is.
I
He
was
speaks
just
quick.
checking because I know you've been in the Caribbean somewhere.
I've been there. I have not been to the Bahamas. My family used to always go to Nassau, the Bahamas. I wouldn't go, but I went to Jamaica. Loved it there. But he does talk fast. Beyond that, I met your wife the other night, Mark. That was very enjoyable.
Yeah,
Wasn't a
she's
great
good people,
game,
man.
but it was really cool to watch Warriors basketball next to her. She's delightful.
Yeah, no, I did well. I'm lucky.
You did well.
Yeah, she actually likes the game and breaks down players, and she has a good eye.
Yeah, well, in my case, Mark, my girlfriend's been a Buddy Hield fan the entire year, and I've had to, get kind of just clap back a couple of times with some of the Buddy Hield cycle that's been going around. And yesterday, I'm just on the couch. I kept getting dirty looks all throughout the game, and I'm like, hey, I got nothing to say on this one. I'm going to hold that L while Buddy Hield goes for 9 threes and 33.
Warriors fans can't say nothing to Buddy the rest of the season.
No way. No.
Nothing. I mean, he could have but he saved them.
Yeah, I'm with you. If he has a
No matter
bad
what
series,
he does in the next round, it doesn't matter. He's
He'll
Warrior.
go away quick if he struggles.
He's fam
but
forever.
You think about how painful it was to watch Clay in Sacramento versus how amazing it was for Buddy to do what he did to save the Warriors. Steph did not have a great night until late. Jimmy did not have a great night until late. I mean, it was one of the ugliest playoff games that I've ever seen. And if it wasn't for Buddy Hield's hot hand, we could very much be talking about what they're going to be doing this offseason. I truly think he saved them.
I'm with you.
His scoring, his momentum. And then here's the thing, and Pop, you know this, this is the one thing I was worried about with the Rockets, their extreme lack of experience in the Game 7. And I think it made it even tougher when you're playing at home. Fred had 2 games. Nobody else in the starting lineup had played in the Game 7. Adams, I think, had played in maybe 1 or 2. Jeff Green didn't count. But when you play a Game 7 in the NBA on the road, there's so much anxiety in the crowd, so much nervousness in the crowd that every missed shot, every bad stretch, there's a groan, it's quiet. I think in a lot of ways they make the players more anxious and nervous. And while I do feel like the Rockets, pound for pound, have the more talented team, I just think that they weren't mentally ready for a Game 7 against a team like that. The crowd certainly didn't help them. And I think that actually playing on the road for this game probably helped the Warriors much more than they imagined.
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought they were nervous, and they admitted it after Game 1. And then they were nervous when they played their first road playoff game in Game 3.
Yeah.
And then I think in Game 7 they were tight. They're young. They're young. Jalen Green's 23.
the Rockets
Alperen
went through the
Şengün's
same
22.
thing, right? The Celtics went through the same thing.
Yeah.
Their cycles. I mean, I remember when the Warriors lost that second-round series to the Clippers.
San Antonio.
Yeah, I mean,
to San Antonio. And they
Yeah.
lost to the Clippers the next year. Yeah, during the Donald Sterling thing.
there's growth that comes with young teams like this. I do think this, though. I feel like they are going to be a team, because I don't think Ime will have a lot of patience. That could be a landing spot for like a Durant, a Giannis, or somebody else big. Like, I really feel like the Rockets may be impatient and go for a superstar and use some of their young capital to try to vault the team forward quicker.
Wow. Yeah, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. We are joined by the Hall of Famer Mark Spears. And actually, Game 6 is probably where I want to go to before we even talk about Game 7 and the offseason, because that's where you did see the good of the Rockets and the bad of the Warriors. And yeah, this team, the Rockets, they didn't get to the second round. They've got a ways to go, but they turned this rebuild around pretty quick. I mean, with the way that one went down at Chase Center, Mark, what was your big picture observations? And would you say that, that had more to do with the way the Rockets came in and really cleaned up and sort of grew up throughout the series? Or was it the fact that the Warriors really just were not fighting for all the 50-50s, and outside of Steph and Jimmy, they had basically no support?
No, I think that lack of size has mattered, and I'm surprised that it really hit them last game like it had in the previous games. I mean, those two big fellas were beating up Warriors the entire series, and it just kind of cooled down yesterday. I've felt for the last, probably since Bogut walked out, that the Warriors desperately needed a post defender. Somebody that has a presence, somebody that can block shots, somebody that could be intimidating. And these teams are smart. Like, I think after Rudy Gobert had a great series, they're going to take some notes out of the Rockets series and try to implement some of that. Although Sengun and Rudy are two different animals, offensively. Rudy doesn't have that offensive game, that same touch as Sengun has. But, Julius Randle is certainly, also a post presence that could be intimidating. And I just feel like, I don't know how they're going to match up with the Timberwolves. Maybe start Looney, but to me, I think going small in the Western Conference right now, when you look at the rest of the landscape, remaining landscape, like, size certainly matters. And to me, that's something that I think the Rockets took advantage of and kind of forgot to go that way. And it's something that the Warriors have to be very worried about as long as they stay alive the rest of the Western Conference and going forward.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, that two-big lineup was winning the Rockets games 5 and 6 to get back into the series, and basically Buddy Hield shot them out of that because they played so much zone out of that, and they had to play one big, which leads to Minnesota the next, and it's tomorrow. It's already on us here. They were playing two bigs, and two good bigs, in Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns. And I remember the trade went down, in the middle of football season, and we kind of like, what happened? Karl Anthony Towns went to the Knicks, and Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo went back. Mm-hmm. So go back. I know it's finances involved, and Naz Reid is also a really good big that'll be a factor in this series. But why did the Timberwolves trade the Kathmandu for Randle and DiVincenzo? And is Minnesota better, worse, the same as the team that last year with the Kathmandu and Gobert made it all the way to the Western Finals?
One former Timberwolves player that I bumped into told me they kind of felt towards the end of last season that Cat was in his last days. I've never been able to figure out why, outside of financially. But I do think there was this. It's interesting, the competitive nature I see with Cat in New York. I don't think people in Minnesota felt like they saw that on a regular basis. And I think they wanted, Anthony Edwards always likes, I like playing with dogs, and in the beginning of the season when they got Julius, and Julius started off actually pretty well. He's like, I got a dog next to me now. And then Julius had his struggles, and Kenneth Perkins came on the air and said it's one of the worst trades in NBA history. And, he was getting jeers at home, and coach was telling him he had to be more aggressive offensively. And it wasn't until Julius got hurt on January 30th. He hurt his right groin against the Jazz, and he sat out for 13 games. The Timberwolves struggled going 5-8 during that stretch. But while Julius was sitting, I think you got to remember, he didn't really have a training camp. He didn't have a summer with these guys. So it takes a while to adjust and figure it out. And I think him getting hurt ended up being a blessing in disguise because he learned how to better fit in with the team, learned how to better fit in with Ant, and they've just grown by leaps and bounds since then. They've been a much better team in the second half of the season, much better than their 6th seed. But there's just so much inconsistency with this squad that I think they finally shook off with the Lakers. I mean, they destroyed the Lakers. They embarrassed the Lakers. They beat them in 5, and Julius Randle was a big part of that. Obviously, Anthony Edwards is a very scary player. I think McDaniels is also somebody to keep an eye on because he's a 6'9", long defender who will be guarding Steph the same way Amen Thompson was guarding him. So the Warriors got to figure out a way to free Steph from that length that's going to be following them all around. So it's they only got one day, but typically teams are a day off after winning a series. I think their adrenaline is so high. Usually in that game 1, they can play pretty well before they come back to earth because they're just so on mental alert and survival mode. So I do think the Warriors will play well tomorrow in Minneapolis. I don't think that's that far of a flight from Houston. Minnesota, if you think about it too, they've been off for a few days. Might be a little rust there. So I think game 1 is there's certainly some fatigue with the Warriors, but I think game 1 could be perhaps a good one to steal on the road.
Talking to Mark Spears here. Look, I know that today's not the day to get into Warriors offseason talk after they ultimately prevailed yesterday, but as we talk about Minnesota and as we talk about the landscape of the Western Conference and kind of the need for size, well, this one name was getting floated around a lot, especially after Game 6 when it was found out that Steven Adams was a plus 53 on the floor for the Rockets in that series heading into Game 7. So he's going to be an unrestricted free agent. Just a couple of things, your thoughts on if Steven Adams would be a nice fit within the Warriors, and then 2 is, would they realistically be able to pay him? I mean, they are paying their 3 best players a lot of money right now. I know Joe Lacob is willing to spend money, but Steven Adams, I think, this playoffs also show that he could be a valuable resource for other teams as well, and that market might go up.
Well, my first question is, how much of an upgrade is he from Looney?
Substantial, and I love Looney.
Okay.
He's an upgrade, but I what I heard, and I was nosing around at the arena on Friday, the Rockets are not letting him go. They love him, and they're gonna re-sign Steven. That's what I got. But the market may push it that way.
The Warriors literally think bigger, taller, more athletic, like Kessler.
He's Bogut.
From the Jazz.
He's like Bogut.
Yes. I mean, the Warriors need an athletic.
Oh, yeah, right.
Rim protecting big. And
Miles Turner.
So,
Miles Turner.
Yeah. More expensive than probably Steven Adams for sure. I wonder if Kuminga has any value right now. Because he might be part of something to help you get that person. Miles is probably too expensive at this point, especially when you're paying your 3 stars so much. But who they need. I mean, it could be Jakob Poeltl. It doesn't have to necessarily be a notable name, but just like somebody that you got to think about something when they come to the basket. Somebody that could get a rebound, somebody to play a role, not so much to be a star, which, like you said, Steven Adams could do. But I do think that there are some more, economical options, taller options that, I like Clint Capella still. Like maybe Atlanta might be willing to let him go, right? Like just somebody that make a presence known, give him some size, catch an alley-oop, basically be the person that they wanted James Wiseman to be. And so the one thing that I think Adams can't do, which is why I said, is he much of an upgrade over Looney? Because I think Looney could be the brute that you want him to be. To me, what the Warriors need is a 6'11", 7-footer who could run the floor, catch hoops, and block shots.
Right.
I think that would probably be more valuable to this team than just adding another brute to the roster.
Right. We'll worry about that. Right now it's Minnesota. So many storylines. The Warriors never played the Timberwolves in a playoff series, for one, which is new. But Jimmy going back to the Target Center in Minneapolis. Refresh my memory. We talked about it when the Warriors got him. He was there briefly, 17, 18, 59 games. I remember he feuded with Karl Anthony Towns and Andrew Wiggins, who ironically got traded for. 10 games the next year he wound up, and it was a messy divorce, getting traded to Philadelphia. Is Jimmy going to get booed more lustily in Minneapolis in this series than even Draymond Green?
I think he's just too far removed. Like you're talking about 2 seasons, 17 to 19. Is anybody even left? I think Towns was the last person he was connected to. So, I mean, he last played there like 6 years ago. And there's new ownership. Yeah, obviously they got fans that have been there long term and they remember him, but he's played for Philadelphia, Miami, and now the Warriors since then. So I guess, but I think they're more worried about 30. And respectfully to Jimmy Butler, even though I think even on the flip side, I don't know that Jimmy's like, it's like me talking about my days at the Denver Post. I'm like 3 jobs removed from the Denver Post, so I think it's I don't know that it's much of a motivating factor anymore for either side.
Mark, always appreciate you coming on with us, and again, appreciate you moving from Tuesday to Monday so we could break this all down. We'll get you in a couple of weeks, and we'll see how this whole Warriors-Timberwolves thing shakes out with the Timberwolves' size, the way they just bullied a Lakers team and everything. But regardless, it's been good kind of seeing you out in the mix at Chase and everything, and a couple of more playoff games to come at that arena at the very least. So always good catching up, and I'll be reading your stuff.
We're going to find a Jamaican restaurant. We're going to go.
Well, Jamaica's fine. I'm talking the Bahamas. I'm not. What are the people from the everybody from the Caribbean speaks the same? Is that what you're saying?
Jamaican food, because I keep mentioning Jamaican.
Oh, I love Jamaican food.
Bahamian food isn't as good.
Yeah.
Good Jamaican restaurant.
So what I'm saying is, the way Buddy Hield speaks, that is the common dialect of the Bahamians, is what you're saying.
Yeah, Buddy will join us. We're supposed to go to a Jamaican restaurant. That's what. Let's do it.
Oh.
We could go to Mesky. We could go to Draymond's restaurant. It's Dominican, Ethiopian. Have you been there yet?
I have not been to Draymond's place yet. It's on the list. I do want to go there. Let's go there.
We lose him.
Leave me.
Might have lost him.
I'll text you after the show. I got something for you.
All right. I love when you have something for me. It always turns out well for me. Where are you going this week? What series you dropping in on?
I don't think I'm going to go to a game to game 3 here.
Oh, great.
Games 1 and 2 in playoff series, I mean, basketball to come after that. I don't get too excited about 1 and 2 in the first and second round.
Yeah, well, hey, we'll catch you out here at 3 and save yourself some travel. It's the best way to do it.
I'll see y'all Saturday.
Thank you, Famer.
He is Mark Spears, senior ESPN and NBA.com and Scape insider. He really just does it all. That's why he's the Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer.
And he's going to take you to a Jamaican spot, which is going to be cool. So, yeah, we got Larry Beal joining us in about 15 minutes. So, short reset coming up on the other side. Maybe play a couple more cuts, and we could take your calls and read your texts. 415-808-5627. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants rebounded with a loss to the Rockies on Thursday with 3 straight wins to close out the weekend. Willie Adames was red hot yesterday, and now they head to Chicago to face a darn good Cubs team for 3 games. So first pitch tonight's going to be at 4:40 p.m. Pre-game at KNBR starts at 3:40. Keep it right here on 104.5 and 680. Your home for Giants baseball, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on? Greg Silver here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area? Some not even in the state of California. Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Over the past year, unfortunately, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, we got craziness all around us here in the Bay Area, so let's work together, take in that extra beat, extra bit of patience, and make the Bay Area an overall safer place. You can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. The Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
And Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Greg Papa, Greg Silver hanging out with you on a Monday. Larry Beal's going to join us coming up in about 8 minutes or so. So a very quick segment here to get a little bit of a reset. Just a good conversation with Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer. We had Kerry Keating on a little bit earlier. A lot of people on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line really enjoying that interview. Some funny texts on the comments we made over the last hour or so. 831. I think we all had that same twitch in our face as Steve Kerr going when the lead got cut down to only 3. Yeah, it's never easy. And by the way, the guy that hit that three-pointer, it was Steven Adams with the offensive rebound, but Jabari Smith, a very quiet and effective series from that guy. And I don't say quiet in the sense that he wasn't good, just the fact that he came off the bench. He wasn't really as physical and in your face and causing drama as a lot of those players on the Rockets. Amen Thompson was great yesterday. Fred VanVleet finally cooled off after that work week where it felt like he made about 700 threes, but was shooting close to 75% from beyond the arc. And then Jalen Green, outside of game 2, really struggled in that series ahead. But just to your point earlier, Papa, the Steven Adams, it was plus 53 when he was on the floor in that series. And that double big lineup that was giving the Warriors such a hard time for much of the series, even the ones where they found a way to go and win that game, was hardly existent at all yesterday.
Yeah, the double big lineup, and we're going up against a team that, did it last year and a great success. Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert, and they had a third in Naz Reid. I remember when the Warriors went up against the San Antonio Spurs in a playoff series, and Pop had 4 bigs. He had Tim Duncan, LaMarcus Aldridge, Boris Diaw, and I think he had an aging Pau Gasol at that time, and he tried to play in it when the series started, and Dunk, obviously, with David, brought the Twin Towers in like Houston did with Ralph and Hakeem and took over the NBA. But at some point, even Tim Duncan had to go off the floor and just could not play. So I'm bringing that up in part because Mark Spears did go into the Springfield Basketball Hall of Fame with Greg Popovich. They went in together, and Pop gave a great speech. I'm just watching the video of Pop speaking for the first time since he suffered the stroke.
We'll play that before the show is over today.
And it's those of us that know Pop, and it was Manu Ginobili and Tim that brought him up there. It's his look is just completely different. It's tough. I mean, he had a bad stroke, and we'll see what he does. He's got a T-shirt saying Senior Popovich and how he's going to run. The president of the basketball ops. But I'm sure R.C. Buford and others will help him there. But that was just, Pop has not spoken publicly when they announced that last week, and they did it today. There was a lot of speculation, on what his sick condition would be, and I had heard a lot of stories about it, and it's a little bit disarming to see Pop in that condition. But hopefully it's not irreparable, and he'll be able to, he's a great basketball mind, a great judge of talent, not just a coach. So he'll help that organization in any way. But that's the first time I've actually seen that video, and it kind of just struck me. So But Pop, that franchise was prideful going back to the ABA days, but he gets there and they rip off 5 NBA championships, and Steph Curry gets here and they win 4. Larry Beal's going to join us in a little bit, and we were talking to Coach Keating, who works with Larry on the after the game show on ABC, and the Warriors are back on ABC on Saturday for Game 3, so you'll see them together. But it's we were talking about Buddy Hield and Draymond, and it's all Steph. And I think there's times when we have to just pause and just remember what he has done for this franchise. It's just, Tim Duncan won 5 championships. They love basketball in San Antonio, but it's just different what Steph Curry has done. I moved to the Bay Area in August of '86 to do Warrior games. And the Niners were raging and running football and really were the Tiffany Span franchise of professional sports at that time. And the Warriors, we were on KNBR then, so were the Giants, and we would get preempted for Giants spring training baseball. It happened all the time. When the Warriors went to play the Boston Celtics and Larry Bird at the Ghastly Garden in Boston, and it was a 4:30 tip-off here in the Bay Area, it was not on live on KNBR. It was on tape delay. They thought the ratings would be better. Was it Ralph or Dave Newhouse, whoever was doing Sports Phone 68 at the time. And believe me, I lived in that shadow when I came here. And the A's had the Bash brother. The A's were more popular than the Warriors. And the Niners, the Raiders weren't back yet. And so Larry's one of the few guys, and obviously Vern and a few others out there, that can speak to. Sometimes we just have to back up a little bit and go, whoa, what has happened? How is this franchise that always lived in the dark shadows in their own market, let alone the NBA? That's why the Sleepy Floyd is Superman game was so big, because they beat the Lakers. They beat Magic and Kareem. And they were down 3-0. They were going to get swept in that series. So one moment, the Warriors could push back on the mighty Lakers who wound up winning the championship. So now the Lakers are out, the Warriors advance, and it's a lot of factors, obviously. Steve Kerr, Joe, ownership, Bob Myers, and now Mike Dunleavy. But it's Steph. It is Steph Curry that has flipped the entire fortunes of this franchise. I mean, that we are living in the Golden State in basketball. And there's a lot of moments along the way, but it's just Steph Curry. It is Steph, and I think Larry could speak to that, of what he has meant to basketball in the Bay Area. We love basketball, but it's a heightened level of love now. Warriors playoff basketball does like 49er TV ratings. I mean, it is so transcendent. So one thing we want to get into with the great Larry Beal, because he's been here for so long, as like me, is just what Steph Curry and what he has meant, not to the franchise, but the overall Bay Area and our sports scene. We've had no one, including Joe or Willie or Barry or Jerry, there's been no one like Steph Curry that's ever played here.
I remember my first Warrior game I went to was for my 9th birthday, and it was against an older Allen Iverson, a younger J.R. Smith, and Carmelo Anthony and the Denver Nuggets, and they came into Oracle, and the Warriors were fighting to keep their playoff hopes alive. My birthday's in April, so it was a late season, kind of maybe third to last game of the season, second to last, but they had to win to keep their playoff hopes alive. Remember, the Warriors put up 38 in the first quarter. They ultimately ended up losing to a more experienced and better Denver Nuggets team that came in. And I was crushed because I witnessed the We Believe team. But other than that, all the basketball I'd watched to that point, even at my young age. And look, anyone who's listening who is older than I am, I understand you have had many, many, many more years of the Warriors not being very relevant, not being very good, a lot of playoff droughts and such. And so just to even experience a little bit, though, does give you that whole bunch of gratitude when you see the fortunes of the franchise having been changed. And that's something we'll get into next with Larry Beal. We talked to one ABC 7 man in Kerry Keating. We're going to catch up with Larry Beal on the other side. It is Pop and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, I got a question for you. Do you struggle with glasses and contacts? If you do, you probably have thought about modern vision correction procedures such as LASIK or EVO, ICL. But if you need readers or bifocals and you need them now, Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley has a permanent solution to ditch them all. It's called CLR Custom Lens Replacement. Greg Papa here, and I had CLR from Laser Eye a few summers ago, and I see perfectly without any kind of glasses, including those annoying readers that look so good on your nose. It's truly amazing. And if you'd like to learn more about CLR, join Laser Eye Center's free webinar this Friday at noon. This Friday. Their incredible doctors will explain how CLR differs from other procedures, how it eliminates the need for readers, glasses, and contacts. Plus, you will never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So find out if CLR is right for you. Register now at lasereyeclr.com for the webinar. It's coming up this Friday at high noon. CLR, no readers, glasses, contacts, and no cataracts. Laser Eye Center in Pleasanton and San Jose. lasereyeclr.com.
Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
This is where the daggers come out too. Stephen Curry rips the cords.
He was debating, I think, right there to do the sleeper there.
The sleeper.
Come on, Stan Van Gundy.
It's all right. We're going to have Stan on at 10:50 tomorrow, and we'll get a chance to be like, Stan,
crap on that.
it's the night. It was a night that he busted out, not on that play that we just heard from Brian Anderson and Stan Van Gundy, but it was the assist to Buddy Hield, who had 9 threes yesterday. We had Kerry Keating on earlier, but we love ourselves some ABC 7, and so we're going to double up today because we got Larry Beal joining us on the UMA guest line. You can catch Larry on ABC 7 basically all the time because that's only when I tune in. Am I right? Larry is brought to you here. This segment of Pop and Silver is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's auto loan sale is here. And in fact, I'll get back to that in just a moment because I had the old one and not the new one. So let's catch up with Larry, and then I'll give the information a little bit later on. Larry, what's happening? How are you?
I'm good. I'm good after watching last night's game. I thought the music that you came back with was from the Rockets funeral procession. That's, slow march.
Yeah.
They were right there. I think the Warriors, in terms of the adjustments that they made for Game 7, were spot on. And obviously, nobody could have foreseen Buddy Hield going off the way he did. But, that's the difference. You've got a young team with a couple of guys that have some serious playoff experience versus a team that's loaded with it. And I think in the end, the Warriors were able to execute where the Rockets were a little bit jittery in terms of how they should attack.
And the great Stan Van Gundy from Martinez, Alhambra High School, will be joining us tomorrow. You're about the same age as me, so you remember the professional wrestler, The Sheik. Remember, he would put, whenever he got a guy and he was ready to finish him off, he would put the sleeper hold.
Yeah.
And the guy, whoever he was wrestling, and the Sheik had the whole, get up, the guy would fall sound asleep in the ring. He'd be out. They'd have to bring somebody out to revive him. Is that where SVG was going, Larry? He forgot night, and he went the sleeper hold? What was that?
Well, Stan's got some years on him also. But you know what? I mean, boy, we're going to get into a whole WWE conversation here. But if you are a jiu-jitsu fan, the sleeper hold is actually a real thing. Now, it wasn't so much in wrestling, but it actually is a real thing. So whatever. But, I just continue to be astounded. Think about the Rockets, Harden and Paul and all those years, and they get close and then run into the Warriors. They get close and run into the Warriors. Get close, run into the Warriors. Now they got this whole new regime, new coach, new players, no holdover, no nothing. And then they come back and it's still Steph and Draymond and Kevon. And, I mean, they have to be just so frustrated today.
Yeah, no question about it. Larry Beal with us on the UMA guest line. Larry, I don't necessarily love doing the whole rankings thing of where does this stack up with other performances and everything, but just from the team standpoint, and this being the first series since Klay Thompson departed, and you still got Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Draymond Green. I mean, the fact that they continue to dig deep and be their most competitive and just get it done and prevail in moments. I don't want to say where does a game like this rank over the course of a dynasty, but what is your perspective on the whole thing, just with the fact that they continue to find ways time and time and time again? And you mentioned it. You look at it from the Houston perspective. I mean, it's pure fan torture at this point.
Absolutely. Again, you have to keep in mind, it's a first-round playoff series. So there's that. But it was similar, and I think, Pop will probably agree with me here, to the Memphis series, which also featured Dylan Brooks a few years ago, where it just looked bleak. It looked like the Warriors couldn't figure it out. It looked like Memphis was too big and strong. And, lo and behold, not only did they beat Memphis, but they go on to win the NBA title. I don't think this team necessarily, I don't see this as an NBA championship team. I think they still have some deficiencies that can be exploited. And we may see that in the Minnesota series. They're small. They're small. And Steve prefers to play small because those are his best lineups. But I thought it was really smart to bring Kevon in and have him play meaningful minutes in the Game 7 because, Draymond, he's like 6'5", maybe 6'6" on a tall day. To have him battling against Şengün inside game after game after game, and then you got Steven Adams. I love Steven Adams. The big Kiwi, he is tremendous. Imagine if the Warriors had a Steven Adams type. Or how about just Steven Adams himself on their roster? They would be, I don't know how teams would deal with that at all. I just love the way he plays. And he's clean. He's just super strong. There's no dirty stuff, no nonsense like Dylan Brooks. And he's just a total professional and probably one of the strongest guys in the league, I would guess.
They did have the Drago from Game of Thrones. He's a doppelganger. They did. It was Andrew Bogut was the original. The Aussie and the Kiwi. He plays a lot like Andrew Bogut, but he's a little. Yeah. Andrew always had bad knees when he was here. He couldn't play heavy minutes, but just so amazing. So with Steph, and I know he only had 3 in the first half and wound up with 22, but the whole thing revolves around him, the janky defense. Who goes to a box and 1 for an entire series? Toronto did it, but Durant was out. It was just all these different ways they try to go at him. So we were talking earlier. You've been in the Bay Area a long time. You left for a while. You came back. Yeah. But what has Steph meant to the Warriors franchise? When I first got here in the 80s, we were doing tape-delayed broadcasts. Wow. We would get bumped for giant spring training games. It was not, and it all changed when Steph Curry got here and started to, win championships, obviously, with Steve Kerr. Now, he's up there in the Mount Rushmore. I know when I was doing Warriors postgame live, our ratings were enormous. After a Warrior game, any game, a playoff game, when you're on ABC and you got the ABC audience for Game 3, probably the biggest ratings you guys do all week is after a Warrior game, and a lot of it is because of the whole team and everybody, Larry. But it's Steph Curry. He's the reason all this has occurred.
I'd like to think they're tuning in for me and O'Donnell and Kerry.
I think it's actually Coach Keating, by the way. He was so. You hear him when he was on with us earlier. He's smart.
I miss. You know what? I love watching games with Kerry because I think I know what I'm looking at, and then he just shakes his head and he goes, "No, you're looking in the wrong place. Here's where the real action is over here." So I find it just. I'm so appreciative of having somebody like that and O'Donnell as well, because I like to get into the X's and O's stuff, and I was really intrigued by the Rockets zone and how it morphed and changed, because they were box and one, but they were also like they had a variation of a 2-3 matchup, and then they would switch out of it like in mid-possession for the Warriors on offense, and then they would go man, and it's just like this super confusing thing. And so I'd probably watch their zone like over. I know you do this too, Greg. You watch over and over. You watch the film over and over and over again. I'm like, how do we attack this? The
Warriors couldn't figure it out. They didn't know what the hell of zone they were in.
No. And so I actually was communicating with the Minister of Defense, Ron Adams, because obviously when he was with Tark, it may be amoeba zone and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It's similar qualities, but different. And, I was thinking, all right, Coach, what if we run an overload with, and started to get into it. And he was like, just draw it up for me. And I'm like, there's no way I'm drawing it up for you. I'm going to look like an idiot. But back to your question, how do you quantify Steph and his impact? I guess $9 billion or $8 billion or whatever Forbes says the Warriors are worth at this point, that's what he's worth. That's the quantifiable number. But you think about, you look at like Steph, you say, well, he was up and down on the series. They took him out. All he did was lead the Warriors in points, rebounds, and assists. From like a 6'2" guard? Come on. And then once he goes off, in the fourth quarter, it's lights out. But just you guys going into Game 7, I was extremely cautiously optimistic. What about you two?
I kind of needed to see that first quarter, to be honest with you. I just think that, yes, I didn't want to bet against Steph Curry, Steve Kerr, Draymond Green, because they've proven time and time again, and they did it once more last night, that they can defy the odds. But Game 6, you do kind of have to be honest with yourself in that age is a real thing. They look tired. Steph had 29 but couldn't get anything going in the fourth quarter, and Jimmy Butler was the only other scoring option. Nobody else provided anything. So I guess I felt like they were all going to show up, at least in terms of the big three, but I wasn't sure that you could get enough from Podziemski, Buddy Hield, Moses Moody, Kevon Looney, and the others. And then with Gary Payton II being out sick, and by the way, they got to stop going to Houston, and I'm glad they don't have to anymore, because every time they did, somebody came down with something. Once it got through the first quarter, though, and I saw the energy they were playing with, I figured it was probably going to be a nail-biter down the stretch. I didn't think the Warriors were going to go and score, 120 or anything like that, but I was feeling much better about the mentality they came in with that one.
Well, I'll tell you what. The Rockets are going to be a problem down the road for everybody. They have such a – the one mistake I thought that they made is I thought they should have given more minutes to Jabari Smith, because not only is he huge at 6'11", but he can score. And that's what they were missing in this game. Jalen Green, kind of a no-show again, got taken out of the series for the most part, with the exception of Game 2. I don't know, Pop. You've watched.
I agree.
team construction over the years, if they don't offer whatever it takes to get Durant, give them the 3 first-rounders, give them Jalen Green. I'm not giving them Asar Thompson because that guy is just going to be scary. I'm already scared of. I mean, I ran into his dad. I'm trying to remember what game it was. His dad is great. Imagine having 2 of your sons, 2 of them,
twins.
Yes, it's crazy. And his name is Troy. And I said, it's nice to meet you. I really don't like your son.
I'm into that.
Yeah. Yeah. And he just laughed. And I think the Thompson twins are going to have some basketball camps in the Bay Area this summer. So that would be cool for a lot of people to check out. And how ironic is it that so many of these kids, I call them kids in their 20s, went to Steph Curry's basketball camp.
Jalen Green too.
Yes, and he's still beating them like a drum. It's just Steph is truly a treasure, and we're so fortunate to have him. I keep saying all the time, enjoy this. Please just savor every moment of this because we're not going to see this again anytime soon. I don't know if ever. But the guy on and off the court, he's just magnificent. And, Steve Kerr will tell you straight up, he's thankful to have Steph because you just get a thorough professional. He leads. Everybody else follows. You get, Draymond, the occasional aberration. And I thought, he had a really big redemption game in Game 7. I was stunned when he picked up that flagrant in the first 4 minutes of Game 6 because I thought it sucked the energy out of the entire crowd, and then it let the Rockets stay in the game, and then they obviously won it. But he was magnificent guarding Şengün, who's just so much bigger and stronger, and the refs did let a lot of physicality go down low. So if I was Şengün, I was watching the tape, and I would have been upset also because. On both sides, obviously playoff basketball, but at times there were clearly, you've done a bazillion games, the refs, they'll let it go as long as the contact doesn't affect the shot. Well, the contact was affecting every shot. So, it was just that kind of series, and now you got to get ready for another gigantic team in Minnesota, totally different, but also much, much bigger than the Warriors.
So how do you see this matchup? And I think one of the talking points, obviously Draymond's got 4 techs and 2 flagrants going into a series with Gobert. And I think the Warriors can play Gobert off the court, but let's see. Remember, they suspend on 7 techs and they suspend on 4 flagrants. So will he get out of this series being able to play every game? But it's Anthony Edwards. And you were talking about, Amen Thompson and Jalen Green going to the Steph basketball camp. Hell, Anthony Edwards went to Team USA's camp with Steph and Steve Kerr. And I think he's shooting the 3 ball, although the last game, the closeout game against the Lakers, he didn't make one. But he made more threes than anybody in the NBA this year. The Steph influence there. I do wonder, Steve's going to know Anthony Edwards' game inside and out from Team USA. Will Edwards be able to gleam anything? So it's a whole new tomorrow night's going to be weird when you tip off with a new series. It's like you're dancing with someone you've never did. It's like I'm stepping on your toes, and how do we figure this out? You aren't the Rockets anymore. You're Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves. So just going into it, how do you see this dance?
I agree with you on the Rudy situation. By the way, how many times do you think we're going to see the headlock meme in the next couple of weeks?
Hopefully it's all file footage and not fresh footage. Yeah. And Draymond grabs him around the head and gives him a full Nelson.
Excellent point. I think, they're going to put Rudy in all the pick and roll actions out front and see. If he plays drop coverage, then it's basically target practice for whoever, whether it's Steph or Buddy or whomever. I think the problem is going to be Julius Randle. Julius Randle, I have to say, I did not think that much of him when he was with the Knicks. He just seemed like a ball hog, and Then when he went to Minnesota in the Cat trade, I thought, but he is so strong, and it seems like he's changed his game a little bit. He doesn't need the ball in his hands all the time. And I think he recognizes that they have other people who can score. But who do you put Draymond on? I don't think you want to put him on Rudy, although Rudy
on Randall. He matches up well with Randall, Larry.
Yeah. But that's really hard. And then you have Rudy. What did he have? Like 27 and 22 in
24.
Their last 24. Like, okay, so are you putting Kavan on him? Like the Warriors, Quentin Post, fantastic for what he did in the regular season. I think it's going to be difficult for him to stay on the court in the playoffs. You love his size, but his movement is, he's not great side to side. So I think you got to play more Kavan. What would you do?
Larry, appreciate you coming by with us here on Pop
I
and
don't know.
Silver.
What would you do?
Sorry about that.
I think they can get Gobert off the court. I could see them junking it up a little bit and playing, I don't want to say Steph. Steph will match up with Mike Conley, I think. But they could get creative and put somebody on Gobert. And go ahead, Gobert. If you want to post up every time, go ahead. We're not going to worry about that. I mean, they may put Draymond on him and have Jimmy guard Julius Randle. But that is going to be an issue. But Draymond does guard Julius Randle really well.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch. I'm just so happy that they advanced. And as you said, we've got Game 3 on Saturday on ABC7. So we're very excited. So
big ratings for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're. Let me tell you.
So
no. Was happier in the Bay Area when the Warriors made the finals for 5 straight years than the ABC7 sales department.
It's unbelievable. So Larry, is Steph's with the night, is he stolen a version of yours? Aloha means goodbye. Is that kind of the same thing?
A little bit. You know what? I'll give props to Steph. I'll happily anybody that thinks that he's number one. He's number one. The night is number one. It's a worldwide celebration now. Every athlete around the globe wants to do it when they score the game-winning goal or this or that. So it's all Steph, and I love that he did it on a Buddy Hield shot. It wasn't even his own shot last night. So whether it's, I hope the Warriors can say aloha to Minnesota relatively quick.
Nice.
Hey, Larry, appreciate you coming on, and didn't mean to jump you earlier. I had different sounds going in my ear, and for reasons that were also my fault. So I know you know that very well, being on TV. You gotta monitor the talking with people in your ear, but seriously, great to have you on. I will be watching ABC7, and we'll see if the Warriors can make a little bit more of a run out of this, because I want your sales team to be happy too.
You have no idea how happy they will be. They're very, very, very happy. By the way, say hi to your dad for me. He and I go back 1,000 years, literally.
Yeah, I sure will. I mean, I don't think that you're that old, but he might be. So, yeah.
1,000-year-old man. I think they both are.
Yeah, you're in the club too, Greg. You're in the club too.
No, that's it. Aloha means goodbye, Beal. You're done. I'm putting the sleeper on you.
All right.
Bye, Larry.
All right, take care, guys.
Thank you, Larry. He is Larry Beal. He is the ABC7 News weekdays at 4 p.m. anchor. You can catch him with Coach Keating on the postgame for the Warriors. And aloha means goodbye. Very nicely done. Yeah, we got to give Stan a little bit of a hard time about the sleeper. It sounds like a sponsor read, like sleep number kind of thing. But no. It's the night. And we'll see if he can pull that out against the Timberwolves or not. That segment of Papa and Silver was brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. Coming up on the other side, we're actually going to do a little bit of Silver Linings playlist instead of the 115 slot, because there are so many different directions I could go in that we're going to do it like a flight of beer. It's just going to be a little bit of sampler, and it's all about lucky number 7. Alfred, Buddy Hield, Buddy Buckets, Buddy Love on the other side on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Raise your hand if you were predicting Game 7, Alfred. No, put your hand down. You are lying. Buddy Hield with 33 points in Houston. The Warriors once again end the Houston Rockets season on their home floor. Wasn't the easy way over the weekend, but ultimately they got it done, and they got a series ahead against the Minnesota Timberwolves, which starts tomorrow. But today is for the reaction. So you got the YouTube chat, the text line, and the phone lines, 415-808-5627.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. You know, when it comes to pizza, there's one place that I always will recommend among any others, above any others, and it's Tony's Pizza Napolitana in the North Beach. Tony Gemignani and his team have been ranked #1 in the world, and once you taste it, you will see why. You will taste why. From Neapolitan to New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas, every slice is crafted with the finest ingredients and baked to perfection. But Tony's is more than just pizza. Their fresh pastas are out of this world, and I encourage you to try their spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. And while you're in the North Beach, don't miss Capo's for deep dish pizza lovers and Toscano Brothers Bakery for their luscious breads. Plus, Tony has Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area, including at Chase Center and at Levi Stadium.
Well, y'all probably seen that video when I tell them folks I eat coon.
What do you mean raccoon? Like the raccoon?
Like a raccoon that you see in the trash can.
Where do you even eat that at?
I hunt it, I kill it, I skin them, cook them, eat them.
So when was the last time you had a raccoon?
Thanksgiving.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
There we go. A little bit of a short reset here with about an hour left to go on the show. I'll tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I cannot believe that I am devoting an entire segment to Buddy Hield right now after a Game 7. But here we are. And by the way, I'm with Mark Spears. If Buddy Hield doesn't give you much in this Timberwolves series and they ultimately lose, he still gave you more than what your pre-playoff expectations would have been from Buddy Hield with that game alone. Now, do I want to see him be inconsistent and streaky? No, but that's kind of who he's been. And so you're going to get what you're going to get, but you got what you got last night. That was 33 points, 9 3-pointers on a night in which Steph Curry had a great game, but took a while to get going with the scoring until that fourth quarter began, and it was Buddy buckets. So I got a whole bunch of different songs. I used the flight of a beer analogy, which I was doing on Saturday to celebrate Walter's birthday, or maybe just an excuse to have some beer.
Cinco de Drinko, after all. We could do tequila tasting.
Oh, true. Yeah, when are you cracking into that, by the way? It looks a little more empty than...
already down. I've already got heavily into the Cinco de Drinko. So
I was going to say, that Papa mug, we know that's not coffee today right now.
So actually, you know what it is today? Because it's so damn hot, it's iced coffee. I want iced coffee early today.
I usually go iced myself, even on the cold days, but... yeah, you got to do it on a day like today. Great day to be outside. It's a nice little Monday celebration. And if you're wondering what song is playing in the background right now, if you
Buddy
are able to hear us,
Buddy, I'm just guessing. It's not by Buddy Rich. I could say that. So it's got to be Buddy, right?
So it is called Buddy, and it's by Woody Allen, who I do not listen to, and no connection to Woody Allen, at least as far as I know. But some of these lyrics are super funny. Although the best one, sidekick game like Calvin and Hobbes, Batman and Rob. No Alfred mentioned in the song, but of all the Batman references and Buddy Hield, you got to go with a little song called Buddy, and that was his day yesterday. He was Batman after all.
Without a doubt. So, I mean, all the guys that have played in the NBA, and Buddy is not his given name. Obviously, it is a nickname. We have Buddy Jeanette, Buddy O'Grady. We had a Buddy Boeheim. He's not my buddy, Jim Boeheim, and the inventor of the 2-3 zone, along with John Chaney. We had a great coach named Buddy Jeanette, but around these parts, he is Buddy Love. He is Buddy Buckets. He is the one and only Buddy Fresh, Shavano Rainier Hield. So what did you do? You just Googled all songs named Buddy, and you went with that. Is that how you did it?
More or less, but I had to look at the lyrics, too, so that's going to bring me to song number 2. Shout out to...
So now we're moving on to flight number 2, Tequila Tasting 2 on our flight.
Tequila Tasting 2 brought to you by...
This is called, let me guess, Buddy. It's called Buddy.
It's called Buddy's Rendezvous.
Oh. Secret Rendezvous.
That's right, by one Lana Del Rey. I heard they had this rendezvous set for the Toyota Center in Houston, Texas, even with Gary Payton II getting sick. Keep Buddy away from food poisoning, by the way. GP2 couldn't eat.
Don't say that.
He was so sick. Brandon Pajemski.
Sushi, migraines, they were all different stories.
All different stories, but...
GP2 woke up yesterday morning really sick. Couldn't get food down, but he got on the flight to Minneapolis. It's a nice version here. I like this one.
Oh, yeah. So... got to have a little bit of a change of pace after you go with the Woody Allen, and can't do all the songs just named Buddy.
Rendezvous.
Buddy's Rendezvous, exactly.
It works with Buddy Love.
Whatever happened to the girl I knew, whatever happened to the Buddy Hields I knew, because I wasn't expecting that yesterday.
He's one of the greatest three-point shooters in the history of the NBA. Are we surprised that he made three-point shots? Come on.
I'm surprised he went 9 for 11 with the season on the line. Yeah, absolutely.
Should have gone 11 for 11. Draymond threw him one as he called it, grenaded it.
He did.
Should
he grenaded
been 10
it.
10 out of 11 for Buddy Love last night.
John Morant was probably jealous of the pass that Draymond Green self-described, but I digress on that one. So nice little cool vibes.
I like this one. This is my favorite. Are we picking? Is this a poll?
We can make it a poll just with one vote of Greg Papa's vote. This will probably be the winner.
We can open it up. Let's get Walter's whip it out and Walter's big poll and get it up there late. I like this one much better than the first one.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I just had to do the Woody Allen for Batman and Rob.
Right? We
got two more coming.
All right.
This next one is also called
Buddy.
It's
is it called Buddy or is it called Hield? Is there a song out there named Hield?
I got to do some checking on that.
Giovanni or Rainier? I wonder why he goes by Buddy. This is Buddy?
This is Buddy by Willie Nelson. Shout out to the year 1968.
Nelly. They're doing Nelly Cush right now.
Yeah.
Willie Nelson and Woody Harrelson.
Don't let her get the best of me, buddy. If I ever needed you, buddy, you know I really do now, buddy. That was the time to have the game.
That his dog?
Game 7.
Is that Willie's dog named Buddy?
It's got to be.
It's a little twangy for my taste, so I'm still voting number 2.
I'm with that. I agree with your rankings so far, so got to give Willie Nelson a little bit of love.
Hang. We'd like to hang with Nelly, Willie Nelson, Woody Harrelson. I think Willie had to give up smoking, though. I think he just does the ingestibles. He can't. He has something in his throat or something.
Ah, okay.
Can you imagine that poker table? It's so great to have those three together. They are buds. All right, Willie Nelson. That's numbered. We got one more to go.
The last one is for sure the most well-known of all. It is a song with the title of an artist, but not by the artist. Weezer is bringing you Buddy Holly.
Oh.
Although I don't know what this is.
I forgot about the great Buddy Holly.
Maybe this is some kind of Buddy Holly that Walter found down the rabbit hole. He's like, dude, screw you. I'm going even older, old school. So. Oh, you went with a little live. They're from Kenosha?
Who's the most famous Buddy of all time? Buddy Holly may be there. Buddy Hackett could be there. Who's the most famous Buddy in all of America?
Probably Buddy Holly.
Yeah,
right?
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Well, maybe now it's Buddy Hield after what he did last night.
He's the most famous
Buddy
in the Bay
Hackett
Area.
would be up there as well. It's a good one.
Yeah.
I'm still voting number 2.
Rendezvous?
Rendezvous.
Yeah, I like that as well. So, okay, Walter, so that I know you don't have headphones in, so you can just give me the nonverbal signals, but that was just the music video, and they had some, okay, gotcha. I was like, where are we going here with all this? So I got to get back into watching music videos. I feel like that was such a millennials thing right there.
That's so 1980s and MTV. No one.
I know. But you know what? I'm an old soul, too. So anyway, there you got it with your 4 little Buddy songs. Like I said, didn't expect to be doing this to the point where we got a whole segment dedicated to Buddy Hield out of what went down in Game 7.
Last night. He made 9 threes. We'd be talking about 49ers rookie minicamp right now, and Kyle Harrison pitching at Wrigley against all the Cub left-handed batters. That's why we need him in the bullpen. But, I mean, Buddy Hield, he has prolonged the Warriors' season for another 2 weeks. Thank you. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, and by the way, speaking of Kyle Harrison, we will get Zach Bayruti on at some point in the week to talk about the AAA and Kyle Harrison ramping up that velocity. And going to be good to have him. Lou Trevino obviously DFA'd and that whole decision, but Hayden Birdsong has been damn impressive this year. And now Kyle Harrison, after an up and down kind of bumpy start to the spring with the illness and then the low velocity and not even making the opening day roster, now is a chance to come back from AAA, and we knew we were going to see him this year. And we interviewed Kyle Harrison back during that spring training, I think right before they started playing games. So really rooting for him. Always been incredibly nice when I've talked to him. So going to be good to see number 45 out of De La Salle come back.
De La's in the house. So Peter, I guess, listens to the show religiously. Buddy the Elf. How could we forget Buddy the Elf? Who's the most famous Buddy in all of American history?
Will Ferrell.
Buddy Hackett, Buddy the Elf, Buddy Rich, the great drummer, Buddy Hield. Where are we going? Who's your buddy?
Man, yeah, Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Oh, Buddy Ryan. Duh.
Buddy Ryan. How did I forget about Buddy Ryan?
Buddy Ryan. Okay,
the
awesome.
inventor of the 46 defense, one of the great defensive coordinators in football history. There you go. That's good, buddy.
Everyone's mentioning...
Biancalana. How about Buddy Biancalana? Now we can play Tommy Lasorda.
So I guess De La Soul has a song called Buddy, which I will admit I'm actually not familiar with. 415 says that would have taken the cake on all this. So, okay, good to know. All right, I'll be listening to that after the show. There's my homework there for the rest of the day.
Buddy Epson? Forgot about Buddy Epson. So many good buddies in American history.
We need that South Park drop that's like, I'm not your buddy, pal, as they make fun of Canada every single episode and chance they get, but I
How
digress.
about the manager of the 6-win Colorado Rockies, Buddy Black? He was just here. I guess is in Fuego.
Yeah. Well, there you have it there with our buddy songs of the day. So we got a lot of sounds to play for the rest of the weekend. Phone lines I see actually lighting up right now. So we'll be welcome to take your calls for the whole rest of the show. 415-808-5627. The number to do so. It is Papa and Silver hanging out with you on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After just making one field goal in the first half, Steph Curry continued to do it all. A team-leading 10 rebounds, 14 points of his 22 total came in that fourth quarter. And for the first time ever, I think he hit a night-night on an assist to Buddy Hield. Where would this one rank in your all-time Steph Curry road playoff performances? Well, you can share your thoughts with us all day from 10 to 2.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver with you. Going to play a lot of sounds coming up. 415-808-5627, the number. If you want to chime in, Hector and Tracy, we'll take your call in just a moment. Want to play one cut here from Buddy Hield after I read this text from a 415. Oh, it's our buddy, Billy Joe from Alamo, who hangs out at Harmonic after our Dubs OT games, talking about how he was 50-50 on who was winning the series. Silver owned his pick with the Rockets. So, yeah, actually going into the series, I said Warriors in 7. After Friday night, I was thinking, I don't know. And I actually leaned Houston for Sunday. Happy to be proven wrong here on a Monday. It's given us a lot of juice, and we'll have plenty to talk about coming up as well. But we mentioned the team meeting and everything, and Buddy Hield spoke to that with the fellas on TNT right after the game. Said we were not locked in during Game 6. Draymond and the vets led us, and we figured it out from there.
Just locked in, just trying to find my joy. And I've never been in a situation before. And just trying to seize the moment and relish the moment and just be in the moment at the same time and enjoy the moment. And it was fun. A lot of nerves at first, though, so I got to, be myself. If I'm not acting normal in the locker room, everybody, it's not normal. So just trying to be myself, but tonight was fun. All glory to God.
Yeah, so a couple different sound bites out there about Buddy Hield being locked in. That one really actually referencing kind of how he prepared internally. And like we said, if there was ever a time to do it, but the total change in mindset, you didn't have Gary Payton II available here in a Game 7, but Game 6 was just a rough one all around. I know Steph scored, Jimmy scored, but those role players, and I just even mean other low-end starters, were not able to give the Warriors anything. Steve Kerr did not waver on putting Buddy Hield in the starting lineup. Jonathan Kuminga got some spot minutes with Gary Payton II out and needing some on-ball defense. But by and large, it was really Kevon Looney in his 11 minutes and the 5 starters that brought it home.
Yeah. So he was talking about them not being locked in. And Draymond, took responsibility for, just grabbing the back of Jalen Green's head 3.5 minutes into the game. Not smart. And then you don't get a call when Şengün charges later. The officials are on you. But how do you explain what Gary Payton II did to start the fourth quarter? Was he not ready? Did they not communicate who was guarding? How do you let Fred VanVleet just run up the floor? Yeah. Nobody picks him up. I mean, not locked in. What the hell? Out of a baseline, out of bounds to start a quarter? I mean, which leads to, Gary Payton II does not make those kind of errors. So that was, maybe he was sick on Friday. I don't know. And they took the plane ride, and the Warriors have already landed in Minneapolis. They're going through installation now. They're going to meet the media tonight, and we'll have some thoughts tomorrow. What role does GP2 have in this series? These guys are, Anthony Edwards is big. Mm-hmm. McDaniels is big. He can obviously guard One-Eyed Charlie and Mike Conley. I think Steph will have him a lot. Alexander Walker, I got to watch him more. Obviously, we know Dante's Inferno, Dante DiVincenzo, and Naz Reid. What did GP2 do there? It's so unlike him to just not get lined up right and essentially give him a wide open 3 and then a late foul and a 4? The hell was that? But what role he'll get back in because they love him? But who could he guard? Who's the best matchup for GP2 in this series? Edwards is big.
Yeah, I would say maybe just some spot minutes on Ant-Man. Not saying that's the best matchup, but I'm just thinking about Anthony Edwards. That's going to be a full-time assignment round the clock, so you could go Moses Moody there. Gary Payton II, look, you don't have an Andrew Wiggins anymore. You don't have your typical on-ball defender type of player. Jimmy Butler, size-wise, can match up with Anthony Edwards, but he's not have the quickness, and he's not that kind of defender to do it. So I think Gary Payton II probably will get some minutes on Anthony Edwards, although I would say this is probably a series, just looking at it day after a Game 7, instant reaction, haven't gotten too deep into Minnesota and how they've really changed since the last time these two teams met. There's not a lot of options to really go and cover Anthony Edwards. I think this is going to be a big chance for Moses Moody to get back in the lineup heavily.
That's a tough cover for him. I think you have to double him. I think you'll see a lot of double teams on the Ant-Man. But anyway, we'll see where it goes. But, Buddy, in that time, the Bahamian accent wasn't as prevalent. Sometimes he talks so fast, and I'm like, what did he say? I can't hear anything. But when he got on national TV, he spoke very clearly, and the Bahamian accent was working there. That was very well done.
Yeah, shout out to Buddy Hield, man. 808 KNBR is the number. Hector in Tracy wants to talk a little Kyle Harrison, and I figure we're going to do some sounds from the weekend coming up as well, and it'll be a good chance to mix in some Giants that we didn't get to heavily today. And obviously they play the Cubs 4:40 first pitch today. So want to get Hector's call in because we do love our callers here on The Sports Leader. What's going on, Hector? You're with the Gregs.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm just glad that Kyle Harrison got the call up. And I would like to see him keep his velocity up and his fastballs just keep them down, because I do remember at the end of last year when he pitched against the Diamondbacks, they teed off on his fastball. His velocity was a lot lower. So I just want to wish him luck, because I know in Sacramento he was able to get that velocity up. And, I was wondering if I could talk a little Warriors basketball too.
Absolutely. What's on your mind?
We got you, brother. And they are going to put Harrison in the bullpen. Landon Roop's going to start tonight against Matthew Boyd. The Cubs have two segments of their lineup that are left-handed heavy. Their best hitters are left-handed. Obviously, Kyle Tucker and Pete Crow Armstrong. And they're broken up in the lineup. So I think you need a second lefty. You may need 3 or 4 in this series against the Cubbies. But good point there. But Kyle is going to begin out of the bullpen. What do you want to say about the Warriors?
Good buddy hitting gut punch to the Rockets. That's why you signed him. He's veteran. He's started like 800 career games in the NBA, clutch three-point shooter, and Steve Kerr maneuvered a great strategy in his role playing for this Game 7. So essentially, he came up big when the Warriors needed him, because they were focusing on Curry throughout the game. So I want to wish the Warriors luck in the next round against the Timberwolves, and I do wish the Warriors would have got Anthony Edwards instead of Wiseman, but we'll see what happens.
And Minnesota,
we didn't have the first pick. They had the first pick. We had the second pick.
Yeah. So thank you for taking my call.
Hey, appreciate it, Hector. And look, I mean, I know Minnesota wishes they got Steph Curry instead of Johnny Flynn and Ricky Rubio with 2 picks before Steph went at number 7. But, just a few thoughts on, we've been talking all Dubs today, but, Kyle Harrison, quietly in Sacramento had a really effective start to the year, and Lou Trevino DFA'd. Kyle Harrison got called up to be back on the roster, and I'm hopeful for him, man, the way he's gotten the velo back up. And I know in spring training we said it's not necessarily the velo. That's not where the obsession needs to be. It was the command. He was not himself in a lot of ways, but I've always really liked Kyle Harrison, and another lefty arm, by the way, in a bullpen that's got Eric Miller and a whole bunch of righties.
Yeah, the velocity, it's going to come back. He had a shoulder injury, hurt his ankle in the weight room. He's fine. What he needs is arm side command. He needs to pitch in to lefties effectively and not spray the ball. We'll get Zach Beirut. We'll watch him tonight. Zach says his command is back and he's throwing with velocity. The lineups are out, and the Cubs, they go Ian Happ, Kyle Tucker, Suzuki's a right-handed batter, and then Bush. So 3 of their first 4 are left-handed batters, and Ian Happ's a switch hitter. Then you go Pete Crow Armstrong, and this guy's electric as a left-handed hitter. Then Lopez, their 9-hitter, after their double play combination's as good as any's in baseball. Nico Horner and Dansby Swanson? Wow. Defensively, that is, but they're both right-handed hitters. So I think when the obvious spot for Bomel and Landon Roop will start, and we'll see if the Hawks blowing in or out. But when they go Lopez lefty, Happ switch, Tucker left, Suzuki right, and then left Bush, that's where you want. There's a part of the game where you need 2 lefties. If Landon Roop goes 5, that's a good outing for him. Kyle Harrison may have to choke off some of those lefties in one segment of the game, say the 6th inning, and then you come back to Eric Miller, the more seasoned closer and short reliever later. But I think the timing of this was very Farhan-like in that you're seeing the Cubs' strength of their lineup are their left-handed hitters. So, but Kyle's never pitched out of the bullpen. Well, we've said that about Hayden Birdsong, and he looks pretty good out of the bullpen. So think of those arms you got coming out of the bullpen. Kyle Harrison, the lefty, Hayden Birdsong, the righty. I mean, this bullpen is so strong, and hopefully Kyle will be able to lock in and give you a good outing when he does, assuming he goes tonight. But he is going to start. He is going to start tonight in the bullpen. Landon Roop will make the start tonight against Matthew Boyd.
Yeah, and look, with the Warriors still going on and the NBA playoffs happening and everything, I haven't been watching a lot of the other 30 teams, or other 29 teams, I should say, across the MLB super closely. I mean, it just kind of depends on what's on and the timing of my schedule and everything. So I've watched the Cubs in spots here and there, and obviously those first 2 against the Dodgers, and then that's 16-0 when they came back to the U.S., but Pete Crow Armstrong, man, I mean, he's like just turning into a superstar in front of our eyes at the moment. And so he had, from April 13th through May 2nd, he led Major League Baseball with 18 RBIs, tied with Cal Raleigh for the most homers during that span. And the slash line was 349, 359, 857 on the OPS. Oh, and by the way, he's got 6 stolen bases, and his defense is pretty damn good, too.
Well, he's got 12 overall on the year and 9 home runs. He's a 5-tool talent. He's not going to hit for a high average at 272, but his defense in center is incredible. These guys will run you blind. Kyle Tucker has 9 stolen bases. Pete Crow Armstrong has 12. Horner and Swanson, 6 and 4. This is going to be a tough assignment. The Giant lineup is out against the lefties, and Ramos will lead off. Adames at short, Jung-Hoo Lee, Chapman, Flores. Matos is back in. We figured that against the lefty. Then David Villar and Patrick Bailey. And Christian Koss is getting a lot of starts at second base. Obviously, he'd start as a right-handed hitter. But the big thing here for whoever's in the game, Rooper in the bullpen, these guys, this is the best offense by far in baseball, and they run wild. They're the key to the game to be, well, which way's the wind blowing off Lake Michigan? Is the hawk blowing in, or is the hawk blowing out? For Landon Roop, he's got to pray it's blowing in. This is a hell of an offense.
So Willy Adames yesterday in the postgame had a quote about still adjusting to the weather at Oracle Park after he doubled and hit a pair of bombs. Says he's mostly played in indoor stadiums throughout his career, but we're going to play some sounds coming up on the other side, including that from Willy Adames. So it's going to be a little bit of a mix. Play a little bit more dub sound. Want to play a clip from Coach Pop as well in his presser, and lots to get to here. And, of course, if you want to join the conversation, it's not too late. Still about a half hour left before we hand it off to Dirty Work. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300, or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? About 25 minutes or so to go. Then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work. Big Game 7 day, big Dubs basketball day here on the sports leader. Giants, though, going to have their first pitch coming up at 4:40 today in Chicago at Wrigley Field. We mentioned that they had released their lineup for the day. Elliot Ramos, Willy Adames, Jung-Hoo Lee, Matt Chapman, Wilmer Flores, Luis Matos in right field, David Villar at first base, Patrick Bailey behind the plate, Christian Koss at second, and Landon Roop will be on the mound getting the start. So I want to play a handful of sounds, and haven't gotten too deep into the Giants today. That'll certainly be a focus as we move on in the week here. And first off, I think we just got to play the second home run Willy Adames had yesterday, because we've got to be fair. Mention how he was really streaky. He had some struggles. We even joked about it with our guy B.A., the voice of the Brewers, who's also been doing some TNT playoff games. I'm sure we'll catch up with him very soon as he and Stan Van Gundy will be heading out to Minnesota. Here is yesterday's call of Willy Adames' second home run at Oracle Park in the same game.
2-0 pitch. He hits a high drive left field. Back on it, back. It is gone. Willy Adames. We didn't have to wait very long for his second home run. It comes a couple innings later. He's gone deep twice. And the Giants lead 2-0.
Yeah, so I should say second home run at Oracle Park while wearing orange and black. He, of course, did it wearing number 27 as a member of the Milwaukee Brewers. But, hey, sometimes you just got to turn the calendar April into May. And Willie had a funny quote about that as well. But nice welcome sight there for your 7-year, $182 million player yesterday.
Now, he had a couple of bombs. They were no doubt about it. I mean, the Giants hit a solo homer in the first and homered again. They were up 2-0, and they wound up blowing it open. He very nearly hit another home run later in the game. So he is locked in. You know, you could go back to the San Diego series last week, and he had the home run going the other way, which was really impressive against Pivetta. and then he pulled one in the gap to left center. And then over the weekend on Saturday, right before Matt Chapman hit his grand slam, Willie Adames took a 3-2 slider away from Jake Bird. Critical. It was very close. Bird got all upset that it was called ball 4. Big walk, and then Jung-Hoo Lee drove in a run, and then Chapman cleared the bases with the slam. But he is starting to pick it up a little bit here. There's no doubt, and he's more comfortable. And we've been talking so much about Buddy Hield. I think there's a commonality in just the energy of Buddy Hield and Willie Adames. Now, Adames got a much bigger contract for 7 years. Buddy got a 4-year deal for $39 million. The Warriors can get out of it after a couple of years, but just the personality, how they love Buddy in the Warrior locker room. When he makes shots or misses shots, they just love him. And Willie Adames, when he was hitting bombs or striking out, he had such an energy, and he's a big part of why this team is having a great year. But there is no doubt he is starting to lock in. He is really streaky. Right now he is streaky good, and he's going to Wrigley. As a Milwaukee Brewer, he's played a lot of games at Wrigley Field. So we'll see how he does, but there's no doubt Adames is coming out of that funk to begin the year.
Yeah, it's going to be a familiar place with him at Wrigley Field today. We're going to hear a quote from Adames in just a moment, but one that I had to share, and the audio was probably a little bit too muddy to just play over the air, but KNBR digital team did a great job capturing this moment in the locker room yesterday. Said it felt great to get it out of the way. It was overdue, talking about his first home run as a Giant at Oracle Park. Then he said, "It's May. I was talking to my best friend, and he was saying, 'Why do you always suck in April?' I said, 'You think I'm trying to suck?'"
No. He's just a slow starter, and he has to acclimate to the weather. You know, Justin Verlander Thursday night pitched with no sleeves. He had bare arms. And I'm like, wow, he's tough. But then he said later on, when he gave up a home run to McMahon, that it's different in that ballpark. And the seventh inning, he began to lose it. I mean, Justin Verlander pitched in Houston, Detroit before that when he was younger. But both these guys have to acclimate to pitching in San Francisco, especially early in the year when it is a little bit cool. Verlander will go tomorrow. And Robbie Ray, who was locked in. Robbie Ray was really good Friday night. But this is a good early season matchup. Giants are 22-13. And the Cubbies, after the 0-2 start in Tokyo against the Dodgers, they are 21-14 overall. And this team can score runs. They're pitching a little bit suspect with some of their injuries, but they can score.
Very different from the San Francisco Giants in their areas of strength and weaknesses. You mentioned it. Willie Adames still adjusting to the weather, as is Justin Verlander, as is anyone that's got to come and play in this ballpark full-time as a San Francisco Giant for the first time. Here is Adames yesterday in the postgame about doing just that.
I mean, I feel like for me, I've been playing my whole career in stadiums that are, indoors. So like for me, I'm just getting used to be every day outside and to adjusting to the weather. Obviously, it gets a little chilly at nighttime, but I mean day games is the best weather here that we can get. And obviously, like I said, it take a little bit of time to get used to the weather and just to be outside every day. For me, I feel like it's just, and I gotta get used to it because I haven't been outside every day in my whole career.
Well, he's got to do 3 more outside tonight, or starting tonight at 4:40 Pacific time when the Giants have first pitch against the Cubs. But, hey, that's some good intel. Willie Adames day games, I'm going to start ramping up those bets for him to be smacking the ball all over.
And he's going to have to bundle up a little bit because Chicago, it is 55 degrees right now in Chicago, and the winds are gusting up to 16 miles an hour, which is really kind of a calm day for the Windy City. So it feels like 49. The question is, which way is the hawk blowing off the Lake Michigan? If it's blowing in, it'll be a pitcher's duel. If it's blowing out, woo! First team to double digits. How about the game that Arizona and the Cubs had at Wrigley a couple of Fridays ago? Unbelievable inning. I think it wound up 13-11. In 9 innings. That game, I mean, occasionally you have one of those games. So the key thing, we'll check in with DC Darren Chan. Which way is the hawk blowing on the north side?
Yeah, and the Giants would have needed a lot of innings like they had in the 7th yesterday to just be competing in those kind of conditions. So Lots to talk about coming up this week. Big series, and we got a really, really short show on Wednesday. I got to double check, actually, with Walter, if we even have a commercial break over a 20-minute span, because pregame is going to start at 10:20 a.m. We will be on, but we're going to get kicked off just about as quickly as we're on in that one. So lots coming your way. A little bit more on a news piece that was big for Friday with us. It's why we talked to Don Nelson. Greg Popovich, after 29 years, is stepping away from coaching. He had his press conference today. Audio a little bit muddy here, but also got to pay our respects to the man who is the all-time leader in wins as a head coach in the league. He is no longer the coach, but he is El Jefe.
I want to make sure everybody understands what the new job is. I'm no longer a coach. I'm El Jefe.
So on that video right there, he's saying, I'm no longer the coach. I'm El Jefe. He's pulling off his jacket. He's got El Jefe written on the shirt. He turns around. I think it says Senor Pop on the back. And
Popovich. Yeah.
Popovich, there you go. And then everybody clapping in that room. And Tim Duncan standing right by his side.
And Manu Ginobili.
Yeah.
So we love Pop. And we talked at Friday at length of what he's meant to me. And really the whole San Antonio system is what the Warriors do. And even back to Nelly before then, and Nelly and Pop together were quite a duo. But he didn't sound great to me. His eyes looked really bug-eyed.
Yeah.
He does not look great. So there's no way he could coach anymore. He does have R.C. Buford, who was in that front office forever as his GM, and Pop makes the calls. But it's going to be hard. You know, Pop's an older man. The stroke they're describing is mild. Doesn't sound mild. Hopefully he'll be able to bounce back. But whatever role he can have with the Spurs going forward, he's a lifer. And the whole family, whole Caterpillars that own the Spurs love him. So that one startled me a little bit. I knew it was going to be bad. I hadn't seen him in a while since November, and he just didn't sound like him, didn't look like him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Video itself it's both funny to watch when you see the reaction and him leaning into the El Jefe. It's also very poignant when you just kind of see the health challenges he's faced and the toll it's taken. So I'm glad he's going to be moving into the front office and still being part of that Spurs family. But, it was a day that people knew was going to come, and, they spoke about it before Game 6 on Friday. I know the old cliche, Friday afternoon, Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die. So that feels like, weeks and weeks ago in the sense of our show timeline. But Steve Kerr, Draymond Green spoke about it at length in the pregame, and Steve was even wearing that shirt with Popovich's face on it saying he's going to kill him for doing that. So want to get one more cut in, and we'll make it a Warriors cut. Jimmy Butler after the game yesterday. Jimmy Butler kind of flying under the radar a little bit, but very meaningful contributions and kind of hit that first dagger, the mid-range before the Steph three and then the assist to Buddy Hield for the night-night. Jimmy essentially saying, I didn't do enough the first 6 games. Tonight I got back to what I'm supposed to be. So a lot of accountability going around, and we spoke at it at length with Draymond Green. Here's what Jimmy Butler had to say at the podium.
It's a pleasure to be able to compete in a Game 7 on the road with those 2 Hall of Famers. And, my message to my guys was I wasn't being who I was in a sense of pumping confidence into my guys. I think that's a part of my leadership that I've learned and gained throughout my years of playing this game at a high level. And I wasn't doing that for the first 6 games, so I wanted to make sure to let them know that I was going to let you know everything was going to be fine. We're right where we wanted to be. And I think I got back to being who I'm supposed to be.
All right, well, I would say this, Jimmy Butler. You were pretty damn good in Game 4 when you protected home court and got up for that rebound after Draymond stopped Şengün. But Jimmy Butler, the contributions, every time he scores a little chunk, unless he goes for over 35, it always seems to just quietly be effective and efficient. And how about the three-pointers, Papa? You trying to put this on my radar? Every time he shoots a 3, even if it goes in, is not a pretty shot whatsoever. But the 2 he hit were in the corner, and that first one with the shot clock winding down, had to heave it, got the roll when the Warriors' offense was struggling to begin.
He does bail them out late in shot clocks a lot, where he can't pass the ball. There's no other option. He rises up, and somehow it goes in the basket. I think a big reason why the Warriors are facing so much zone is because of Jimmy. He's not a good outside shooter. And the way Miami guarded them at the rim with Bam Adebayo, they wanted the big and they doubled him there. That's what that zone is. It's a 2-1-2, but it drops back into a 2-3. It was hard. Jimmy gets fouled. That's the great strength that he does, and he runs the club. But he is going to get a interesting reaction when he goes back inside the Target Center. And the Wolves we'll get into it more tomorrow. Man, are they big. Jaden McDaniels goes 6'9". He will guard Steph. Randall, 6'9", left-handed shooter. Gobert, 7'1". Anthony Edwards is 6'4", 230. And then you got one-eyed Charlie, Mike Conley, and the guys they play off the bench, obviously, including Naz Reid. So I think Steph will be on Conley. We'll get into the match. This one's hard. The Warriors faced them 4 times earlier this year, but now one time with Jimmy Butler. I mean, the Warrior lineups featured Andrew Wiggins and Trace Jackson Davis, and those guys aren't here. Kyle Anderson. So I don't even know how you go back and look at the 4 for commonalities. We'll look at them to see how the Warriors are going to match up. But, I mean, who is Jimmy going to guard? If you stay with the small lineup, will Draymond get Gobert, and can Jimmy guard Julius Randle?
This Timberwolves team, and I get that they were different last year when they had Cat and no Julius Randle. They gave the Warriors hell last year. Now, this year, the Warriors actually beat them 3-1, but you could say the Warriors are a very different team because they have not played since the Jimmy Butler trade. Minnesota isn't a very different team in terms of roster construction, but they're playing like a much different team, and they certainly showed some authority in that series in 5 games against the Lakers. So lots to get into. Hope to get Jim Barnett with us on the show tomorrow. Stan Van Gundy is going to come by, and whole lots of chatter to have ahead of a Game 1 in which the Timberwolves are rested. Warriors are riding high off of that Game 7 and looking to sustain some of that energy. But even Brandon Pajemski yesterday in that interview, so low energy, just like, I'm tired. I'm glad we got it done. So on the other side, we'll wrap it up. We're not that tired, but we will get ready to hand it off to Dirty Work. They got a short show, Giants-Cubs, first of 3 games coming your way. Pre-game at 3:40 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants rebounded with a loss to the Rockies on Thursday with 3 straight wins to close out the weekend. Willie Adames was red hot yesterday, and now they head to Chicago to face a darn good Cubs team for 3 games. So first pitch tonight's going to be at 4:40 p.m. Pre-game at KNBR starts at 3:40. Keep it right here on 104.5 and 680. Your home for Giants baseball, the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa, always on KNBR, as Bay Area sports fans know all too well. Sometimes the season doesn't go the way we want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when you need a team you can count on, like Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar, Tarek, and the Habas Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments, right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Habas Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Habas doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Habas Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit habaslaw.com. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Final few minutes here on Papa and Silver. Way to close out a Monday. It's been a lot of Game 7 talk, and just like that, the turnaround goes to Game 1 tomorrow for the Golden State Warriors. We also, of course, have the Giants playing against the Cubs. Here's the bad news for you, Pop. The Giants got to face a lefty, and they can't hit the lefties.
Damn. Matthew Boyd, forever Giant, who was kind of stashed away. One of Farhan's finds, never actually pitched for the Giants, will go. So the Giants are 2-8 against left-handed starters this year. Conversely, they are 20-5 versus right-handed starters. They only have a .285 on-base percentage versus southpaws, which is not good. So they're not getting on base. The interesting, whenever they face a lefty, the debate is, do you want Mike Yastrzemski in the lineup? I don't mind them left on left, but Matos, he had a good game on Saturday as well. Drew a couple of walks, came up with a home run of the big looping slider from Blaylock, who started for Colorado. So Matos is starting tonight, and he is in right field at Wrigley Field. And early in the year, the ivy is not fully grown, so don't go running into the wall and smack into the bricks there. So you got Ramos leading off in left. Jung-Hoo Lee will hit third. He is in center. And then you got Luis Matos, who's going to be batting down in the batting order, hitting number 6. And so we'll see. The other side of it is, we've been talking about, the Cubs have a couple of segments of their lineup that is very left-handed heavy. So I thought maybe Kyle Harrison would start the game tonight. He is lined up the same days that Landon Roop pitches. Landon is going to start. Kyle would have pitched tomorrow at AAA Sacramento, but they moved him in the bullpen. He is available out of the bullpen tonight with, Hayden Birdsong. This is the first time that Kyle Harrison, I don't even know if he knows where the bullpen is. First time in his career, 106 professional appearances, all 106 as a starting pitcher. Did he ever come out of the bullpen at De La Salle, the corner of Treat and Witten? I can't imagine that he did. He's a lefty. He will be back in the rotation at some point. But his last 3 starts with AAA Sacramento were locked in. 22 strikeouts, only 4 walks. So if he does get into the game tonight, he's going to have to go at the meat of their order. Their best hitters are all left-handed hitters. Happ, switch hitter, Tucker. We talked about Bush. Crow Armstrong's a lefty. That the Cubs are a very left-handed, powerful team.
Giants have lost 6 in a row when they've had to face a left-handed pitcher. You mentioned 2-8 overall. And the last time they did get that win was against Carlos Rodon, forever Giant, again, at Yankee Stadium. And Jung-Hoo Lee was the man in that game. So we'll see if Jung-Hoo Lee, with his 2 home runs, can go with a lefty-on-lefty crime tonight. Pregame's going to start at 3:40. First pitch at 4:40. Papa, appreciate you. That one flew by with all there was to unpack. Thank you to our guests, Kerry Keating, Mark Spears, Larry Beal. We'll have lots coming for you tomorrow. Thank you to Walter, who's coming off of a nice little birthday hangover. Still functioned, okay today. I mean, I usually set the bar pretty low for him, but I think he did a good job. And it is time to hand it off to Dirty Work D-Pop, Copes, and Tim Webb, taking you up to Giants pregame. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
York on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, and Walt's ass is out of the chair. How about that? Short show for you today.
Never a doubt, Copes. Never a doubt in my mind.
About what, the Dubs?
Same old sorry-ass Rockets.
Yeah, same sorry Rockets, but can I offer you sorry Dubs on Friday night?
Yeah.
I gotta tell you,
they won yesterday.
Yeah, I'm maybe not as hyped as everybody else is.
Because of the way they lost on Friday?
Because I can't. Look, I'm not going to write off Steph Curry ever for anything. It'd be foolish to do so. What I don't understand, what I have a tough time wrapping my head around is them winning a series against the Minnesota Timberwolves where they will have had to play basketball every other day for about 2 straight weeks.
I know.
All I could think about on Friday night after they lost was how exhausted they seemed and how exhausted they must be. Now, they emptied the tank is what I felt like to win that game yesterday.
Absolutely they did.
And so, I got hope. I'm anticipating a good series and a hard-fought series. I'm also not as confident in them winning the series as I was had they won on Friday.
Well, they definitely put themselves in the same situation as 2 years ago against the Lakers, where they went 7 games where they didn't have to against the Sacramento Kings, and they were completely gassed against the Lakers. Your mic's off. Your mic's off.
Your microphone is off.
Had they won on Friday, whoops, sorry, boys. I guess I would have heard that if my headphones were on. Had they won on Friday, I would have felt more like the Memphis series a few years ago that we talked about in 2022, where they lost Game 5, came back and won Game 6 at home, handled business. Instead, we talked about the alternative being more like the Sacramento season, where I do think their team is better now. That said, are they as equipped as they were? Are they at the same deficit in terms of height, athleticism, being equipped to beat the next round team like the Lakers were so dominant over them because of their size with Anthony Davis? And now you've got to face a really tough team that's been resting for days.
I know.
For days. And by the way, everybody, that clip is floating around of Anthony Edwards saying, I want the Warriors. However I can get them, whenever we get a chance to get them. This is before the season. After last season, what are your goals for this year? He said, get back to the playoffs. And he said, I want a taste of the Dubs. I want a piece of them.
Well, not only that, you know who created this monster of Anthony Edwards?
Well, yeah, I think this is oversold. I think we're overselling Steve Kerr as the reason Anthony Edwards
I don't think so, my friend.
Is so aggressive. Like, he was the number 1 overall pick. He had the skills to do that.
But he was a lackadaisical kid, and then Steve Kerr told him, you need to play a little harder, my friend.
Yeah.
And that's what, I mean, we heard it from Jim Peterson when you were doing the show with Tom.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely a storyline.
It's not a factor, but to say he created this monster 5 years ago?
Absolutely,
give
he
me
did.
a break. Come on.
Okay, regardless, I'm glad they won last night. I mean, as opposed to the alternative where the season's over. But yes, I stupidly said on Friday, along with you, that I'm 100% confident.
That's stupid. It's confidence in what you think your team's capable of.
I thought they were capable of taking care of business.
And they ran out of, you could tell, too, they ran out of gas in that game. Like, they were sloppy, they turned the ball over, they didn't make shots, and then it just felt like they puttered out at the end of the game.
Well, that's the caveat of doing the whole, the plan of let's go into Game 5 with the idea that maybe we're going to get blown out, and then we'll rest everybody in the second half. I didn't like that at all. I thought they were going to lose that game, but the mentality of the game sucked. So, okay, no, whatever. If you take care of business on Friday night, then you're all good. But then it blew up in their face, and they had to play 42 minutes, Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. So when we were leaving the arena on Friday night, I was like, God, I have to go back on the plane and play hard and probably have to play more than 42 minutes for a Game 7. I thought it was going to be really, really tough for them to do it. I thought that way after the game. Then as the weekend progressed, I was like, you know what? I mean, it's Steph Curry. It's the experience of the Warriors against the inexperience of the Rockets, and that's what you saw yesterday. So while I didn't like that this series went as long as it did, at the end of the day, yes, they lost games because of the way that they treated this series, their lackadaisical nature in Game 5, them being extremely rusty in Game 6, and then I thought maybe just playing every other day now is going to bite them in the ass. Turned out that actually helped them a little bit. They lived up to the moment. It was Game 7 for Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler. They've been there, done that. The Rockets have not done that before, with the exception of Fred VanVleet winning a championship back in the day. But, yeah, it just at the end of the day, the Warriors' experience outlasted the Rockets' inexperience. And, yeah, I don't know what's going to happen for this next series. I think that they're going to have a tough time against Minnesota. But that's for tomorrow. Just for today, I'm celebrating the win.
Yeah, no, it feels good getting the win. Felt good the way Buddy pulled that off yesterday. 9 made three-pointers, 33 points. Again, it's kind of like, I don't know that I totally buy into the experience. Like, of course, it's a factor, but they went to 7. When you go to 7, I just think it's It's kind of a coin toss anyway, right? You get this far, you've lost 2 in a row, you had to empty the tank to win this game, and you don't get it done without Buddy Hield going off in the way that he went off, right? So I don't know that I chalk this up to experience. I think they were the better team yesterday.
No, I hear you. But don't you think the Rockets were a little bit tight yesterday? I mean, they actually played a little more free. I don't know
They didn't have the firepower. They almost played more free in the 2 games where they were chasing 3-1.
And that's what I'm saying. Like yesterday, it felt like, okay, this is a Game 7. These guys have been here before. And just Fred VanVleet just didn't have as good of a game.
Which is what we talked about. I didn't believe, and neither did you, that they would have enough consistent scoring, even though VanVleet went off in Game 5 and Game 6, that they weren't going to have enough consistent scoring game to game to turn things up and to continue to score with the Warriors. And basically, that's what happened. Dylan Brooks disappeared and they ran out of gas.
Exactly.
I think they ran out of gas too.
I was anticipating the Warriors to be out of gas.
Brooks, what a loser.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, yet
and
again.
boy, God, I was worried that clip of us saying same sorry-ass Rockets was going to go to like old takes exposed and
who cares?
Egg on our face. Good Lord.
I mean, dude.
I would have been able to walk down the street with that.
Warriors have eliminated them, 5 different times from the playoffs in the last 10 years?
3 of which in Houston.
I mean, I'd be hard-pressed to find any one athlete that has had this much ownership of one organization in the postseason for this amount of time. Like, this many times. Like, when I was a kid, I felt like Brett Favre just kind of owned the 49ers. Right? It was real tough for Steve Young to get over that hump. Even Jeff Garcia ran into the problems with Brett Favre.
What about Mahomes and the Bills?
Mahomes and the Bills is a good one. That's a good call. And we'll see how much longer that lasts. I think that's a really, really good call. Mahomes and the Bills is definitely, I forget Mahomes and the Niners. Mahomes and the Bills
a little more spaced out.
But they also keep meeting each other in the postseason. They meet each other in the regular season every year because they're both perennially first-place teams in their respective divisions in the AFC. So, I feel like the Rockets were a team that played better when maybe their backs were against the wall because there was no real pressure on them and expectation to win when you're down 3-1.
Yeah.
Felt like they played more free. They played aggressive and beat you up style of basketball and chased Steph down. And I got to tell you, coming into the game yesterday, I was skeptical of that starting lineup.
I was too.
I wasn't real happy with that starting lineup again yesterday.
You know what? You think maybe that Steve wanted to stick with GP2? I mean, like the way that he was talking Friday night, it was, we got to put everything on the table. Obviously we've lost 2 games in a row, so maybe we need to change things up. And that meant maybe playing Kuminga a little bit more, maybe playing GP2, maybe playing Looney a lot. And none of those things happened. I mean, Kuminga did play, but God, did he look lost out there. I thought Colin Cowherd, I don't know if you saw his tweet where he said, it looks like every possession that Kuminga's out there, he doesn't know what he's doing. And yeah, we've been saying that for
What's he doing
months.
in there? Yeah.
Exactly.
Never know what he's doing.
But like, it was the 5 starters. Everybody played 37 minutes or more. I mean, I think you only had 3 total points from your bench. I mean, solid moments from Looney at times, getting a couple rebounds, but it really was the Warriors. For whatever reason, they looked well-rested as opposed to Game 6 and Game 5. I mean, it may just been because it's a Game 7.
Well, you just said you didn't like that he sat everybody in the second half of Game 5.
No, I know. I didn't. And, well, I did when they had to... I mean, at that point, the game was in hand. Yeah. I didn't like the mentality that Steve Kerr told Spiro Ditas and Candace Parker before the game, saying, if we have to chase this one, I'm not going to do that. It's like, well, you're up 3-1. They should be chasing you. So I didn't like that. That would have been what we all would have been talking about today, had they lost this series, was their mentality and how they treated Game 5. But just the Warriors, I mean, they weren't fazed by Game 7. Draymond Green talked about how he was embarrassed about the way he played Game 6 and his attitude, and it's funny to me that he's more embarrassed about that than other things that have transpired over his time as a Golden State Warrior. Regardless, Draymond was incredible yesterday, a masterclass of defense. Buddy Hield, I mean, I heard Greg Silver bring this up today, going from 0 points in Game 6 to 33 points scored today. That's a record for a guy not scoring anything at all to then having that point total the next game. And Steph Curry, I mean, exploding in the fourth quarter. So the more experienced and the better team did win. I just thought that the older team was running out of gas. I didn't know how they were going to play yesterday.
Warriors in the season 3-1 against Minnesota, 2-0 at Minnesota.
But none of them with Jimmy.
No, none of them with Jimmy. This is all pre-Jimmy. Let me ask you this, because people yesterday were saying, hey, the Warriors lost this trade would have been a questionable thing now. I'm like,
no, absolutely
I disagree with that.
Absolutely
again,
not.
They were the 10 seed. Here's what
Who said that?
I saw it as a headline somewhere. On
really?
Like it was, sorry, hold on.
Okay,
it was an article written about the justification of the trade because of what happened in this series, right?
Mm-hmm.
Had they not won this series, things do look different and you reflect differently on it. I don't think anybody would have said now, based on how it's gone, it was a bad trade. That said, I think I told you, you got to go to a conference final. I said, for me to make this trade, like the trade was worth it, I guess. But if you get bounced in the first round, what difference did the trade make?
Well, we were talking in reference to, I think Kevin Harlan said in a broadcast, this is one of the best NBA trade deadline trades of all time. And to really solidify that, yes.
I said you got to go to the conference final to make that
I
the
agree
case.
with that. But you know what? It saved their season. They're not a 7 seed without him.
Sure.
So, like I said, we'll talk about Minnesota tomorrow, and I have my doubts about this series. I think it's set up the same way 2 years ago when they had to go 7 against the Kings and then play the Lakers on just a quick turnaround. So we'll see what happens with that. But, yeah, they won the series. I'm comfortable right now. I feel good about it. But, yeah, I did wish they did close it out in 6. And in hindsight now, with Minnesota having all this rest, I really wish they closed it out in 5.
Well, yeah. Thank you. Same. Would have rather won the series earlier.
Thank you, Captain Hindsight.
Not had to play exactly up to Game 7, and Minnesota just sitting back waiting for this at
I don't
home,
like it. I don't
waiting
like
for them
it.
to come to town.
But I like a win yesterday.
Hindsight is 20/20, my friend.
Exactly, yeah, dude. Buddy Hield's game, the Buddy Hield game. People were talking, he's never going to pay for another drink in the Bay Area again. And I was like, okay, hold on.
Well, we were
Hold on.
I'm happy. We were talking about this before the show. Who gets a drink for free around here more, Sleepy Floyd or Buddy Hield now?
I don't know. Look.
Sleepy Floyd's a legend, but let's be honest. That series was in 5, and it was 1 game. Buddy Hield closed out the series for them yesterday.
Recency bias is such as our old morning show producer, Medium Impact Brian, used to say, dude, recency bias is a disease, man. He used to be like, I hate everybody who wants everything to be the greatest of all time because it just happened. And I understand that.
Is he Beavis?
Did you not know Medium Impact Brian? I think that's a pretty solid
I knew
MIB.
of him. I knew of him.
I mean, it's not your Tony Gwynn, but it's close.
Dude, that's how he sounds.
Okay.
Sounded like Steve-O. Or not
He talked like this.
Yeah, his raspberry. Hey, what's going on, dude? Yeah, that's how we talk.
Okay.
He had one pillow.
Yeah, and one blanket, dude.
Oh, man.
And no closet, don't forget either.
The hell do you live? Loin?
No, right here.
Oh, really?
In North Beach. Anyway, he, the Buddy Hield thing, incredible performance, incredible game. I don't have tons of confidence in him. Love that he went off in the way that he did. We live in an era where Steph Curry's teams go to the finals and go to the championship round and compete for NBA titles.
Yeah.
This was a Game 7 in the first round. I'm not minting a guy for like when we say Bruce Bochy never pays for a drink in this town.
I hear you.
Travis Ishikawa never pays for a drink in this town. You put that together to go to a conference final or to go to an NBA finals in a Game 7, it's a little bit different. It's not quite Game 6 Clay, but I'll take a Game 7 Buddy. We got the Buddy Hield game that they needed. They don't get to this round without what Buddy Hield did yesterday.
Okay,
33 points, 12 of 15, 9 of 11 from three-point range. And he chipped in with a couple of blocks, too. How about that?
Okay, we'll go through our Warriors unsung heroes and see who gets a drink for free more than Buddy Hield.
Okay.
I got some names in mind.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Susan Slusser joins us at 3:15 Giants and Cubs pregame at 3:40 for a 4:40 first pitch. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. The Buddy Hield game. We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors advance to the second round of the NBA playoffs in what has been dubbed the Bud Hield game. Hield went 12 of 15 from the field, drained 9 threes, and led the team with 33 points. Up next, the Minnesota Timberwolves on Tuesday on Trivia Night? Damn! Anyways, keep it locked to KNBR for all things Warriors and not trivia.
Bring gas.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You know, making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works best for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline, transition into retirement confidently, and you can do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit us online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Let me say this in the most calm, cool, collected way. 100% confidence the Warriors win tonight.
And this one fading away for the Golden State Warriors. You can hear the groans from the crowd. Some of them now starting to head for the exits.
Win or go home. It's not wavering. We know how good of a team we are. A couple of us have been here before, multiple times. So it's on us to make sure we get it done.
We need to be composed. We need to be able to manage the emotions of the next 48 hours.
You move past the 2 losses, they don't matter. A Game 7 is Game 7, so move on.
Last shot of the first quarter, it's in! Buddy Hield delivers a big one at the end of the first quarter. Jimmy Butler from baseline finds Hield, the side step, got a fly by. Hield hits another! What a half for Buddy Hield. Curry now, 3 for 3, and cashes one in. And there's Jimmy Butler. When you need a big bucket, Jimmy Buckets is the guy. This is where the daggers come out too. Stephen Curry rips the cords.
He was debating, I think, right there, do the sleeper there.
Warriors, with all that championship pedigree, go on the road and beat the Rockets and eliminate the Rockets. The Warriors are moving on.
Same old sorry-ass Rockets.
Same old sorry-ass Rockets.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Monday. Talking Buddy Hield after that 33-point performance for him. Again, 3 points from the bench yesterday, and it was Kevon Looney who had the 3 points, 4 boards for him off the bench as well.
It would have been more if GP2 had been healthy. And God, are the Houston people trying to poison the Warriors every time they go to Houston? But Brandon Pajemski gets food poisoning in Game 2. Jonathan Kuminga had a migraine. We'll see about that one. And then yesterday, GP2's sick as a dog. Couldn't play in the game whatsoever.
I mean, migraine. What was he doing? Watching his... forget it. I was going to take a shot at Kuminga. We didn't need to do that today. Buddy Hield, hell of a performance. He
took a shot of himself yesterday with the way he played.
Hell of a performance for him yesterday. Warriors scored 51 points in the first half with Steph only scoring 3. It was the fourth quarter for Steph. Part of my other concern, and this is my whole thing, is I'm just trying to keep things in perspective.
Yeah, I
get excited about stuff, but I try to be realistic.
You're the negative one today.
I don't even think I'm being negative. I'm just trying to be realistic in that I don't have as much confidence in the team winning the next series against Minnesota.
Of course not.
Relative to how good I felt about them winning that series, this next series, if they'd won on Friday.
Yeah.
Because they had to fly back to Houston. They had to play Steph for 40. For 46. You had to play Jimmy for 40. He'll play 37. Butler goes 45. Draymond goes 40. Look, I love that they have the ability to do what they did, that they can rally around Draymond's pregame speech and his being accountable for himself. That is the experience and the level that this would take them, that they're more capable of going to the next level, maybe when they're inferior because of what they've been through in the past. Right? That's the mental acuity that this team, I think, is capable of.
Right.
I think I sent you a note yesterday about how many teams have won Game 7s on the road like this. Steph's got 3 of them. Jimmy's got 3 of them. Draymond now has 3 of them. Kevon Looney's on that list of winning 3 Game 7s on the road. It's incredible that they've been able to do that. This is not something that other teams and other players and individuals are generally capable of. To eliminate a team like this 5 times from the postseason in 10 years is a wild situation and scenario. That said, it's the first round of the NBA playoffs. And if it takes you this much to get through the first round, my confidence level in getting through the next round, the conference final to an NBA championship. And I'm sorry, this is not the Houston Rockets organization. This team is going to be judged on championship pedigree year in and year out while Steph Curry and Draymond and Steve Kerr are here.
You're 100%
That's why he
right.
made the trade. And so somebody checked in and said, boy, Cope sure knows how to piss on a parade. I said, see, that's the problem, guys. You don't get a parade for winning in the first round. We have higher standards here for what's important. Had they been bounced in the first round in Game 7, I'd probably feel the same today as I did after the win. Like, I'm excited that we're still playing basketball.
Right.
My thought, though, is I don't know how much of a championship contender they still are because of how much they had to exert to get through that first round.
I had my doubts regardless about yesterday's outcome, given the way that Minnesota has played against the Lakers. I just think that they're that better of a basketball team right now. And Anthony Edwards is unfazed, and he's extremely confident. He is that guy that he played in Hustle. He's just not that, he's not going to call out your children like that.
Bo Cruz?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I know, man. But like yesterday, it just felt like good times again. It felt like 2018 all over again, where they had to go into Houston, and you knew that the Warriors were the ones that had come up with shots. Like, that was the difference yesterday, was Steve Kerr didn't really change that much. He just, I want my starters to play, and they played the majority of the game. And I am shocked that with the amount of minutes that Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler played on Friday night, they looked more refreshed and looked better yesterday, playing even more minutes. I mean, 45 minutes for Jimmy Butler, 46 for Steph, 40 for Draymond Green, and they looked unfazed. They looked well-rested for whatever reason. But the difference was they just made shots. Buddy Hield scored 33 points. When, the Rockets playing this zone defense, teams back in the day wouldn't dream playing a zone defense against the Warriors. That's just, you're setting yourself up to fail. But now, when Steph Curry is your main shooter and Buddy Hield's so inconsistent, you get away with that and you get so many defensive rebounds. But yesterday, it was just a matter of make your damn shots, and that's what happened. But yes, as we, did they need to go 7? No. The Warriors were a hell of a better team than the Houston Rockets. I give them a lot of credit. They're a young, scrappy defensive team, but are they on the same level as Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler? No, they have a long way to go. So
who they getting this offseason? Kevin Durant? I
don't think Kevin Durant would have the patience for this team, honestly. I think that Kevin Durant wants to join the team that the Warriors are going to face now in the Minnesota Timberwolves. If I was Kevin Durant,
I would agree.
That's where I want to go.
I would also say that the key critical thing for victory, 7 turnovers.
Yes.
They only turned the ball over 7 times. They played good defense. They allowed 39 points in the first half. If they didn't kill themselves with turnovers in the second half, it looked like they were going to win that game, and they did.
No, I mean, absolutely. That's definitely...
650 checks in says, if they went to Game 7, they won against a 2 seed. You're acting like this was against the 8th seed. No, I'm not. They were 4 games worse than the 2 seed. They were the 7. The Western Conference,
they were also up 3-1.
If we're going to, they were up 3-1. If you're going to argue seeding, let's keep this all in perspective here. The Warriors had a great record at the end of the season. Minnesota's only, the 6th seed?
Yes, they are.
So, again, Minnesota's only 1 seed better, but they won on a tiebreak, right, at the end of the season?
Yeah.
So, again, we're talking about 1 game better than the Warriors. They ended up in the play-in. The Western Conference seeding, it's not the same as when the Warriors were the 8 and knocked off the 50-win Dallas Mavericks.
No,
This is far different than that, right? The Warriors had 48 wins. The year after the Warriors knocked off the Mavericks, when they were the 8th that we believe, Debs, they won 48 games the next year and missed the postseason.
Yeah.
And missed it. This year, that was good enough for the 7 seed.
And we knew that this Rocket team was very fraudulent as a 2 seed.
Let's not pretend like the seeding here matters except for who gets home court in the Western Conference.
And as the Warriors...
Seriously, though, let's not pretend like that's of any importance.
I'm with you on that. And, as far as, the Rockets were the 2 seed and the lowly Warriors were 7, please, we're past the point, everybody.
Yeah.
The Warriors are 4-time champions.
Roll the ball out and play.
It doesn't matter what seeding they are. They were favored in the series.
They were favored to win the series,
exactly.
And they did not have home court advantage. And they're not that big of underdogs against Minnesota.
No, they're not. But Tim had the key stat, 7 turnovers. And I will say in the games that the Warriors won at Chase Center against the Rockets, they did get sloppy with the turnovers and still managed to win those games. But this whole series, the Rockets dominated them with rebounds and points in the paint. And the Warriors historically have always been dominated in that category in the playoffs. It was just a matter of their shooting overcoming all of that. And yesterday, that's what happened. But also, defensively, I know the Rockets are not a great offensive team, but yesterday, just what Draymond did, what Jimmy Butler did, even what Brandon Pajemski, Steph Curry getting 10 defensive rebounds, this team was really good on the glass. It wasn't as bad as a discrepancy as far as defensive rebounds. I think it was 38-35 in favor of the Rockets, but the Warriors were right there. I didn't love this series went as long as it did, but that doesn't ruin my joy today. At the end of the day, they won this series. They closed it out. We'll see about what happens against Minnesota. But the Steph Curry and the Warriors always dominate the Houston Rockets, and I love that. I hate that team.
Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We'll get into some Giants baseball in just a bit. Susan Slusser joins us at 3:15. Giants pregame at 3:40. By the way, they made another move this week.
They did.
See that?
Kyle Harrison's back. De La, he's back.
De La. Prince Harry. We got more tickets to give away today. So ridiculous. More tickets to give away
real
today.
Butter and Eggman, huh?
Real Butter. Yeah, Buddy was the Buddy and Eggman last night.
Yes, he was.
Clip the boys from Big D.
Okay, do we call him Bud Hield as like a name of endearment, or does he earn the right to be Buddy now?
I mean, I called it the Bud Hield game because we want to put some emphasis on it. That's his game. I can't imagine another. Can you imagine? You remember any other game in his illustrious Warriors tenure that you're like, no, that's the Buddy Hield game. This was playoffs, Bud Hield. This is a respect, Bud.
Exactly. If we're having a Buddy Hield game, this is the game. But as far as other Warriors unsung heroes that have been a part of the championship days. I mean, there are guys that are getting drinks more than Buddy Hield.
The point is like
Shavano Hield.
Is that his name, Shavano?
Shavano.
The point I'm making is, and Tom and I talked about this, great moments in sports history before somebody gets eliminated, right? So what I'm getting at is, if the Warriors don't go to a conference final here, how much is the Buddy Hield game remembered in history, in Warriors lore? Like, it's a good win. It's against a rival, I guess, in the Houston Rockets, a playoff rival. It's tough to call it a rivalry when they haven't eliminated the Dubs at all. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it felt like early on in the Steph Curry championship era when it was get past Denver or get past the Clippers. Like, that was a team you hated, right? Because the Warriors had kept running into that wall and weren't able to get over the hump. It's tough to call it a rivalry. Houston, I'm sure, feels like it is. I don't think Warrior fans feel that way.
No, definitely not.
Warrior fans are like, just get out of our way.
Exactly.
We're on our way to the next round of the postseason. So, for me, it's about how much is this game in history will mean more depending on where the Warriors finish, right? Because it'll be part of the history and the landscape. You said to me as we were during the last commercial break, how many big DeMarcus Cousins moments do you remember?
Not many.
Well, he never had a game like this.
Of course not.
Of course.
But he was a big factor. If you remember, when Kevin Durant got hurt, he was a big factor in Game 2 in the 2019 NBA Finals. Yep. But no one's remembering, remember the DeMarcus Cousins game?
Because they didn't
honestly,
win it. Yeah.
Steph Curry's 50-point performance against Sacramento Kings, in the grand scheme of things, we won't remember that as much because they didn't go to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, because they got bounced in, was it 5?
6
in the next round against the Lakers?
6 to the Lakers,
yeah,
yes.
there you go. So we were just talking other guys who you'd buy a drink for first. People were checking on the
Mo
text line.
Buckets.
Mo Buckets, Zazas. Like, again, I'm not trying. This is not
Andrew Bogut.
This is not a crap on Buddy Hield.
No, of course not.
I'm not saying that at all. They're not here without him. My thought is more that if you needed Buddy to do that to get to the next round in a Game 7, how much gas is left in the tank? And that's my concern.
Yeah.
It's fun. Celebrate it last night. Tomorrow it's time for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, it is. Quick
and they've just been
turnaround.
sitting here licking their chops waiting for the Warriors. And the difference in Minnesota is they have a killer in Anthony Davis.
Absolutely.
Anthony
they do.
Edwards, excuse me.
Absolutely.
They have a true number one. So we are giving away tickets to go see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies.
What happened to Limp Bizkit?
I don't know. It's two. Wasn't that the same concert?
I thought so.
I don't know. It's 2 Sunday tickets to go see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies Sunday, June 22nd at Levi Stadium. Pretty good giveaway we got going today.
Yeah, suicidal tendencies.
Listen, all day long, or between now and 3:40, and we'll give you the cue to call. You got about an hour and 10 minutes before, and you can win these tickets in the next hour 10. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you will win these tickets furnished by Live Nation. Find the rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Buddy! Buddy! Buddy!
It's been a minute. I have not seen heavyweights probably in like a good 20 years.
Shout out Heavyweights, dude.
Oh,
great movie.
movie.
Yeah, I don't think anybody on the station's been using that one today.
No.
Buddy! That's right up my alley. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. If you hear that cue to call, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. You'll go see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Draymond's dominance, the speech, and we'll get to some of your calls. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Are you confident after a Game 7 win in the Warriors' chances in the next round? Same as with Houston. I just need one of the first two. We'll talk about it next. Your calls and your thoughts only here on The Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Bring gas.
Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home or planning your children's future or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Warriors win Game 7 against the Rockets, and they'll turn their sights immediately to the Minnesota Timberwolves. They'll open against them tomorrow. We got a game time for that?
I think it's tomorrow at 6:30.
6:30 tip for the Warriors and the T-Wolves.
It's going to fluctuate between 6:30 and 5:30 for most of these nights in Minnesota.
You know what else is tomorrow?
Yeah, tell me about it.
No, you know what else is tomorrow, I said.
Tim's Tuesday Takes a Trivia?
Well, yeah.
Well, maybe. We'll see if we have time.
NBA grab it. We will make time. And the...
an hour and 40-minute show, my man.
I said what I said. Yeah, you don't want to upset Tim, do you?
My takes have been a little wordy. So.
Yeah, I know. May give him more time to actually work out these takes than, you get banned for life when you interfere with a baseball game.
Oh, that was just a hot take.
No, I know. But maybe that should have been the Tuesday Take last week.
The scorcher.
Yeah, it was like better than anything else.
It carried our show during a Warriors game.
Hey, we were up against the Warriors. Say something bombastic.
Following a Giants game, yeah. I was like,
exactly.
What are we talking about? Tomorrow, Golden State Valkyrie have their first preseason tilt at Chase.
Oh, okay.
I think they open the 16th as their home opener, but it's here. WNBA basketball in the Bay.
Wait a minute.
There's a video out of them assembling the court. It's pretty damn cool.
Was it always scheduled that way?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I was looking at the schedule yesterday.
What if the Warriors had a higher seed? How would they maneuver that?
I don't know, man. I don't schedule these
All right,
things.
okay. I was just curious. I was just curious.
Just giving you the facts.
If the Warriors had home court, how could they play this game tomorrow?
They don't, and they didn't, so who cares?
All right, fair enough.
What difference does it make?
Sometimes I think about that stuff.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Oh, man. The Rockets fans, I'm tired of losing to Steph Curry all the time.
Too damn bad. Yeah, shout out holes, bro. Draymond, as Steve called him after the game, he's our leader. He's
Absolutely is.
He's the heartbeat of the team, says Steve Kerr about Draymond Green. Am I in the right section here?
It doesn't matter either way.
All right, get into this.
Keep going.
So he gave a speech to the team.
Yes.
Before I guess it was before the game. Yeah, to where Buddy Hield said he was ready to play right then and there. I guess he spoke to the team before they all went out for warm-ups and whatnot. Everybody's getting their pregame stuff in, and Draymond sort of gives this speech, taking accountability. They had a team meeting the day before that game where he took accountability and said, I got to be better. You can't be a leader and ask people to do what they need to do if you're not going to take accountability when you've, what Draymond said, played an embarrassing style of basketball. He said he was embarrassed for 2 days. Yep. Anyway, this lit a fire so hot under Buddy Hield. He said he was ready to go play right then and there.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody's a vocal leader on this team, it's always been Draymond Green. I think that they got a new one in Jimmy Butler now. If he was going to give a speech, I'm sure everybody will listen to that as well. But yeah, when Draymond speaks, everybody listens. So I'm not surprised by this whatsoever.
I'll take the 16 points too. Anytime you want to hand over those, Draymond,
and some made threes to start a game.
Fantastic. Here's what Draymond said. Tim, let's go to this piece of sound here from Draymond on how embarrassed he was by his attitude in Game 6.
I thought, my people I trust them most had, we had some heart-to-hearts after last game. My wife, one of my closest friends, Travis, my barber is one of my closest friends, Coach Izzo, and I pouted way too much last game. So I spent the last 2 days embarrassed, just at what I gave to the game, what I gave to the world. I was embarrassed. And so I've been dying since the last game ended to get out on the floor and prove who I am. One thing about this league, you're never done proving who you are until you're done. completely finished. And so I wanted to come out and prove again just who I am. With poise, but with the same fire, same tenacity, but poise. And I think I delivered that and gave our guys something to follow. What I gave them last game to follow, they followed it. And that's why we got bullied. But I think I gave them something different to follow today. And that was the message, that was the goal. We got it done.
Dare I say that's the most mature I've heard Draymond Green sound in quite some time, as far as just like owning something. Like I'm not going to compare this to any of his transgressions off the court, as far as like punching Jordan Poole or things he said. But like I'm glad he owned that. But like if I'm being real, I think the time to give a speech was maybe Game 5 or Game 6. I understand, like, yeah, your back's up against the wall. You just lost 2 in a row. I was just hoping this team came out with a little more intensity, and in hindsight, that's what you wanted now that Minnesota wrapped up their series in 5. But Draymond Green's always been that guy. He's always been the fiery leader, and this isn't anything new. So I'm glad everybody got motivated by his speech. But, like, I think should be motivated more by his play. Like, that was incredible last night. I mean, he definitely, he didn't shut down Şengün, but he definitely covered him way better than what Şengün was doing the last previous 2 games, or last 3 games even. So, I mean, yeah, just Draymond Green's always been amazing at defense. It was a masterclass last night. I mean, he's the reason why they won. They all were, I mean, the way the team defended in general was incredible. So, yeah, kudos to Draymond Green. He's always been that guy, and I love the way they play defense. But, like, at this point, I don't think the Warriors need to be motivated by Draymond Green to get up for a Game 7. They've been there, done that at this point.
No, it adds to it. But when a leader of the team says that, and a leader of the team inspires confidence in a guy like Buddy Hield, who says, I was ready to run through a wall and go play right then and there after 3-point performance in the game before, has not played well, and a couple of good defensive outings in the series. No, I'm with you. They don't need extra motivation. It's Game 7. That said, for Draymond to say what he said, to be the vocal leader, at least in that point before the game, to talk about what they need to do and to take ownership, I think that inspires something different in guys on your team. The other part of this, too, is we've heard all about the Steph and Draymond conversation with each other after the trade for Jimmy Butler. Mm-hmm. Said, this is the last ride. This is our last ride. This is our last chance to go get one. And as I said to you, Draymond's smart enough to know about this, 2 years out is too far to project. Mm-hmm. To think that in the third year of Jimmy Butler and Steph and Draymond, that they'll be the same caliber player. If they are, fantastic. That'd be great. You give yourself a damn good shot. The gauntlet that is the Western Conference is going to stay tough next year.
Yep.
OKC's not going anywhere. Lakers may be getting better when they retool in terms of getting a little bit more size this offseason.
A little older, too, but yes.
See what happens with the Dallas Mavericks and teams like that and a full season of Anthony Davis. But Minnesota's not going anywhere, right? You've got tough teams. Who knows what happens with the Phoenix Suns? If they dismantle that thing and somebody else ends up with Houston that's a superstar, you've got another tough opponent in the West. Jokic is still an MVP candidate year in and year out, right? So we're talking about a Western Conference that is still going to be a gauntlet in the next couple of years. My thought is that they get this year, they get next year, and then you go from there. But when they say it's the last ride, I don't think Steph's necessarily thinking we're winning one each of the next 3 or we're winning this one and
just
the next
one. Last one.
You got one last one. Is it this year? Is it next year? You go from there. I think that's kind of my logic, and I think that inspires a little bit of something different in Draymond.
And to the point also of why does, like, I've seen some people tweet out, why do the Warriors put up with Draymond Green's crap? His act is so tired. I saw it perfectly before the game where Steve Kerr is talking to Draymond, and there's just mutual respect. You don't see what they're talking about. I'm sure it was probably his attitude in Game 6 and how he pouted. But they're like, even though Steve Kerr, we've seen Steve Kerr mouth on the sideline, I'm so effing tired of Draymond's S. And yes, there's been moments where I'm sure he's been close to like, man, maybe we need to move off of this or move off of him. But there's mutual respect there. And at this point, 10 years together, Draymond Green loves Steve Kerr and Steve Kerr loves Draymond, and they're glad they have him. They don't win that game without him yesterday. So people can say, oh, I can't believe they deal with Draymond. Look, there's moments where I'm fed up with Draymond too, but what he gave you yesterday, that's the difference between him and Dillon Brooks. He may do the same antics as Dillon Brooks, but no way in hell is Dillon Brooks having the performance that Draymond Green had yesterday and Game 4 where he made that stop against Şengün. So, yes, I'm willing to last these 2 years out, whatever's remaining on Draymond Green's contract, so you can get this last championship with these guys.
Yeah, Şengün had 23 shots for 21 points. Dillon Brooks just disappeared in Game 6.
Jalen Green, I mean, he reverted back to the way he was for most of this season.
8 points on 8 shots, yeah.
Ahmed Thompson had the best point total last night as far as the starters. I believe so. What was it,
24 points?
Yeah, 24 points.
16 shooting.
I mean, and thank God Fred VanVleet didn't shoot, like he did the last few games. So, Yeah, I think it was a mix of the Warriors playing great and the Rockets just not being up for the challenge in a Game 7.
Do you level of confidence in the next series?
We'll go there tomorrow, but I'm not as confident.
We're going there now. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627.
Maybe we say what I want to know how confident people were going into yesterday's game. Because honestly, I was not confident. There were times where I wavered during the weekend where I was like, yeah, maybe they could do it. I mean, it's Steph, it's Draymond, and Jimmy we're used to these guys having big moments in the playoffs. But Friday night, I was pretty low. I was like, I don't think they can get back on this plane and they can win this game. So I'm curious, did people have confidence in a Game 7 win yesterday? I would say probably it's 50-50. I would think some fans would say, like, oh, come on, it's the Warriors. I think some people were like, no, they look old now. So
I said 50-50. A bunch of people were asking me, friends who I was with on Friday night. I was with you on Friday, too. But afterwards, Friday night, Saturday, I just kept saying 50-50. But you know what, guys? I kept saying my line on Saturday was kind of regardless of what happens, I just sort of think they're cooked.
Yeah.
I just think that it's a lot to ask of this aging team with the depth or lack thereof. I mean, again, you won that game yesterday and you got 3 points from the bench. Like, I'm not trying to rip apart what they've done, but Minnesota's a better team, I think, than Houston.
Yes.
I think if Minnesota played Houston in the series, Minnesota comes away victorious also.
Mm-hmm.
And they did it. They disposed of the Lakers pretty easily, is what it looked like. They've been resting. They've got a ton more size, and they have a true killer, which is somebody they can rely on every single night. I mean, Draymond and Rudy, how about that added element of this series?
Talk
about Draymond being as mature as he sounded there. You better stay on the floor, brother.
There is a lot. There's a lot of interesting storylines to this series that's just more than Anthony Edwards and Steph Curry being overlooked by the Timberwolves. Jimmy Butler. I mean, the Minnesota Timberwolves fans, even though all of those players are not there anymore, the Timberwolves fans hate Jimmy Butler. It's still there. So we'll get into it more tomorrow. But yeah, this is probably the first series in my time of 10 years of this iteration of the Warriors where I am probably not going to pick them to win. Honestly.
Text line was confident. 707, absolutely 100% confidence. It's the freaking Warriors, battle-tested and ready to take the first two in Minnesota. I don't know about that. They didn't even take the first two in Houston.
Well, I'm curious from Warriors fans. Call in right now. I want to hear how confident were you
What's the phone
yesterday. 415-808-5627.
808 KNBR is the number to call. How confident were you going into Game 7? And even after the Game 7 win, are you more confident in a chance to win against the Minnesota Timberwolves? It starts tomorrow. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. When we come on back, your calls, your thoughts, and then Susan Slusser joins us at 3:15. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
The Giants took 3 of 4 from the struggling Colorado Rockies, capped by a 2-homer game from Willie Adames and 7 strong from Logan Webb. San Francisco hits the road for a 3-game set against the Cubbies. First pitch, 4:40, right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, and some exciting news. If you're a Bay Area soccer fan, you can get ready to witness the San Jose Earthquakes take on Inter Miami CF on Wednesday, May 14th at PayPal Park. Tickets are starting at just $25. That's right, you heard it, $25. This is your chance to catch a star-studded lineup with Inter Miami CF. Come to town to face off against your very own San Jose Earthquakes. Plus, you'll get to see the Quake stars like Christian Espinoza, Joseph Martinez, Chicho Arango light up the field against Miami superstars. This is a match you won't want to miss, and the excitement doesn't stop. Season tickets are your golden ticket to the best matches of the year, including epic showdowns against Miami, Los Angeles FC, San Diego FC, and the LA Galaxy, plus many more. Don't miss out on the action. Act fast before it's too late. Secure your 2025 season tickets now at sjEarthquakes.com. That's sjEarthquakes.com. And hurry now. These deals won't last long.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, talking Warriors winning Game 7. We're not talking Justin Tucker getting picked up by the Niners.
I am perplexed.
Good Lord.
I'm perplexed in the 55 minutes that we've been on the air. This Justin Tucker news broke right before the show that the Ravens have released him.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm not just because of the, 16 different accusers of sexual assault allegations.
Yeah, people are calling in. They think that he's a better option than Jake Moody. This guy missed a lot of kicks. And also, 16 accusations. You act like the same rules don't apply to the Niners right now. Come on, people.
Too damn bad! Yeah, dude, football fans are nuts. No, I don't want Justin Tucker. He was worse than Moody last year.
I don't want, Justin Tucker is not getting signed by the Niners.
Go the way of Deshaun Watson and kick rocks, brother. I don't want nothing to do with him. I imagine he's not getting signed.
No.
They drafted a kicker in the 6th round. That's your Justin Tucker update for today. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How confident were you entering Game 7 after that loss on Friday night in Game 6? I was so sort of over it that I left.
I know.
I left the game. I was at the game with these guys in the 4th quarter, and I was like, they ain't winning this S.
It didn't feel good.
I rolled down to Oracle Park, got the last 4 innings of the Giants game. Felt nice. Got some Tony Bennett in, made my Friday night a whole lot better.
You had to see that, 4-0 win over the Rockies?
Solid. Didn't see a single run scored while I was there. And I don't get credit for the win. It doesn't go on my ledger.
Yeah, you were not the.
I didn't catch 5.
You weren't the host of record.
So did you get the save, though?
No, I got to see 5 innings. Well, unless I went, if you go to the final 3, you get a save.
All right.
Got to hold.
Got to hold, yeah. No, I don't get credit for the W. Yeah, hold this. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go to Frank in Fairfax, like the alliteration here, Frank in Fairfax.
Oh, I love it.
How confident are you against Minnesota, and how did you feel going into Game 7? You're on the Sports Leader.
Well, I had a lot of trouble believing in the Warriors against the Rockets after their performance this season against that team, and I thought it was going to be really close, and I'm glad we pulled through in the 7th. I was not super confident. Unlike the Houston Rockets, I feel like the Warriors are a great match for Minnesota. I think their points-making capabilities are going to be the key difference there. And I think just like in the regular season, they're going to outscore these guys and take it to the next.
All right, thank you, Frank. Thank you for the call.
Thanks for the call. More confident against Minnesota than Houston.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but I will say that I think there's more opportunity for Steph Curry to score as opposed to this series where Steph Curry had his moments, obviously 36 points in Game 3 without Jimmy Butler. But, yeah, the ways that the Rockets were defending in Ahmed Thompson and Fred VanVleet, he had his struggles. I do think that, it might be a situation where Anthony Edwards and Steph Curry are going shot for shot, and that'll be very interesting. But, I mean, Minnesota has more guys, has more household names, obviously has a superstar in Anthony Edwards and a guy that could be the face of the league. But, yeah, they're just a better overall team in general. Like, I think if Minnesota was playing the Rockets in the next round, they would have swept them. It'll be a tougher time. I do anticipate this going 6 or 7. But, yeah, the Warriors definitely have their work cut out for them.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go to Eric in Millbrae. Eric, how confident were you before Game 7? How confident are you now?
What up, guys? Yeah, I went to Game 6. Wasn't too confident because those last 2 games, it looked like the Rockets really figured it out. And I'm dumbfounded, especially since they have an elite coach like Udoka. Why the hell did you get away from what you did in Games 5 and 6? Now, I'm glad as a Warrior fan they did, but they completely went away from what they did using their up-tempo style youth athleticism, and they played right back into the Warriors' hands like in Games 1 and 4 and 5. So, hey, kudos to them not taking the bait on what they did to work. As far as the T-Wolves, guys, I'm actually confident more because the Rockets are a much more better defensive team than they are. Now, obviously, they got more size than the Wolves, but they love to shoot the 3-ball too. Ant-Man has turned much more. I think he attempts as many as 3 balls as anybody in the league. So this is going to be more of the pace and tempo that the Warriors like to play with. So I think this is a series. I think Curry and Pods and Bucket and Hield and obviously Jimmy Buckets is going to be able to thrive in. So I actually feel a lot more confident because even though they have more size and athleticism, they're not the defensive team the Rockets presented, which are a much more difficult defensive matchup. So I think that they can win the series in 6, in my opinion. I'll get your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Appreciate the call, Eric.
Thanks, Eric. Yeah, I mean, that's easier said than done. I think that the Minnesota Timberwolves have better shooters. I think that they are a better coach team. I like Chris Finch. I don't know if he's a better coach than Ime Udoka, but he's been with the team, I think, longer now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he definitely has. Yeah, I mean, this series is just starting out, and it's hard to go from yesterday and the thrill of that victory to now thinking about Minnesota already. But
you got to. They have to.
I know.
They celebrated last night. They ain't celebrating today.
No, I mean, they're getting on a plane right now. I mean, they stayed over, and I don't think they even came home. They went from Houston to Minnesota right away, and that's what happens when you don't take care of business when you should have. But that just comes with the territory. It is what it is. But, yeah, so I do believe the Warriors, they have a chance in this series. They always have a chance when you have Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Jimmy Butler. But I think this will be probably, I'm not very confident. And I'm saying that at the start of this series, I don't think that it's going to be extremely difficult for them to win tomorrow with how long that the Minnesota Timberwolves have rested and, quite frankly, have probably prepared for the Warriors. I know that they've had their success against them this season, 3-1, but I think this Minnesota Timberwolves team is a very different team. Also, you can see it as maybe the Minnesota Timberwolves being a little rusty. Like yesterday, the Pacers went into Cleveland and won Game 1 where they had a quick turnaround. Not that quick of a turnaround, but they closed that series up against Milwaukee.
Just a barrage of threes.
Exactly. While the Cavs swept the Miami and just bludgeoned them. But you saw a little bit of rust yesterday with the Cavaliers.
Which is something that's on the table. Don't get me wrong. They're like, I don't think the Warriors are going to get blown out of this series. That's not really what I'm anticipating. It's just that I think it's a bigger uphill battle than Houston was. We kept talking to Mark Spears and Marcus Thompson about this going into the Houston series, saying it may have been a blessing in disguise. They had to play it. Don't forget, they still had to play that play-in tournament game, right? You had to play the play-in game. Then you have to turn back around.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny how, every situation with the Warriors has been the hardest. We wanted them to get the 6th seed. It's like, no, you didn't. Okay, you lost the last.
You got to do the play-in.
You got to do the play-in.
All right. In 5 or in 6.
Yeah, exactly. But now you have the Rockets, and everybody wants the Rockets because we think they're a fraudulent 2 seed, and they were. But at the same time, it took 7 games to beat them. So whatever situation the Warriors have been given, they've always taken the harder way to do it. And in the end, they've always prevailed. They won the play-in game to advance. They won this series in 7. But, yeah, we'll see how taxing it's going to be on their body because this Minnesota Timberwolves team has also been established. They went to the Western Conference Finals a year ago. They beat the Denver Nuggets last year in 7.
Why is everybody writing off the T-Wolves because they've been sitting back? I'm like, they're a damn good team.
Yeah.
They're probably better than, I don't want to say better than a 6 seed because I outside of the 1 seed in the Western Conference.
Seeding doesn't matter this year in the
really
West.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Everybody, like the Warriors had 4 fewer wins than the number 2 when they were the 7.
Yeah.
There was so much volatility and tiebreak stuff that went down. None of that matters now, right? The Rockets were a damn good regular season team. That defense carried them through the regular season. It's not necessarily going to carry you through a postseason series in a best of 7. 808 KNBR is the number to text and to call. 915 checks in, says, I was not comfortable or confident whatsoever. They looked tired and worn out on Friday.
They definitely did, and I thought it was going to carry over. I just, with their body language, how tired or just disinterested they looked in Game 5, I was hoping that they would, have intensity for Friday night, and they looked the same for whatever reason. It's not like they didn't have intensity, but just like they looked rusty, like they didn't play for a while. So I was expecting them to close it out on Friday night. That didn't happen. I was expecting them to be gassed and tired and look like that same team that we saw for the last 2 games. But they took it to the next level. But what had me concerned was also Steve Kerr saying on Friday night, everything's on the table. We got to look at everything as far as, starting lineups and matchups and, maybe we play Kuminga. And I'm not going to make a big deal about this today. Like, Kuminga wasn't a factor in yesterday's game whatsoever. He looked lost. I mean, the perfect example of Kuminga as a Golden State Warrior was he made a driving move to the layup and then missed the layup.
Who cares? Nobody scored off the bench yesterday, though. Nobody did. I mean, this is another thing. You needed Buddy for 33 yesterday. Took 7 to get it done. I just think they're tired. I just think they're gassed. I just think they're exhausted.
Can't just say they're pooped.
And they've got to play every other day. Even if you got to get till game 6 through game 5 before you're not playing every other day in this series.
Yeah.
775 chicks in on the text line said, I had 0 expectations to win game 7. I've never been truly dissatisfied with the team as I was after the game 6 loss. I felt like a parent.
Honestly, yeah. I mean,
Disappointed?
that's pretty spot on because I was disappointed. Not mad, just disappointed. And sometimes that's even worse.
Tim 707 says, big afternoon for the Sharks at 4 p.m. draft lottery today.
18.5% chance to get the number 1 pick.
Oh, we love that, huh? Feel good about Mike Greer's Sharks?
Nicole is fired up right now.
By the way, I saw the Barracuda got a big playoff win yesterday.
Oh.
What you got?
Barracuda.
I knew you were going there.
Yeah. As far as the schedule, you're right, Cope. So it's every other day, Tuesday to Thursday this week, then Saturday to Monday to Wednesday, and then they'll if there's a game 6, they would be off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and play that Sunday. So, yeah, you're looking at every other day for quite some time.
925, I don't even know what this means. Regarding the Warriors, your comments right now are pathetic.
Okay.
They take care of business tonight, and you'll get plenty of rest. And you're going to face a Rockets team that's untested in the playoffs.
Well, this is all over the place.
That might be the
They don't play tonight.
First of all, they don't play tonight. They already beat the Rockets last night.
This is a text from 2 weeks ago.
And we're pathetic. Happy Cinco de Mayo, my man. 408 checks in, says, don't hate the call that we match up better with the Wolves than the Rockets. I don't hate that, but I don't know where everybody's talking about the matchup being better. Size is still a major factor here. They've got a lot of big men who can bang.
They're not as defensively inclined as Houston is.
Of course not.
But the wager becomes, can you get, you got 33 out of Buddy Hield, but can you get 15 out of Buddy Hield and 15 out of Moody? Can you get, 2 of those 3? It's Moody, Pajemski, and Hield. If you get any production out of 2 of those 3, you're probably in good shape because the wager's going to be the same. They're going to double Steph Curry, and you're going to be undersized in the center.
Yeah, this texter says, I don't hate the call that we match up better with the Wolves than with the Rockets. The double 7-footers killed us. Rudy is not an offensive scare like Şengün is. As long as we have Pat H in his KD jersey, we're good to go. I like that from the 408.
Now, Pat H, I love you, man, but I blame in Game 6 on you. And I know that it's hard to come by Warriors tickets, but we need you out there. We need you out there on Friday night. You let us down.
831 says Warriors are tired.
They are.
I think Pat H would say, you buying my ticket, I'll be there.
Yeah,
707 says, the last run will be the hardest path taken. Go Warriors. Love the show. I'll be listening on the way home. 707 says, if the Warriors win one of the first 2 games, how does your confidence change, or does it? Definitely. If the Warriors win game 1, my confidence changes. I would be very surprised with, given the situation right now with how much the Warriors have played and how little Minnesota has. I would be very shocked if they win tomorrow night. 214 checks in, says Warriors make a statement and hammer the Wolves in 6. Won't be able to defend the Dubs offense. Let's go out to Rick. Rick's in Hayward.
Oh, Rick Mondays,
baby. Rick on a Monday. What do you got for us, Rick?
Hi.
How you doing, bro?
I can't call every Monday. Sorry about that.
No worries, bro. We like hearing from you.
Oh, you're letting me down, Rick.
Oh, Derek, I know it's bad. It's bad karma. Anyways, I'm calling about the Sharks. It's our annual. We've suffered through the whole year to get the number 1 pick.
Yep.
Hockey.
So how we feeling? 18.5%, Tim says, for them to get the number one, best odds in the NHL to potentially get the number one pick.
I got my fingers, my toes, my ankles crossed, but this isn't the Macklin Celebrini draft. So if we don't get the first or second pick, we're going to get a good player. It's just a matter of rebuild, because this team is nowhere near 2 years from the playoffs. Talking about the Warriors, though, I was in shock last night. I did not think there was a way in heck that they were going to come back and win that series. Not with the way that they have had to play on and off every other day, and with Jimmy, Draymond, and Steph at their ages playing the way they were. It was all because of the others, like you guys have been saying.
Yeah, definitely.
Just this, and that's going to be paramount in this next round. If they don't get third and fourth player scoring from somebody off that bench other than the top three, they're not going to succeed. And that is, I see the Achilles heel to the Warriors season, is they don't have that legitimate third player right now consistently. That's all.
No, Rick, thank you for the call, and I agree 100% with you, because that's what I've been talking about. When I say I want more from Brandon Podziemski and Moses Moody, Buddy Hield was the more last night. Basically, the Warriors need a third shooter. And, we're not getting consistent, three-point shooting from Jimmy Butler. He made incredible three-point shots last night. And a lot of it wasn't even inside the paint. It was Jimmy Butler doing a driving step and doing a fadeaway shot or a jumper. He shot incredible last night. But it needs to be somebody else. It can't just be always Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler. That's what you saw on Friday night. It was those two guys scoring in the 20s, and then it wasn't enough. They needed more offensively from a third guy. So, yes, if they're going to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, they need more for Brandon Podziemski. They need more from Moses Moody. They need more for Buddy Hield.
Derek just wants more.
Well, we need more in order to win this series, Copes. Damn it.
They didn't need more last night from anybody but Bud. Bud Hield was the guy who took it down.
No, you had three guys. You had Jimmy Butler and Steph and Buddy.
I love that Buddy Hield had that game. But if you told me if Hield, instead of getting 33, got 15 and Moody got 15, I'd be just as happy.
Yeah, exactly.
You're down Gary Payton. That's a little bit of scoring as well. But, again, 2 of the 3. If you get production from 2 of the 3 guys, you're in it. If you don't, you lose.
I'm just looking at 3 guys to score 20+. That's it.
707 says, as long as Draymond doesn't choke anyone, we should be good.
That's the other thing. Like Draymond, one flagrant or tech away from a suspension.
And by the way, that's every one for the rest of the postseason.
Yes.
Yeah? You only get 6, is that right? It's a combination of flagrants and techs.
Well, okay, I'm wrong about the techs, but if you get 4 flagrants in a postseason run, you are suspended for the next game. So Draymond is at 3 last night for pulling down Fred VanVleet. So if he gets 1 more, he is suspended. And he's up against Rudy Gobert, and he's up against Anthony Edwards, who wants all that S-talk, as he put it.
So Anthony Edwards, I think, led the league in techs this year.
Yeah.
And 3s.
This is going to be interesting. We'll see if Draymond plays this entire series.
Techs and 3s, right. If he doesn't, things change a lot. 925 said, just get those boys some B12. Get them some B12 and get them back on the floor.
All right.
707 says, Timberwolves beat a team without Buddy Hield. I like our chances. 530 says, who's more radioactive for the team? Oh, man. Okay, no, I'm not getting any more Justin Tucker.
All right, Jesus.
And then one person says, the 925 says, the real question here is who's going to be the Warriors' main butter and egg man for this series?
Oh, we'll get to Scoops Callahan a little later.
We'll get into some butter and egg man stuff coming up here. What you
real
got,
butter and egg man.
Clip the boys from Big D.
Somebody hit me later on Twitter and said he's not saying clip the boys from Big D. He's saying cook the boys from Big D.
Either way,
it's hysterical. Either way, it's great.
Butter and egg man's the most hilarious statement in that whole thing.
Technical fouls 5 and 6 result in a fine of $4,000 per infraction in the playoffs. The 7th is a $5,000 fine and a 1-game suspension.
Yes.
When I just Googled it, Draymond Green is the image that they have next to it.
Well, yeah, we'll see what happens.
On USA Today. We will take a quick break. 808 KNBR if you want to get involved in any more of the Warriors stuff. But Susan Slusser is going to join us next. Giants made a roster move. They DFA'd Lou Trevino. And they brought back up Kyle Harrison. He's going to pitch out of the bullpen. He's said to be throwing like 96, 97 in his last outing, in his last start in AAA. He's been pitching pretty well. So Kyle Harrison, Prince Harry back in the big leagues. And I should tell you, well, I'll do it next. Susan Slusser joins us. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. Giants baseball, 3:40 pregame, 4:40 first pitch. Only here on the Sports Leader.
The saintly one, Gary St. Jean, joined Murph and Marcus with praise for Buddy Hield and the Warriors as they put Houston to bed last night.
I don't need a bed.
In an epic Game 7. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, the sports leader.
Hiya, fellas.
What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, people have gotten their tax bills. It's already past the 15th. What happens if somebody can't pay their taxes? What should they do?
They should call us. You know, don't make yourself crazy over this. Don't ruin your life over this. Don't wait for some IRS agent to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Talk to us. There's a lot of good solutions. Let's see if we can convince the government to qualify you for a program where you just pay them part and they write off the rest. You never pay it. Or if we get the penalties forgiven. You know, sometimes the penalties and the interest are more than the tax. Or what if we shift the blame where it belongs? Former spouse, former business partner, or get you a monthly payment plan you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent thinks you can afford, but what you really can afford. There's so many good solutions. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And then if you want us to do it for you, we will. You won't have anything to do with the IRS. Just call up for your free consultation and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-HEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Buddy!
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up in about 20 minutes for a 4:40 first pitch between the Cubs and the Giants from Wrigley Field. And here to talk about it is Susan Slusser, covers the Giants for the Chronicle. She's sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball and by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Susan Slusser joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Susan? How are you?
Hey, Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys?
Doing well. How's Wrigley Field? You out there yet?
It is very chilly here. I think we dodged some rain though, so I'll take it. But yeah, it was even foggy when we walked in. The fog's gone, but it's windy, which is no surprise, and it's chilly.
Yeah. Okay. Hopefully, it's not going to affect anything badly or negatively today. Landon Roop on the hill for the Giants. I guess the first thing I want to talk to you about is after Giants rack up 3 of 4 against the Rockies, Kyle Harrison back in the big leagues and Lou Trevino DFA'd. What can you tell us about the move and how the Giants plan to use Kyle Harrison?
Well, we were just talking about Melvin about this, and it's interesting. This is the first transaction, regular season, that the front office has made that did not involve the IL.
Sure.
This is their first pure. We're doing something here for a reason. That reason I was trying to get pinned down. And really the sense we got from Melvin is this was because of Harrison's performance, his last 3 outings at Sacramento. As you guys know, he had a 1.8 ERA, and his velocity's back up, kind of sitting at 95, 96 through a couple 98s. So that's what they wanted to see. That's what they told him they wanted to see, and now he's back. He's done what they asked. Trevino only had 1 bad outing, one game in which he gave up 2 homers. That, as Melvin said, that skews your numbers. Otherwise was good, including just yesterday. So Melvin goes back with Trevino to Oakland. Everyone loves Lou, great guy, kind of a good veteran in that bullpen, too, for the first month. Hayden Birdsong was just telling me, how great it was to have had Trevino in the bullpen as he was trying to learn the ropes out there for the first time. But he thinks that Trevino will get picked up by a big league team and probably wind up working more in a position that he is used to, later in games. The Giants bullpen's been so good, his usage was kind of erratic and really not where he's used to working, back when he was healthy a couple years ago.
So as far as Kyle Harrison returning, could you possibly see this as maybe a little pressure on Landon Roop or Jordan Hicks that potentially Kyle Harrison could get back into the starting rotation at some point?
Well, I would think that if anybody is going to jump into the rotation at this point, Birdsong's earned it. He, as great as he's been in the bullpen, my goodness, he's, I think Harrison would have to prove himself a little bit too. It's very unusual to have 2 of your best young starters in the bullpen at the same time. One, sure. We've seen plenty of teams do that. Melvin did that in Oakland with both Sonny Gray and Jesus Luzardo, but never 2 at the same time. So, yeah, you look at the rest of the rotation and go, is somebody in trouble here? I don't think so right now. Some of it is there's only 1 left-hander, Eric Miller. Mm-hmm. This gives them 2. So Melvin was like, this gives me a lefty with some length, and it gives me, a lefty for sort of the shorter outings. They have not used Eric Miller all that much, and I think some of that is they only have 1, and, they've had him up a lot, and sometimes that's wound up being enough just having him up, the threat of the lefty coming in, to, get the sort of the outcome that the Giants were looking for without even using him. So, it's really interesting, this move. But really, number one, the most important thing is Harrison was performing. The results were there. And the one thing I think we can say firmly about the sort of Buster Posey front office is good performance will be rewarded.
And as far as Lou Trevino being DFA'd, I know him and Bob Melvin go back, but you go back with him covering the A's, Susan. So, he hasn't pitched in 3 seasons. What was that comeback story like for it to be around the season with him coming back in the major leagues?
Absolutely delightful. He's a big personality, really a fun guy, and just him being back even during the spring. He was so excited about that, making the opening day roster. He was thrilled with that, being on the mound for the first time in a regular season game. Thrilled, being in a key situation, getting key strikeouts, sort of every one of those along the way was wow. This is like he cherishes it now after having been out with injuries. Most of the time he was in New York. And I kind of echo what Bob has said. Like, I hope somebody picks him up and really uses him in the role that he's meant for, because he did look good. He looked like the Lou Trevino of old.
Talking to Susan Slusser, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Giants and the Cubs, a 3:40 pregame coming up in just about 15 minutes or so before first pitch at 4:40. So now, since they DFA'd Trevino and Kyle Harrison was already on the 40-man, they have an extra spot on the 40-man, don't they?
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. If they want to pick somebody up, we have not seen much of that from this front office.
Right.
But if, there's certainly some positions where you would think maybe they might consider a few people. As my colleague Shana Rubin reported the other day, they did sign Daniel Johnston to a minor league deal the other day to go to the outfield. They're kind of thin in Sacramento with all the infielders basically coming up here. And so there's some areas where they probably could use a little bit more depth on the 40-man, catcher, infielder, especially. But we'll see. No, you don't have to fill your entire 40-man roster. You can leave that and kind of play it. You don't have to no offense to the previous regime.
I hear you.
But
That's I know.
don't
I
have
got
to
you.
pick up every single guy who is on waivers.
Yeah. I hear you. That was kind of my thought. I was like, I don't know the last time I remember them not having a full 40-man roster. And part of it is they're not using the 40-man as a taxi squad in the way that they had in the past. And I think there's been some comfortability built in now for some of these guys. There was a comment from Luis Matos the other day. He had a home run the other day and then was back in the field on, I think it was on Friday. Did he hit one or was it Saturday he hit one?
I think it was Saturday.
Saturday he hit one, right? Yeah, first run of the game, I think, for the Giants. Put him up 1-0. But he talked about how it's tough to come to the ballpark and it's tough to find consistency and some sort of rhythm when you're not playing every day. But he tries to go through his rhythm or his routine the same each and every day as though he's going to be in the lineup. For a young player like that, I mean, we've seen a lot of these guys struggle with the in and out of the lineup. When a young guy is not totally established, I don't think that's abnormal, and the Giants haven't faced tons of lefties, and that's normally who he's in there against, like he will be today against Matt Boyd. But just sort of thoughts on his development. Like we saw Elliot Ramos really claim the position once he got everyday playing time. Matos is a guy who I know has a plus glove, but has had a tough time finding some success.
Yeah, I mean, that's the brutal part sometimes of being a guy who's in a platoon. This is where that performance thing comes in. You either, especially when you're young, not playing every day. You've played every day your whole life, most of these guys, and just adjusting to that. That's why most good bench guys, a la Wilmer Flores, are older veteran players. Yeah. But Luis Matos has had such a great attitude. He works so hard. I think he will figure it out. He's certainly learning from Wilmer Flores, and he's starting to show, I think, some of that, but it's not going to be easy for him. He's going to play a handful of games a week, maybe, and maybe get a few pinch hit opportunities during games, maybe not. He's kind of like third or fourth in that role off the bench. So he's going to have to be patient. He will get his shot when if they part ways with, say, Mike Yastrzemski after this season. But that's what it's probably going to take. He's a fourth outfielder right now.
Yeah. A couple more minutes with Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. So big day yesterday for Willy Adames, 3 RBIs, 2 home runs. People always talk about the enthusiasm he's brought to the team all season long, but yesterday felt like the first time he was the guy that we kind of expected him to be.
Yeah, and I know he talked about the fact that he's always been a slow starter. April's far and away his worst month, and here we are in early May and he's turning it on. I think clearly this is more who he is, but again, kind of like Matos, he's like, his attitude has never changed. Like, he never got down, he was never sulking, like no excuses, and it's not just that he's a slow starter. He's also with a new team on a big contract. Subconsciously, guys do press a little bit in those situations. You want to do well, especially for your home fans who are just getting to know you. That's tough. And when you get into one of those little ruts, it starts to spiral. So he's clearly coming out of it. He's having fun. He's always having fun. Even when he was not hitting, he was doing little things that were helping, and including just the leadership, which is off the charts great, as you guys know. So if he also is throwing in some home runs here and there, wow, That's exactly what they want.
I thought it was pretty funny that his comments after the game where he said his buddy, one of his best friends, was asking him, dude, how come you always suck in April? And he said, I'm not trying to suck in April. I don't want it to go this way. It's just the way my career has gone. But I love that he was honest about that and open about that. I feel like that sort of self-deprecation is part of the reason he's so endearing.
Yeah, it's funny when I did a big feature on him during the spring, right before the season. I was talking to some of his buddies with Milwaukee, and he would, like, in the middle of a funk, he'd, like, show up for dinner with, like, a couple bottles of wine and go, like, let's get drunk.
Yeah.
And I was like, does that work? And he was like, not really, but, I felt better.
Yeah, you don't have to think about it quite as much. Susan Slusher, the voice you hear from Wrigley Field, getting ready for the Giants and the Cubs. Pregame in about 10 minutes. Susan, have a great time out in Chicago. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Great deal there from Susan Slusher. Landon Roop on the hill today, facing a lefty in, I was joking earlier, forever Giant, Matt Boyd. Yeah, he was a Giant. Never pitched a game for the Giants. I don't think he ever threw an inning for the Giants in the big leagues.
But the key there is lefty.
Lefty. Giants facing another lefty. What are they, 2-8 now
it's
against
not
lefties?
Good. It's not good.
Well, they only saw one after they saw Kyle. It was Kyle Freeland.
Yes.
In the first game of that Rockies series.
But they lost that game.
Then they saw all righties after that. They mashed. I mean, the Grand Slam was a blast on Saturday. Chapman hitting it over the center field wall.
Yeah, how about Chapman having, a home run, what was it, on Friday night, and then the Grand Slam on Saturday. And then 3 errors this weekend, too.
Don't worry, 805 Rage let me know about it.
Yeah, I know.
5 this weekend. They won 3 out of 4. I got 5 voicemails.
805 Rage called?
805 Rage.
5 times. 3 games, 5 calls. 3 wins, 5 calls.
Quote, the Grand Slam was nice. It doesn't make up for it.
Stop it.
Yeah, how does it not?
Stop it.
What? They won. They were winning.
He called yesterday when it was 9-1 because Chapman grounded out. It's like, well, okay.
All right.
Boy, take it.
It can't be perfect every at bat.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. I should let you know, by the way, Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. When we come on back, a little Scoops Callahan, and we'll put the show to bed before Giants pregame next. Only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, and I could not be more thrilled to be talking to you yet again about Taco Bell. You need to download the Taco Bell app and unlock rewards and exclusive access. I've been doing this now ever since I started talking to you guys about Taco Bell. I have been all over the Taco Bell app. I was talking to Mr. KNBR out here about how you can do the set your price option on the Taco Bell app, where you can decide you want to spend $15, $18, $9, and they'll give you a variety of different menu options that will fill into that price point. Or you can earn points on the app at the kiosk and at the drive-thru. And when you join the Taco Bell Rewards, you can choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Be the first to hear about new menu launches and member-only events. And is there a better place to earn and redeem points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown? I went this weekend, went on Saturday after the ball game, just off 3rd and Townsend. It's a block from the stadium. It's the perfect spot to grab a pregame bite, or you can be like me and grab a postgame bite when you're walking out of the ballpark. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for a beer and keep the good times rolling. Stop by the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink and good food, and your taste buds will thank you. And don't forget to live Moss.
time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Time to put the show to bed on a, boy, it's like a blue plate special, put you to bed, 3:35.
A good old blue plate special.
We got Giants pregame coming up in about 5 minutes, 3:40. Landon Roop for the Giants today against Matt Boyd of the Cubs. Cubs 21-14, highest scoring team in baseball. You know what the best record in the American League is? By 2 games.
In the American League. Who is it?
The Detroit Tigers.
Ooh.
I saw, by the way, MLB had put out a thing. I don't even know who voted on this, but MLB had asked MLB.com or somebody who's on their official Twitter account this weekend after Saturday had put out the biggest surprises. They had people vote on it. The Giants were voted as the number 2 most surprising team in baseball. Joe Lee was the most surprising player hitter across baseball, according to MLB analysts.
Nice to be recognized.
This offseason. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked in this offseason, people going, they're just going to be the same team again. I go, you got to believe in development. You got to hope that there's development to come. And there's a lot of question marks. Didn't know and still don't know how some of it plays out. Didn't expect Pat Bailey to be on the interstate as bad as he's hit to this point. Same with Lamont Wade Jr. However, there's been some really big bright spots, I think, for the Giants.
If they win 2 out of 3 versus the Cubs, that'll be big.
Yeah, I want 2. It'd be great to win 2 or 3 from the Cubs. I want a 500 roadie. That's what you're always looking for. It's a 500 road trip. And it was nice to get 3 of 4 from the Rockies. That was acceptable to me.
Yeah, especially after the first loss.
2-2 wouldn't have been all that acceptable.
And it was looking dicey on Saturday. They
let it get away 3-1 when they pulled Jordan Hicks out of the game, and then the only run they'd scored was that Luis Matos home run. So Friday, I lost my I could not keep it together after we played this soundbite of this reporter, Scoops Callahan. Derek found a whole montage of him over the weekend. So this is we'll give you one a day this week.
Some daily scoop.
Yeah,
How
why
about that?
not?
Daily scoops.
Should we play Popovich just to give people the reference?
Let's give you the Popovich one. Here's Scoops Callahan. This is where I lost it on Friday. Hearing from Scoops Callahan talking to Greg Pop.
Champ, tell me about your fiery Francophile, the Parisian torpedo, Tony Parker. Can he continue to be your main butter and egg man and still croak the boys from Big D?
Am I being punked or something? Or
He might say Trump the boys from Big D.
Either way.
I don't care. It's so funny. Clip, Cook, Trump the boys. I don't care.
Either way, it's good old 1920s lingo.
Okay, so we have another one. Here's this is Scoops Callahan talking to Bill Belichick.
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right, here we go.
Champ, talk about your B-Town offense in the second half. They treated the boys from Big D like a couple of flapper girls who were a little loopy on the old gin and juice.
No.
He goes, next question. He's like, next. Dude, he would one more time. Bill Belichick wouldn't even answer.
He wasn't having it.
Champ, talk about your B-Town offense in the second half. They treated the boys from Big D like a couple of flapper girls who were a little loopy on the old gin and juice.
No.
He was running out of things to say on the old gin and juice.
Didn't make any sense. Anyway, we got more Scoops coming your way. 415 says, oh, hell yeah, Scoops. There it is.
Scoops, there it is.
I'm all about it. All right, Tim.
Scoops, there it is.
Well, we put the show to bed here. Tim, you got a note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. Hitting a grand slam evidently does not make up for a late inning ground out in a 9-1 game.
Not enough for old 805 Rage.
He was full of it. They won 3 out of 4.
Yeah, I guess it's not good enough.
Note to self.
Note to self. It's not good enough for Buddy Hield to score 33 points, for Adam Copeland to say he has free drinks the rest of his life in the Bay Area.
I don't think I'm.
You're probably not wrong.
I'm mistaken about that. You know what I mean? I'm saying when
Mo Buckets drinks for free. Leandro Barbosa. Everybody from the Strength in Numbers 2015 team.
When you talk about people like he'll never buy a drink in this town again, it's usually not for a first-round performance.
No.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, when the Warriors have won multiple first rounds.
Yeah, I'm just, they were winning first rounds before that guy got here.
Now, if Buddy has a terrible series against the Minnesota Timberwolves, yeah, he's definitally had to pay for this.
What I'm saying is it's all about how it plays out.
We're calling him Chivano after that.
So many more that they got to get through. I'm looking for what? 12 more victories here. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
I'm looking for 12 more. I'm looking for a conference finals appearance. All right, note to self.
Note to self.
Giants got to get past a lefty, man. I got to start having some
That's
more,
your note to self?
More
Come on
success
now.
after a lefty. Yeah, that's where I'm going.
What, you using your diamond notes for the note to self?
No, diamond notes aren't even here yet.
They're award-winning.
Award-winning. And why are you crapping on diamond notes?
I feel like it was something you were going to use in your award-winning diamond notes.
I wasn't gonna. Maybe now I will.
Okay.
Maybe now. Stay tuned.
I'm glad I helped you out with your
Adeline will
award-winning
give you
domino.
thoughts on Pete Crow Armstrong.
Ooh.
Pete Crow Armstrong hit a grand slammer. Hit 2 homers.
He's
the other day.
lightning fast.
Now that sounds like a 1920s name. Good old Pete Crow.
Pete Crow Armstrong. All right, that's going to do it
Flapper Girls.
for Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Thanks to our guest, Susan Slesser, today. If you missed any of that, all available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. But it does get easier. 4:40 first pitch. Matthew Boyd, the lefty, 2-2 with a 2.70 ERA against Landon Roop. 2-2 with a 5.10 ERA. That's all coming up. Giants baseball right around the corner for a 4:40 first pitch. I guess we'll talk to you guys tomorrow.
I guess we will.
Or in just a little bit with Diamond Nuts.
Trying to stretch this out.
I don't know how to sign it off. Giants baseball next on the Sports Leader.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.